This young man was originally a hero, bound by a destiny to save rather than to kill. And that's why when facing Sung Hoon, the man who had slaughtered all his comrades, Seo Kang-yu could only capture him, instead of eliminating him on the spot. But in a cruel twist of fate, at the execution, Sung Hoon didn't die. Instead, Sung Hoon went on to murder Kang-yu's older brother, who was the warden of the prison holding him. Previously, Kang-yu's comrades used to say, "Heroes are born to save people, not to kill." Even his brother, a warden, had said many times that the only thing that can judge a person is the law, and the ones who carry out the law's judgment are the wardens. And yet, now, both his comrades and his brother were gone. This caused the flames of hatred in Kang-yu's heart to erupt. That's why he personally went to Lucas prison. At this time, the death row inmates locked behind the door were trying to break it down by any means necessary, hoping to escape. However, when the heavy prison security door opened, a group of death row inmates was blown away. Those behind them watched in wide-eyed shock. Thick dust and smoke enveloped the gate, their only escape route. And as the smoke gradually cleared, a figure slowly emerged. It was Seo Kang-yu. Only this time, he didn't want to enter the prison as a hero, but as a warden, a bloodthirsty butcher. "Hello, you scum. I am Warden Seo Kang-yu," he said calmly, but his eyes were filled with bloodlust. The death row inmates here had all, more or less, heard of Kang-yu, so they were all wondering why he was wearing a prison warden's uniform. But that wasn't really important. What was important was that the bastards here all wanted to take Kang-yu's life, but whether they had the balls to do it was another story. Dozens of death row inmates with terrifying strength charged towards Kang-yu at once. As for him, he just stood there motionless, like a statue, until those who didn't know their own limits got close. Kang-yu unleashed a devastating punch, sending the large bodies of dozens of inmates flying. The sight of blood and flesh, splattering from just one punch, made the remaining men tremble in fear. They knew Kang-yu was a hero, but they never thought his power would be this terrifying. "Listen up, you animals," Kang-yu said after straightening his clothes. "From now on, by order of the government, the death penalty will be carried out starting on the first floor." Kang-yu was determined to take over his brother's job. Meanwhile, his arch-nemesis, Hwang Sung-hoon, was still in the 5th basement, sitting on a pile of corpses, of unfortunate wardens, waiting for him. When the prisoners heard Kang-yu talk about executing them, they found it utterly ridiculous, because many of them hadn't even been scheduled for execution yet. They felt this was complete bullshit, which made them even more outraged. But in Kang-yu's eyes, these animals, who had taken countless innocent lives, none of them deserved to live. "So what if we killed people?" "It was just a few lives," an inmate named Khalida yelled. It's worth noting that he had murdered 12 innocent people. Following him, many others also began to shout, in protest, arguing that their hands weren't stained with that much blood. Their reaction was so ridiculous it made Kang-yu feel sick. The loud curses echoed throughout the prison, and among the rioting inmates, there was a blue-haired guy named Choi Gu-hwan, who had remained silent the entire time. He had ended 8 lives, in addition to the crime of assaulting his victims. Now, a wicked idea was forming in Gu-hwan's mind. He felt that Kang-yu was distracted by the other inmates. "In that case, I can probably use this chance to escape." No sooner said than done. Choi Gu-hwan quietly got a running start. Then, he moved with whirlwind speed past the other inmates, past even Kang-yu, heading straight for the open prison gate. However, his perfect plan was not to be, because the person he was facing was the hero, Seo Kang-yu, the one who had captured Hwang Sung-hoon alive. Just as Gu-hwan was about to dash through the gate, Kang-yu stopped him with a powerful kick. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. This horrific sight caused everyone who witnessed it, even though they were all cold-blooded killers, to feel a chill down their spines. Its suppressive effect was also truly effective. The inmates were no longer rowdy. Instead, they began to look at him with fearful eyes. "You bastards, I'm giving you one last chance. Obediently, put on the monitoring devices and return to your cells, to await your turn for execution, or be executed right here at my hands." Kang-yu's ruthless tone made the atmosphere incredibly suffocating, until another inmate burst out laughing. All eyes immediately turned to him. "What is that bastard thinking? There's something I want to say. If I'm not going to live anyway, dying in a riot is better than just lying around waiting to die, isn't it? Your negotiation is meaningless." "That wasn't a negotiation," Kang-yu interrupted. "This is just the last bit of mercy that I'm showing you." The inmates looked at each other, clear confusion in their eyes. Some felt that what the other inmates said was right. They weren't going to live anyway, so dying in a riot would be better than waiting for the guillotine. But some wanted to prolong their lives a little longer, especially since Kang Yu wasn't an ordinary warden, but a hero from equality, with terrifying power. They felt it was better to obey him, and so, a few of them started to put on the monitoring devices. However, the inmate named Hyllison wasn't done yet. He suddenly let out a roar, once again grabbing everyone's attention. When he saw all eyes on him again, Hyllison spoke. "Attention, everyone. Even if he's a hero from equality, there's no need to be so worried. He's just one man. I've finished off a second-class hero before, so all we need to do is work together." With just a simple sentence, Hyllison made the death row inmates' confidence begin to waver. They felt he had a point, so they turned back to Kang Yu, flashing twisted smiles. Emboldened, Hyllison continued to stir up their bloodlust. "That's right, there's nothing to be afraid of. Let's kill him and take back our freedom." Kang Yu stared at this bastard, and could only sigh. Trash will always be trash. He recalled what Dusun had told him before. Lucca's prison is divided into containment zones, based on the prisoner's danger level. The first floor holds those who have killed many people, and the total number of inmates on this floor is over 300. In the first basement, there are over 100 regional-level criminals, down to the second basement are over 30 city-level criminals. The third basement has 10 dangerous national-level criminals. The fourth basement holds 5 individuals classified as continental-level threats. And finally, in the fifth basement are 3, including Huang Sung-hoon, whose danger level threatens the entire world. Sounds like a lot, doesn't it? But the number of prisoners you have to deal with will be much smaller, she had said, adding that the prisoners in the second and fifth basements all hate each other. Among the 300-plus prisoners on the first floor, there was one particularly noteworthy name to be careful of, and that was Hyllison, the eyesore standing before Kang Yu. The reason he was more dangerous than the other inmates on the same floor was because he possessed a skill that could, easily, persuade others with his words. Hyllison was also the one who attacked a hospital, injuring 30 people, and killing 7. Counting the second-class hero, Hayes, that makes 8. But as Kang Yu said this, Hyllison coldly cut him off. "It was 10. I killed 10 people, because that bitch hero was pregnant with twins." As he said these words, a twisted smile appeared on his face. Clearly, after a long time locked in prison, Hyllison felt no remorse for his crimes. He even considered the act of taking the lives of a pair of unborn twins a glorious achievement. Kang Yu could only sigh after hearing that. Then he spoke quietly into his command radio. "I think I'm going to have to use a little force. Is this prison sturdy? No matter what you do, you won't be able to bring it down. I can guarantee you that." The person on the other end replied. Kang Yu was very satisfied. With that assurance, he no longer needed to hold back his power. But Hyllison still didn't know what fear was, because in his eyes, even if Kang Yu was a real hero, his strength was probably only on par with Hayes, the one who had been defeated by him. Hyllison even blatantly provoked Kang Yu, striking at his pain point. "Let's see. You're a hero from equality, but you couldn't do anything right. To catch Huang Sung-hoon, you were so desperate that you used your own comrades as bait, right? Well then, today, let us send you to join those late colleagues of yours." As soon as he finished, Hyllison threw his head back and roared. The sound he made was like a wild beast, igniting the fighting spirit of all the inmates on the first floor. He felt his body brimming with power. And just like that, under Hyllison's command, the frenzied inmates of the first floor charged towards Kang Yu in unison, with the ambition of finishing him. Unfortunately for them, Kang Yu had no intention of letting them have their wish, and so, just as he said, Kang Yu then used a considerable amount of force, turning the first floor of the prison into a complete mess. Hyllison couldn't even see clearly what was happening. He only saw the inmates around him being beaten to a pulp. Screams were everywhere, and when things quieted down a bit, almost all the prisoners had been knocked to the ground by Kang Yu. Then they looked back at him, the one who had just created this bloody work of art, and it seemed Kang Yu had no intention of stopping, because right after, he suddenly lifted his leg high, and then slammed it hard onto the ground. A tremendous force was generated, throwing back those who were still standing. The shockwave that Kang Yu just created was so powerful it even startled the death row inmates in the basement below. As for Hyllison, after being thrown into the air by Kang Yu, he had a rather soft landing on his butt, but before he could even regain his composure, he saw Kang Yu, with an expressionless face, lunging towards him. "No, stop," Hyllison screamed, but it had no effect, because at this moment, Kang Yu had already activated his Death Vortex skill. All the prisoners on the first floor were sucked into his skill. Hyllison was no exception. It carried a terrifying power. Sharp slashes intertwined, forming a vortex, and once hit by those slashes, it was nearly impossible to survive. For example, that bastard Helason was cut in half. A second later, all the prisoners fell, but almost none of their bodies were still intact. Seo Kangyu, however, still seemed full of energy. The executions on the first floor are complete. Now it was time for him to go to the solitary confinement cells. When he reached the solitary cells on the first floor, Kangyu repeated the exact same lines he had said to the inmates. Outside, he gave them a choice between wearing the monitoring device or being executed by him right here. The further down he went, the more ferocious and dangerous the prisoners became. But compared to Kangyu, a hero bearing a deep-seated blood feud, it was hard to say who was more dangerous. The scenario repeated itself. The inmates who took issue with Kangyu initially refused to listen and charged at him. Then they were knocked down by him again. However, it was true that after going to the lower floors, the inmates' cunning had increased significantly. For example, the guy with the top knot named Matsuo, after seeing his fellow inmate get dealt with by Kangyu, put on a fearful act and begged for his life. "Please spare me. I'll put on the device right now. Come here and get it," Kangyu ordered. Matsuo trembled as he approached him, respectfully, raising his hands to receive the monitoring device. However, Kangyu had already sensed something was wrong. Sure enough, the bastard immediately showed his true colors. From between his palms, a blinding purple light appeared, carrying a power that could probably destroy an entire city block. Matsuo fiercely shot the beam of light at Kangyu, certain that he would die under his firepower. Then he burst into maniacal laughter. "Did you really think I would obey you? Huh, you bastard?" However, he hadn't even laughed for 3 seconds before Matsuo's eyes widened in horror, because he saw Kangyu still standing there, unfazed, completely unharmed by his power, not even a little bit. And now it was time for his counterattack. The price for disobedience was having his skull smashed by Kangyu's fist. Like cracking an egg, Matsuo was dead. Kangyu continued to the solitary confinement cells in the first basement. After he opened the door and entered, the person inside seemed to have been waiting for a long time. He spoke first. "It's pretty noisy outside, huh? It's been 3 years, hasn't it? I knew you would come. Long time no see, Hero Sao." "Kangyu, do you remember me?" This bastard was Jindo, a criminal arrested for cannibalism and brutal torture of his victims. The death vortex Kangyu created outside had already alerted him, and Jindo quickly recognized his old foe from years ago. So when he saw Kangyu appear here, he seemed very excited. "Looks like you've changed careers, huh? You don't look so good." Kangyu had no interest in reminiscing with this piece of trash, and cut him off. Choose between living and dying. Jindo didn't seem to pay much attention to Kangyu's demand. Not at all. He pulled down his mask, revealing an incredibly twisted smile. "If I knew we'd meet like this. Are you and your hero buddies at the Equality Guild doing okay?" Jindo's smile made Kangyu remember the first time they met. He and his comrades, after subduing him, began to search the surrounding scene. Then Kangyu noticed a pot inside, filled with human flesh, so full that blood was spilling out. It was truly a nauseating sight, but at that time, Jindo blatantly provoked him. "Doesn't it look delicious? You look like you're about to kill me, but you won't dare." Being provoked like that, Kangyu's anger flared up. He clenched his fists and aggressively rushed towards him. Clearly, just one blow from Kangyu would have been enough to send Jindo on his way, but his action was stopped. "Seo Kangyu, don't do it." Kangyu turned his head and saw the troubled eyes of Captain Lausa looking at him. He indeed stopped his attack. That's right. Lausa always said, heroes are born to save people, not to kill. However, as Kangyu withdrew his hand and turned away resentfully, Jindo behind him continued to run his mouth. "Look at your comrades. They look so disappointed." Back then, if it weren't for his comrades, Kangyu might have really finished him. Back in the board, present, this Jindo was still running his mouth like always. Kangyu really didn't want to talk to him. If Jindo wasn't going to answer his question, then he would just assume he chose to die a little earlier. "Do you want to know the reason why I kill people?" Jindo continued to ramble. "I'm not interested," Kangyu replied, then lunged at his opponent like lightning, slicing off his head. He thought it would end there. Who would have thought Jindo's carefree voice would still ring out? "It's because I want them to remember me. So I took their lives, and became the most memorable person in their lives. When they die by my skill, they will never forget me. They will have to engrave my image into their eyes, as proof. I can show you the memories of the people I've killed." The space in the solitary cell was enveloped in a demonic purple light. Purple butterflies carrying Jindo's memories continuously fluttered around Kangyu, and it seems he really intended to show him the memories of the victims who had died at his hands. A white light appeared in Jindo's palm, condensing to form the shape of a child. It was one of his victims. And Jindo was going to start with this child's memory first. However, he never asked if Kang Yu wanted to hear it or not. As a result, Jindo's entire right arm was quickly chopped off by him, causing the image of the child that was forming to gradually dissipate. Were you put in solitary because of your non-stop, yammering mouth? I really want to shut it, Kang Yu said through gritted teeth, advancing on his opponent as he spoke. Oh, you don't have time to attack me with your skill, do you? Seeing through his attempt to stall for time, Jindo didn't argue. He just wanted to ask him one thing before he died. That was, did he remember the people he had killed? He thought it was a psychologically heavy question. Who would have thought? Kang Yu didn't even have to think before replying instantly. No, because there's nothing worth remembering, especially trash like you. Kang Yu just wanted to end this quickly. Unexpectedly, that bastard Jindo used his skill to create images of his fallen comrades. What was more terrifying was that these images were as real as life. Kang Yu, don't. Kang Yu could even hear their voices. Just like before, they were stopping him from striking, even if the opponent was a criminal, because a hero's duty is only to save people. Seeing Kang Yu so stunned, Jindo looked incredibly smug. Do you remember these people? 1 second, 2 seconds passed. Kang Yu remained silent. His reaction made Jindo certain that he had really hit his weak spot. The earnest voices of his old comrades kept ringing in his ears. But then, after a few seconds of shock, Kang Yu gripped the sword in his hand firmly. Then he cut down their illusions with his own hand. Are you done with your little tricks yet? He asked Jindo with eyes and a voice full of hatred. The smile on Jindo's lips froze. He didn't think Kang Yu could bring himself to strike down his own comrades without any hesitation like that, even if they were just illusions. It seemed his mental fortitude was much stronger than he had imagined. At this moment, the two were facing each other at very close range, and Jindo had no way to retreat, or any petty tricks to escape with. Just like that, his body was sliced into 2 pieces. Under the superior power of CO. Kang Yu, I'm not a hero anymore. I'm a warden, so don't think I can't bring myself to kill you, Kang Yu said. In response, his opponent gave a contemptuous smile. What? You're not just a warden. You're a monster. A monster no different from Huang Seung-hoon. After saying these words, he breathed his last. It seems being compared to Huang Seung-hoon made Kang Yu very angry, but Jindo was already dead. He couldn't take his anger out on him anymore. Meanwhile, in the 5th basement, Seung-hoon, to kill time, was physically assaulting another female inmate. He was doing it for fun, but his opponent showed no resistance. Even the expression on her face was blank, which made Seung-hoon feel very bored. When are you coming down here? So Kang Yu. If not, then maybe I should go up myself, Seung-hoon mumbled. In another development, Kang Yu's actions were now being watched by a group of 3 other inmates. The leader of that group was a woman called Shinka. Just by looking at her frenzied, excited demeanor, you could tell she wasn't a normal person. Lady Shinka, when do you plan to start? The man next to Shinka asked impatiently. He was answered by Shinka's excited voice. He has appeared. He is my beloved husband. Your husband? Shinka's 2 subordinates asked in confusion. But she was still smiling brightly as she once again firmly asserted that Kang Yu was her husband. Isn't your husband Huang Seung-hoon? The man named Canis asked, bewildered. That's right. Isn't that the reason you planned to attack the prison? To rescue him? This time, it was the woman named Kato, next to her, who chimed in. They didn't forget to add that Kang Yu was a hero, and the person least useful for Shinka's growth. But it seems she didn't care about that, because Kang Yu was only a hero in the past. Moreover, looking at his current frenzied state, compared to Huang Seung-hoon, he looked much more like a monster. You should only choose one. Polyandry is illegal, Canis and Kato said together. Shinka stared at the tablet in her hand, seemingly contemplating for a long time. Then she made a decision. That was, between the 2 of them. CO, Kang Yu and Huang Seung-hoon, whoever survived in the end, would be her destiny. So, who will it be? Shinka's voice rose to a high pitch. It seemed she was very much looking forward to the death match between the 2 men. After Kang Yu cleared out the 1st basement, Dusun appeared. You can't deny that his clearing speed is absolutely terrifying, but the strength of the prisoners on the lower levels will increase exponentially. Therefore, Soon advised Kang Yu to rest for a bit to recover his strength. However, he refused and requested that Sun immediately open the door to the next basement level. Seeing the determined look in his eyes, in Kang Yu's eyes, Soon knew that any more advice would be pointless. But before he went down there, she had a favor to ask. It was about basement level 2. There was still a living warden. sending out a distress signal. So, Kang Yu's mission, aside from clearing out the prisoners, was to rescue these people. How many wardens are on each floor? Kang Yu asked. Soon shook her head, saying that all the communication devices on the basement's first level were broken, so she didn't know the exact number. But she was certain that there was only one person alive on the 5th basement level, because all the communication devices on that floor were still operational. That warden had both of his legs severed. Although still alive, he could only crawl on the ground and constantly cry for help. Following him was that animal, Huang Songhuan. The reason Huang Songhuan left him in a state between life and death and didn't destroy the surveillance equipment was so that the people above could use it. To witness this scene, his cruelty was beyond words. Kang Yu was also anxious to get to the bottom floor, so he had to speed up and clear out the upper floors first. Through the radio, Sun ordered her subordinate to open the door between basement levels 1 and 2. Before Kang Yu went down, she was still worried, and once again reminded him to be extremely careful, because the power difference between the prisoners on these 2 floors was huge. It was like comparing heaven and earth. Although Kang Yu wasn't weak at all, the enemy still had him outnumbered, so facing them was too dangerous. As soon as the door to the 2nd basement level opened, a wave of noisy, chaotic atmosphere hit Kang Yu head-on. The prisoners inside were running rampant, brawling with their fists and firing their guns wildly. Seeing the door crack open, they focused all their attacks on the newcomer, not caring who it was. Seeing the rain of bullets heading straight for Kang Yu, Sun was terrified and shouted his name. But before she could hear a response, she saw another large figure loom over her. Before you worry about others, you should worry about yourself. A criminal with a careless smile had appeared, out of nowhere, in front of Sun. Then, with one hand, he choked her and lifted her up. You're a warden, aren't you? What a rare opportunity. I've always wanted to smash that arrogant face of yours. Should I do it right now? He cackled. Then he turned around and shouted loudly, Hey, you idiots, it's a warden. Whoever catches them first will be the... But he couldn't finish his sentence because the sight in front of him shut him right up. Because the prisoners who were ferociously rioting just seconds ago were now all collapsed on the ground. It was as if they had been swept away by an immense force, so fast they couldn't even react. What the hell is this? The bastard muttered. He was so engrossed in the scene before him that he didn't even notice the danger right above his head. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Kang Yu shot down from above like an arrow. Still, with that same basic punch, he immediately knocked this bastard out cold, freeing Sun's choked throat. She fell to the ground, gasping for air. It seemed that even Sun hadn't expected Kang Yu to be this strong. The way down to the 2nd basement is dangerous, he said. Yeah, I get it. Sun stammered in reply, still in shock from what had just happened. But just before Kang Yu left, Sun suddenly thought of something else. She called after him. Wait, Warden Seo Kang Yu, there's one more thing. Tomoki was captured on basement level 1. I know, Kang Yu replied. In the solitary confinement of basement level 1, a group of dangerous prisoners were locked together in one cell. Among them was Tomoki, the one Sun had just mentioned, and also Tom's older sister, one of Kang Yu's fallen comrades. Do you hear that? Sounds like screaming, doesn't it? Did they succeed? The death row inmates whispered among themselves. They all thought that the mass escape attempt by the prisoners on the upper floor had succeeded. Hey, you morons. Did they really succeed? Do you really think any of them could cause a ruckus in this place? I guess you wouldn't know, Tomoki said arrogantly. At that moment, she was forcing a surviving warden to kneel on the ground, using his back as her chair. Tomoki had no personal grudge against these criminals, but she had a big mouth and liked to provoke them. Simply because she was stronger, it was as simple as that. The death row inmates, whom Tomoki belittled as not being smart enough, were furious. Among them was a huge guy named Tanner. He rushed in front of Tomoki and threatened loudly, Hey bitch, you want me to kill you? This threat not only had no effect, but it also made Tomoki burst out laughing. She retorted, Kill me? You've only ever killed nobodies. Have you ever killed someone with superpowers? Or have you even fought one? And if you don't know why I'm here, it's because I've killed them before. Tomoki's face was filled with arrogance as she flexed her achievements. But Tanner, that idiot, still thought she was a pushover. He even declared that he would kill someone with superpowers, right now. As he spoke, Tanner clenched his fists, and the muscles on his body bulged. But in Tomoki's eyes, he was just a useless, oversized pile of meat. She flicked her hand, and a claw gently sliced Tanner's large body in half. Kill? Who's the one getting killed now, you idiot? Tomoki's claws were drenched in blood. She had just taken a life. without even blinking an eye. This crazy woman was actually a hero, more accurately, a former hero. In the past, she had captured countless villains, which is why she knew so well how to capture those who possessed superpowers. Then, using that very knowledge, she ended the lives of 28 other heroes, and was thrown into this prison. Now, I will teach those who are on my side, Tomoki declared. I will show you how to hunt someone with superpowers. And more importantly, I already know what Seo Kang-yu's superpower is. How do you know what Seo Kang-yu's power is? The surrounding prisoners asked curiously. Tomoki replied proudly that because she herself was once a hero, she had access to reliable information. Even if we know, what can we do to him? At this point, another prisoner named Speak spoke up. He knew that Kang-yu was a hero from Equality, an organization full of first-class heroes, completely different from third-rate heroes like Tomoki. But she, on the other hand, remained very indifferent, not even seeming worried in the slightest about Kang-yu's abilities. Ever since Laosa became the head of Equality, there have been changes in the hero profession, she said slowly. The first change to mention is that heroes are no longer allowed to arbitrarily take the lives of prisoners. Second, they often organize group training sessions among heroes. And finally, the ranking system for heroes from rank 1 to 5 has been abolished. Tomoki brought this up because the time Kang-yu joined Equality happened to coincide with the period when the ranking system was under maintenance. He was given special admission, despite having no notable achievements. In other words, Tomoki believed Kang-yu got into the organization through connections, nepotism, and there were even rumors that he was the lover of Laosa. Hearing her say this, Speak also thought it over, and realized he had indeed never seen Kang-yu fight with his own eyes. However, he cleared the first floor with over 300 prisoners in the blink of an eye. This alone proves that Kang's strength Yu is at least rank 3, meaning he's one rank above us. The first floor is full of insects. Tomoki cackled. Even you guys could easily do the same, right? The reason she said this was because this special detention cell was full of dangerous individuals. For example, Choi Mo Gang, who had killed 1,738 people. Hoon Heo, who had killed 1,983 people. Korean, who had killed 2,270 people. Miju Jonak, a murderer who had taken 3,521 lives. And that very guy, Speak, was also an especially dangerous criminal, having killed a whopping 6,435 people. There wasn't a single person here who wasn't formidable. Tomoki wasn't saying Kang-yu was weak. He was indeed very strong, but she knew where his weakness was. Therefore, if all the formidable people here joined forces and attacked that weakness relentlessly, they could definitely take him down. Hearing Tomoki say this, Speak shot her a skeptical look. You know his weakness? Hey, why are you overthinking it? How long are you guys going to think? Make a decision, hurry up, he's almost here. Tomoki urged. Outside the special detention cell, the sound of footsteps could indeed be heard. The prisoners looked at each other. One by one, they agreed to join this operation. Speak was the one who thought the longest, but in the end, he still agreed to participate. Tomoki was very pleased, and began to lay out her vicious plan for them. Back in the last century, when humans first started awakening superpowers, scientists, through their research, divided superpowers into 3 main categories. The first is the type that can transform or enhance the body, called the physical ability group. The second is the type that can create objects from nothing, called the creation ability group. Those with abilities that don't fall into the other 2 groups are classified under the special ability group. At this moment, standing before the prisoners in the special detention cell, led by Tomoki, was Kang-yu, with an expression on his face colder than ice. The moment he appeared, the entire group of prisoners revealed their bloodthirsty nature, like wild beasts eyeing their prey. Meanwhile, Speak and Tomoki were using their physical abilities, which is telepathy via brainwaves, to exchange information with each other. She knew that Kang-yu's ability also belonged to the physical group, like hers, and she thought she knew his weakness, since she had carefully watched him train every day. Back then, Tomoki was still a hero, and she often saw Kang-yu sparring with training robots. As for Kang-yu, at this moment, he didn't give a damn if the prisoners were being defiant or plotting something. He just advanced towards them and repeated the classic line he had used with the other death row inmates: put on the monitoring devices or be executed by me right here. Then Kang-yu took a closer look and realized this group had already put on the devices. He let out an "oh" and continued, "Pretty proactive, huh? But if you want to kick the bucket early, feel free to place an order with me." Little did he know that the group blocking his way was just a decoy, just a distraction. While Kang Yu was focusing all his attention on their necks, he was ambushed from the side by Tomoki. Just like when she observed him sparring at the organization, Kang Yu had absolutely no reflex to dodge. She had used several cell doors to form a defensive line, then had those with creation and special abilities attack relentlessly. But Tomoki also knew the reason Kang Yu didn't dodge these attacks was because they couldn't harm him. Just like now, Kang Yu stood in a hail of bullets, but his body didn't move an inch. On his face, there wasn't a single trace of emotion. She had anticipated this, so she still had another card up her sleeve. It was a long-range attack that Kang Yu probably couldn't have anticipated. By the time he realized something wasn't right, was flying towards him, his entire body was already bound tight by dozens of power restriction devices. These were the spoils that Tomoki had ordered the other prisoners to collect from the corpses of the deceased wardens on the first basement level. At first, they were skeptical, not knowing if this thing would work on Kang Yu or not. But Tomoki insisted that it would be useful, as long as they put more on him. Those are from the first basement level. For second-rank heroes, 10 is enough. Even for a first-rank hero, if you put 15 on them, they'll lose all their power. All of these devices were passed to Million, a prisoner who had taken 2,421 lives, thanks to his special ability of object manipulation. He was responsible for putting them on Kang Yu, and to prevent the worst-case scenario, Tomoki decided they would put a whopping 30 on him. When they saw Kang Yu's entire body, covered in dozens of power restriction devices, the prisoners couldn't help but jump for joy. They all thought he was done for this time. However, there were 3 huge mistakes in that woman's plan. The first was that Kang Yu's strength was far greater than that of a first-rank hero. Therefore, he only needed to use a little more force, and all the power restriction devices on his body were blown away. Then, Kang Yu furiously threw a punch, and the small fry blocking his way were all knocked down. Before Tomoki's horrified eyes, the prisoners immediately descended into chaos. Tomoki screamed, telling them to calm down and quickly implement Plan B. It was a more cowardly and humiliating plan than ever before, because they were using hostages to threaten Kang Yu. The few surviving wardens, who had been forced to serve as chairs for Tomoki, were now being held captive. That prisoner threatened that, if Kang Yu took one more step, he would immediately take the lives of those men. However, this was yet another miscalculation. The second mistake in Tomoki's plan, because although Kang Yu's ability was of the physical type, it could also be used as a special ability. He indeed did not move, just as the opponent demanded. But even from such a long distance, all Kang Yu had to do was snap his fingers, and the vortex of death would be activated again, and the prisoners holding the wardens hostage were all taken down by him in an instant. The third and final mistake was that to Kang Yu, those who regretted their actions too late did not deserve forgiveness. Therefore, at this moment, those who repented, begged for mercy, and promised to put on the monitoring devices could no longer escape his grasp. Speak saw Kang Yu, in just a blink of an eye, had nearly wiped out this entire special detention room, and he began to panic. He turned to Tomoki and screamed, "Damn it! What the hell is he? Everything's gone to hell. Don't you have any other plans?" Tomoki didn't answer, because at this moment, she was also panicking. She kept biting her nails, muttering, "Impossible, impossible." Seeing Tomoki's unreliable state, Speak began to blame himself for believing her. "You said the restriction devices could stop him, and we put 30 damn devices on him. I'm putting on the device now. That way, there's still a chance to live." While she was flustered, Speak kept nagging in her ear. Tomoki's anger exploded. She yelled, "Shut up!" Then she lunged at Speak and attacked him. Even though the plan had failed, Tomoki couldn't accept that he dared to raise his voice to her. "You bastard, you think we're on the same level, because we're locked up on the same floor? I was almost capable of becoming a first-rank hero." Speak died before he could even gasp, and Tomoki didn't even blink an eye when she finished him off. It was only after Speak was gone that she started to panic again. If all those power restriction devices were broken, that meant Kang Yu was much stronger than she had imagined, so why wasn't he fighting on the front lines? These questions kept swirling in Tomoki's mind, and while she was in a state of utter confusion, a very faint sound suddenly came from beside her. A young warden was trying to sneak away to escape, but he was still discovered when their eyes met. He immediately burst into tears, trying to run faster and crying out for help. Tomoki intended to take his little life right then and there, but as her claws swung up, they were severed by another force. The cut was incredibly clean. Tomoki instantly became a one-armed amputee. She turned her head and saw Kang Yu, who had appeared behind her at some point. His voice was colder than the winter solstice. Hero Tomoki? No. Death row inmate Tomoki is more like it. Do you have any last words? Tomoki, clutching her endlessly bleeding arm, let out a dry laugh. Ha ha ha. Damn it. I'm really done for. In the oppressive darkness of the prison, Kang Yu's voice rose. Are those your last words? Tomoki didn't flinch. Her eyes looked straight at Kang Yu's sharp face and asked, Is it true that all the equality heroes are dead except for you? Kang Yu answered without hesitation, Yes. She smirked. I see. So Tom is dead too. After hearing this, Kang Yu remained silent. His expression held a rare hint of regret. Tomoki stubbornly asked again, Is he dead? She tilted her head up. I told him not to be a hero. What a foolish little brother. She continued to ask. As a member of equality, but you kill people. Do the other heroes know? Kang Yu was silent for a second. Along with that came Tomoki's hoarse laughter. You know, Laosa tried so hard to change this hero industry. But just because of you, everything went back to the way it was. I wonder if in the afterlife, Laosa is sad. He looked at her with a sharp gaze, then uttered a single sentence. Your last words are long. Too long. Suddenly, all the memories rushed back like a slow-motion film. This hero industry is not a normal one. The image of Tomoki, a young girl with a radiant smile, appeared as she wore her hero costume for the first time. Her body was filled with physical superpower energy. That's what Tomoki felt after becoming a hero. But destroying villains doesn't mean everything is righteous. The shrill scream of a girl with orange hair rang out, Please save me. The girl trembled and begged, Please. I'm begging you. The thug next to her was holding a knife to the girl. He shouted, Stay still. He continued, If you move. Before he could finish, a flash of light shot past at incredible speed, slashing straight at the orange-haired girl. Before she lost consciousness, the girl's eyes widened in disbelief at what was happening. While on a mission, even if civilians die, the status of a hero is absolute. Kang Yu smirked and said sarcastically, Mission accomplished. The reason Tomoki became a hero was very simple. Tom's words echoed softly in her ear, You always help me, sis. It was a warm handshake. Tom's radiant smile was something she would never forget. Along with that was a phrase mixed with immense happiness. You're amazing. Just like a hero. Her younger sister, Tom, who had no special abilities, depended heavily on her older sister, who possessed a powerful special ability. She looked into Tom's sparkling, smiling eyes and replied, That's right, isn't it? Her face was filled with a terrifying expression. Your older sister is amazing, right? With a personality twisted like a hero's. The scene shifts to a small, damp alley. After being saved from a panic, the girl hurriedly thanked Tomoki. Thank you for saving me, she coldly replied, as if mocking. Oh. It was nothing. Instead of feeling proud, Tomoki smiled and said, I was just doing the right thing. She again felt a love for the Vietnamese language. Tomoki continued to be a hero. Finally, on one mission, she killed a villain. The villain, with a contorted face, fell. It was the first time she had killed someone. For the first time in her life, she felt superior. She muttered to herself, as if speaking to herself, Killing is so exciting. After that, Tomoki continued to kill villains, civilians, heroes. She killed them all, sparing no one. The color of blood stained everything. Among them, Tomoki's favorite was killing heroes weaker than her. She looked down at a disheveled hero sitting on the ground. She smiled. Her psyche was that of a person with a twisted personality. The overwhelming feeling of betrayal, dizzying, and finally, she lost her happiness. In the dark corner of the room, the hero whimpered, begging her, Please spare me. That expression drove Tomoki insane. She smirked menacingly. But a cat can't hide its claws forever. Tom had become suspicious. Tomoki always came home very late and reeked of blood. So that day, Tom followed her. Tom was shocked. She was horrified by what was happening before her eyes, and witnessed her own sister killing someone. Tom's voice trembled. Sis. Tomoki was startled and turned around, mixed with a hint of guilt. Tom, I told you not to stay out late. It was only a moment of initial confusion. What followed was her true self. She said, It's useless. For the first time, Tom found her sister's smile so terrifying. She absent-mindedly asked her, Do you want to join? Tom was taken aback again. She asked back, What? Tomoki crazily raised a hand high, preparing to end a life. Otherwise, I'll do it myself. Tom's shrill scream rang out. No! An image of a chain emitting. A purple light flew straight to wrap around Tomoki's hand. To her surprise, and on that very day, Tom awakened her powers. And her first act, as a new hero. Tom shed tears. she choked out, sis. From that moment on, Tom became a hero and constantly pursued her sister, who had become a villain, who, finally, she did the opposite. The chain wrapped around Tomoki's neck. She uttered, "Villain Tomoki." Her two eyes looked straight at Tomoki as she declared, "You are under arrest." Tomoki looked down at her younger sister. "So you're not calling me sisses anymore? How sad. Your powers are getting stronger. Then it's even more of a shame that it's a summoning ability, and not a physical type." Tomoki continued to mock. "Those without physical abilities are truly pathetic." She laughed like a maniac. "Because they can only kill from a distance. They'll never know the ultimate thrill of tearing people apart with their own hands." Kangju grimaced as he continued to listen to Tomoki's words. "You never understood me," she replied. "I never had a sister like you." Back in the prison cell with Kangju, Tomoki casually asked a question about Tom. Did she die in pain? Kangju replied about Tom. He recalled the day that Tom died. When she fell during the fight with Hwang Sung-hoon, Tom, with her face covered in wounds, cried, "It hurts so much." She thought of her sister. "Save me, sis," Kangju told Tomoki. "She was still calling your name when she died." She paused for a beat. Her eyes held a hint of sadness. "I shouldn't have asked." A blue light appeared. "It just makes me feel worse." She charged straight at Kangju. He stood still, watching her approach. Tomoki attacked Kangju without hesitation. Her red pupils widened. Tomoki's energy blade glowed a brilliant red, a black background with flashes of red, symbolizing the power of corruption that had torn countless victims apart. Kangju fought back against Tomoki. She got back up and swung hard. At the same time, Kangju delivered a fatal blow. He kicked Tomoki squarely with a powerful leg sweep. She was caught off guard. A loud noise echoed. Tomoki's entire body was sent flying. Thick white smoke filled the air. Kangju stood still, staring in the direction he had kicked. The white smoke slowly cleared, and with that, Tomoki rushed at him again, her face twisted with ferocity and anger. Kangju struck again, punching her hard in the stomach. Tomoki's eyes widened. Blood spat from the corner of her mouth. She collapsed, her hands on the cold floor. Tomoki looked up at Kangju, her eyes full of anger and hatred. After a series of counterattacks, Kangju looked down at her and said, "Even as a sinner, I feel no joy in killing my colleague." Tomoki looked straight into Kangju's eyes. "In that case, could you?" She laughed demonically. "Spare me?" Tomoki knelt on the floor. "You're a hero. You made a promise to Lao Sha, didn't you?" Kangju interrupted. "I'm not a hero anymore." Tomoki continued to beg. "But still. Please. Please spare me." She cried in terror, grabbing Kangju's leg. "I don't want to die. I don't want to die," Kangju replied. "Your state right now is the very scene you've created so many times." She recalled the people who begged her for their lives. "Spare me, please spare me, Tomoki." Kangju's cold gaze swept over her. "What did you do to those who begged for your forgiveness?" Knowing that begging was useless, she let out a small laugh. He cursed in anger. "Damn it." A red aura gathered in his hand, preparing to strike down. Tomoki. Cut to the outside of the prison, with a gloomy sky overhead. The sounds of battle, from Seo Kangju's fight, echoed throughout the prison. That sound. Kanji and Kato looked towards the source of the sound. "Do you guys hear that explosion?" Shinka shouted joyfully. "That must be So Kangju, right? It makes you want to fall in love." Cut to Hongjia's terrified face. "What the hell is going on?" she said, terrified. But for someone like CEO Huang, next to him was a woman, bound tightly, kneeling on the ground. He looked up and shouted, "So Kangju," making them even more expectant. The bound woman looked at him in silence. He said, "This won't do." He raised his hand with amusement. "Now I have to go up there." Suddenly, some force slammed into him. Sung-hoon's body went flying. His hat flew off with the force. Whoa! He sat on the ground, his eyes wide with surprise. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "Are you bored, brat?" It was Kingston. He asked Sung-hoon, "Want to play with me?" He reached for his hat and put it back on. "You're too scary." Kingston also gave CEO Huang a savage smile. "Scared, huh?" Basement 5. Prisoner number 0001. "I'm just a kind old man who wants to play with children." Guang Ho and another person were alarmed. They shouted in unison, "Sir!" Se-eun turned her head. "What's wrong?" Guang Ho said fearfully. "Right now, in the 5th basement, Kingston and Hwang Sung-hoon have just crossed paths." She smirked. "That's great." Guang Ho was quite surprised by this statement. Se-eun crossed her arms and continued, "One of them is going to die. Personally, I want Kingston to win. He's not as dangerous as Hwang Sung-hoon." She frowned. "But hey," the red light of the camera flashed. Se-eun pursed her lips and asked, "Why is that woman with him?" Under the light, was the orange-haired girl tied up by Sung-hoon. He raised his voice and asked Kingston, "Hey old man, are you planning to play with me?" Kingston laughed. "Of course." Sung-hoon whined. "I don't wanna." He kept his smile. "Is that so?" He began to reveal his true face. "But this old man really wants to play with you." Kingston. He was the first prisoner of Lucas Prison, and also the oldest long-term inmate. Unlike the prisoners in the 4th and 5th basements, who had killed millions, he had only killed 3 people. The first to die was the strongest and most evil villain of that time, Caracas. The other 2 who died were the most talented heroes of that era, Black and Yahello. And killing the 3 strongest people at that time, he himself said, "I kill all those who are called invincible." Kingston stood in the middle of a sea of people and asked, "Am I invincible now?" He continued, "It's useless." He let himself be captured by the government. In terms of risk, he was the lowest, but he surrendered, after killing only a few people. And that was also the time when the relationship between the government and the Hero Association was not very good. "I won't kill you." Back to the present, that old face, with a deep voice, spoke. "I won't kill you, just a little light play will do. I'd feel guilty for trampling a budding sprout." Sung-hoon wasn't scared at all. "Oh, in that case." He held out his hand. A purple-blue light enveloped it. He lifted all the corpses of the dead high into the air. With a cold gaze, the bodies were lifted, as if by gravity, floating in mid-air. Then they all turned into small, glowing red bullets. Sung-hoon said slowly, "Let's play a little, shall we?" He flung all the bullets towards Kingston, at incredible speed. Kingston stood his ground, unafraid, watching them come. As the bullets got closer, he put his hands up to block. He caught a blood bullet with one hand. Kingston squeezed the bullet, and it shattered. He continued to use his hand like a blade, slicing another bullet in half. Kingston's hand moved at the speed of light. All that could be seen were after images. He blocked the continuous barrage of bullets. A sharp glint appeared in Kingston's eyes. Everything in the room seemed to stop for a moment. A second later, the blood bullets shattered. Sung-hoon watched the crimson drops rain down like a waterfall. His face was emotionless. Kingston looked back smugly, a slight smirk on his lips. He said, "I thought you used psychokinesis, but your current attack and defense are like this. So, you're not a psychokinetic, are you?" Kingston laughed heartily. "Do you have any other way to attack?" Sung-hoon replied, "I've thought of that too." His blue eyes looked straight ahead. Kingston continued, "I knew it. Playing with an old man is boring. What's the fun in killing someone who's about to die anyway?" Kingston narrowed his old eyes and was silent for a second. "You're quite an arrogant brat," he continued. "I've met many people like you before, like frogs in a well. Everyone thinks they're the strongest." Kingston stomped his foot on the floor. The tiles beneath his feet immediately shattered. Stones crumbled and fell. His face no longer held a smile. Kingston added one more thing. "And, full of pride." Back in Wang Ho and Se-eun's monitoring room, Wang Ho shouted, "At this rate, the basement is going to collapse." She glanced at him. "Stop making a fuss." But she reassured him, "Even with the power of a rank 1 or 2 hero, they can't destroy this prison. There are 20 layers of special walls. How could it be destroyed?" "Everyone, calm down." Cut back to the fight between Kingston and Sung-hoon. He pursed his lips and said, "I will correct that attitude of yours." He rushed toward Sung-hoon at great speed. Sung-hoon stared at Kingston's approaching figure, getting closer and closer. He widened his blue pupils. Kingston's foot flew towards his face. The incredibly powerful kick was just inches away. Asterisk. Boom. Asterisk. Everything in the room seemed to be destroyed. The aftershock made the whole prison tremble. In the monitoring room, Wang Ho was still scared and losing his cool. Everything was shaking violently. He shouted, "Co-commander." Se-eun asked, "Is everything okay?" "Who won?" Wang Ho quickly interrupted. "That's not it. Everything in Kingston and Sung-hoon's room is collapsing." Wang Ho reported, "The walls have all been breached." Se-eun began to show fear. "We're screwed." In the fight, Sung-hoon suddenly muttered, "He's like a human drill. How far can he go?" Kingston replied softly, "Is this enough to get you interested?" Sung-hoon looked intrigued. "Should we follow him?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "Why are you following that old man?" It was Shinka. Behind Shinka were Kato and Kinas. "Wouldn't it be more fun to talk to me?" In the monitoring room, Wang Ho and Se-eun were also surprised by this appearance. He asked coldly, "And what are you?" Shinka's eyes sparkled invitingly. "Let's talk. Then you'll find out who I am." In the monitoring room, Se-eun shouted, "That woman, how did she get to the 5th basement?" Wang Ho was just as surprised, asking, "What is this?" Shinka looked up at the surveillance camera. But before that, she pointed at the screen. "You people watching, Get lost. The signal to the monitoring room was cut. She slammed her fist on the table in anger. This is... Cut to a large, gloomy door. Standing beneath that door was Kang Ju. The scene was quiet. He held the collar with the attached radio. Commander, work on the first basement is complete. Please open the door to the second basement. A voice came from the radio. So Kang Ju. Wait. He still stood in front of the door, waiting for the commander's next words. The sound on the radio suddenly became static. Kang Ju asked again, Commander? He pursed his lips and stood silently before the door. Then, Kang Ju put both hands out and forced the door open himself. The signal is probably weak because he pulled the heavy door open. Kang Ju surmised to himself, she's gone down to the lower basements. As he went down the stairs of the second basement, unlike the first floor and the first basement, where before I even entered, I could smell blood. There's no smell here at all. It's very clean. Not a single body. Not even a person. Suddenly, a sound caught Kang Ju's attention. Hong Jia, in a panic, was running from the beasts chasing her from behind. She yelled as she ran, Don't come near me! The beast opened its mouth wide, as if to swallow Hong Jia. She was terrified. Don't come any closer. While running, Hong Jia was surprised to see someone standing in front of her. She screamed, So Kang Ho. Kang Ju was just as surprised by the situation. The beasts roared, preparing to attack Hong Jia. He immediately used his power to stop them. The beasts. After the panic, she collapsed onto the floor. Kang Ju asked Hong Jia, Are you okay? Hong Jia sobbed and ran to hug him tightly. Her voice choked. Kang Ho? She asked. Weren't you supposed to be in the fifth basement? And hey, what was that just now? Do you have superpowers? That's awesome. But have you been hiding your powers all this time? He gently pushed her away with one hand. I'm Kang Ho's younger brother. Hong Jia was surprised. Hero Seo Kang Ju? Why are you wearing a guard's uniform? No. Why are you here? Kang Ju replied calmly. So, you're my brother's colleague. He warned her. It's dangerous here. Hong Jia replied casually. I'm very sorry to hear you say that. Young master. Kang Ju's face froze when he heard those two words. He frowned and asked, Who are you? Hong Jia chuckled. This is the first time we've met, isn't it? I should have been the one to greet you first. She extended her hand as if to introduce herself. I'm your sister-in-law. You look a lot like your brother. Did you know that? Kang Ju froze for a few seconds. A giant question mark appeared in his mind. Cut to the special room in the second basement. A voice rang out. Mian spoke. It seems a stranger has come here. Male replied. Yes, brother. How many sins has this stranger committed? He killed my dog. Mian looked at his sister. Is that so? Then hell awaits him. Hong Jia said to Kang Ju, I've only seen you in photos or videos. She smiled cheerfully. But seeing you in person is much better. I'm guard Hong Jia. He replied. I heard he had a girlfriend, but other than that, I don't know anything else. Hong Jia laughed awkwardly, scratching her head. Actually, she pointed to her stomach. Hong Jia held her belly. Inside here is the child who will call you uncle. Kang Ju's red pupils widened in surprise. He asked in surprise. What? Hong Jia quickly explained. It's not showing much yet. It's been less than a month. I just found out recently myself. And because of the incident with Huang Sung-hoon, I didn't want to reveal it too soon. Kang Ju asked again. Is what you're saying true? She answered immediately. Yes. Is there a problem? His face looked troubled. No. Hong Jia was still a bit curious. What are you doing here, Kang Ju? Did you come to quell the riot? But you're also wearing a guard's uniform. Kang Ju hesitated. I've been assigned as a special guard, but to execute the prisoners in Lucas prison. Hong Jia's jaw dropped in surprise. Huh? You're the executioner? Why would you? Is this an order from the warden? Kang Ju replied. It seems they didn't inform everyone, so I'll explain it briefly to you. He slowly recounted what had happened. Hong Jia looked a little worried. An electromagnetic pulse attack? Who would? Kang Ju looked into her eyes. They're still investigating it. Hong Jia couldn't hold back her tears. So, what about Kang Ho? He must have been in the fifth basement to carry out the sentence. And Kang Ju hesitated slightly. My brother. She was worried, one hand still on her stomach. Two streams of tears rolled down her cheeks as she waited for an answer. Kang Ju closed his eyes as if in thought. He sighed. A distress signal came from the fifth basement. Hong Jia breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. Kang Ju warned her. It's dangerous here, so you should go upstairs. I'll take you. Hong Jia firmly refused. No way. No. If you want to go down to the lower levels, you're going to need me. Kang Ju asked, puzzled. Why? Hong Jia held out her hand and began to explain. When I look at a target, I have the ability to read their memories. She explained her special ability, psychometry. After explaining, she quickly waved her hands and laughed awkwardly. I haven't read your memories, Kang Ju. so don't worry. I don't use my power carelessly. I use this ability for therapy, for the prisoner's psychological counseling, and I use it to determine if what they did was truly a crime. Kang Ju still didn't quite understand Hongjia's ability. But what use is your ability to me? Hongjia interrupted. Currently, in Basement 2, the solitary confinement cells are controlled by Miel and Mael. They are two brothers with a special summoning ability. Their ability gives them the power to turn others into puppets by stabbing them in the heart. Right now, all the prisoners in Basement 2 are their puppets. Kang Ju voiced his thoughts. I already knew a little about their abilities. They are Mago's disciples. He gestured towards the door. I already have this information, so you should go upstairs. Hong Jia still didn't want to leave. She continued. Some of the puppets, fighting under the control of those two brothers, are guards. She looked at Kang Ju with a serious expression. Among those fighting puppets, you won't be able to tell who are prisoners and who are guards. But with my ability to read memories, I can tell them apart. Kang Ju retorted. If they've become puppets, doesn't that mean they're all dead? What's the point of telling them apart? Hong Jia still tried to prove her ability's worth. No, they're still alive. When the two brothers stop using their power, they will return to normal. He was skeptical. Those two will definitely not do that. She was very sure. They will. I can persuade them. Kang Ju still tried to persuade her. In your condition, it's too dangerous. Hongjia spoke from the heart. Before becoming a mother, I was, and still am, a guard. So I must do my duty. She recalled Kang's face, Ho's, when he looked at her affectionately with a warm smile. Kang Ju looked at Hongjia uncomfortably, not answering. Then he held out his hand in front of him. Fine. Many brilliant red threads flew out and wrapped around Hongjia, making her panic. He slowly raised his hand. The threads wrapping Hongjia suddenly lifted her off the ground. She couldn't help but be afraid. What is this? Kang Ju reassured her. My power. It will protect you from danger. Hongjia, being protected by his power high above, panicked and called out. Wait a minute. Won't this be a huge disadvantage for you? This is so weird. Kang Ju continued to walk forward, refusing to look back. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from ahead. Many stone beasts were heading this way. He stopped, frowning silently. Kang Ju glanced around, looking at the monsters gathering in front of him. A murderous aura flashed briefly. Hongjia quickly said, That's the ability of the older brother, Mian. Please remember that he has captured many guards. Kang Ju asked her, which one of them is a guard? Hongjia closed her eyes, as if using her mind-reading ability. Hold on a second. A purple light emanated from her. Her purple pupils flashed. Hongjia continued to watch them as if hypnotized. She had her answer. The two at the back are guards, Hongjia said in a panic, offering a plan to Kang Ju. First, we need to defeat them and group them together. Before she could finish her sentence, the red threads wrapped around her like a sphere, beginning to block her vision. What? Hongjia screamed. I can't see anything. Kang Ju. What is this? Hongjia still struggled against the power protecting her. Kang Ju stated flatly. The difference between them is, he used his power, shooting it straight at the stone monster. A deadly, sharp glint flashed in Kang Ju's eyes. The ones left alive are the guards. A monster charged at Kang Ju. He observed it for a moment, and noticed that its eyes had no pupils. He used his power to send it flying. Kang Ju continued with a sharp gaze, and the ones who died are the prisoners. It's clear now. The beasts charged madly. No matter how hard they tried, they were repelled by Kang Ju's power, away by the lightning-fast strikes. Red lightning attacked the monster mercilessly. One of them raised its hand to attack Kang Ju. He leaned to the side to dodge. There was no warmth left in Kang Ju's eyes. Hongjia anxiously watched the battle from above, unable to help, cut to a sphere of red crystal, reflecting the fight between Kang Ju and the beasts. The ones enjoying it were the two brothers, Mian and Mael. Mael asked her brother, this outsider. She thought of Mago's appearance. Do you think he's stronger than Master? Mian was silent for a moment. Well, she thought of Lao Sha again. What about that woman? He remained silent. Mael grew afraid. Brother. She rested her head on Mian's shoulder. I'm scared. Mian's voice was comforting. Don't worry. He hugged his sister with one arm, and began to summon his power. Mian looked at Kang Ju's emotionless face. He said contemptuously, if that's all he's got, he can't kill us. The scene opens with Hongjia, still frantically, trying to escape Kang Ju's power sphere. She screamed madly at him, why did you lock me inside? Kang Ju stood still. He replied slowly. Did I surprise you? Sorry, I should have warned you. She stared at him with wide eyes. How did this happen? Kangju still didn't turn to look at her as he continued. I've pushed the guards aside. Only now did his gaze sweep over Hongjia, and all the prisoners have been executed. Hongjia asked again, executed? But isn't the execution device on the 5th basement level? Kangju still stood there, his hands loosely clasped. I executed them with my own hands. She found it hard to believe. What? You mean you executed them yourself? Kangju looked up at her. Is there a problem? She kept pressing. Who decided this? He answered defiantly. I did. Hongjia asked worriedly. Did the warden agree? Kangju replied with a single word, and she sighed in disappointment. Her face fell as she asked, what are you trying to do? Kangju looked at her, confused. Hongjia slowly bowed her head. Kangju, is everything okay? Kangju replied coldly. As a guard, I'm just doing what needs to be done. There's no problem. Hongjia repeated. As a guard? She shouted angrily. We're not supposed to kill them. Our job is to rehabilitate the prisoners, to make them better. As a guard, Kangju lost his patience. Enough. I'm sick of hearing such idealistic words. Hongjia still tried to argue her point. A hero's job is to save people, not kill them. Only the law has the right to judge others. Kangju roared. I know all too well the outcome of pursuing those ideals. He remembered the young, but dangerous face of Sung Hoon. Someone was brutally murdered by that beast, who doesn't listen to reason. Actually, whether I'm a guard or a hero, it doesn't matter. I'm just doing the work that I should have done a long time ago, and that is to execute the beasts who have given up on being human. Hongjia tried to plead with all her might. Kangju, in the end, they are still human. Kangju yelled, causing Warden Hongjia's eyes to widen. He was furious. He shouted, how could you even think that? Are you calling them human? The faces of the villains appeared in his mind. From the 2nd basement level down, there are criminals who have murdered hundreds of thousands of innocent people. They all deserve to die. In the past, there were people who were wrongfully executed, and there was a lot of debate about the death penalty. But after people with mind-reading abilities appeared, there were no more cases of wrongful convictions or injustice. You know this, don't you? Hongjia was shocked by the information she had just heard, but they all have their own stories. Kangju found it ridiculous. Stories? Are you talking about Mion and Mael? His voice grew impatient. Miss Jia, everyone in this world has a story. The victims they killed, don't they have stories too? In the end, they'll die by my hand, or by the death penalty. There's no difference. Is there? Hongjia trembled. The death penalty isn't the same as a massacre. Kangju raised a hand, cutting her off. That's enough. Don't say any more. This is over. If you keep acting like this, I'll send you to the upper floor. Miss Jia, I will handle this my way. White smoke billowed through the air. Hongjia was still tied up high above. Below her was Kangju, preparing to deal with the monsters. Above their heads, the sharp rings had turned from yellow to red. They stood there silently. Kangju could still feel the pressure radiating from their bodies. He asked Hongjia, which of them are the wardens? Her eyes scanned the 3 figures behind them. Kangju uttered softly, got it. From above, Hongjia looked at him with an expression of disappointment mixed with sadness. She said, if Kang Ho knew about this, he would be very sad. Hearing this, Kangju paused for a beat. The monsters charged. They rushed straight at Kangju. For a moment, he lost focus. A monster quickly closed in on him. It slashed at Kangju's neck with its sword. He looked at it silently. Kangju's pupils dilated, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Those words haunted his mind. If Kang Ho knew about this, he would be very sad. His red pupils grew even redder with anger. Seo Kangju. He felt his own frustration and anger building up as he heard someone else's ideals echoing in his head. The anger nearly consumed Kangju's reason. An image of Lao Sha flashed through his mind. Words. He gritted his teeth. He smashed his fist into the monster. Words. Kangju lost his senses. All that was inside him now was pure rage. Words. The monster before him was torn into 3 pieces. What good are words? Was this misfortune or luck? The vortex of Seo Kangju's anguish. He held out his hand, clenching it into a fist. The continuously summoned red vortexes subsided a little. A second later, the red vortexes exploded. The monster's blood rained down. After killing the prisoners, the view switched to Shinha's surveillance circle. She watched the fight with amusement. Her purple pupils shone with excitement. She couldn't help but exclaim, he's even more of a badass now. At the sight of Kangju's battle with the beasts, he walked on, eliminating the monsters that appeared in his path. The space had grown quieter. Hongjia spoke up. This time, she and Kangju both looked in the same direction. There were only 3 beasts. The three over there are all wardens. Kangju stepped forward on his own. Then wait here a moment. Suddenly, a sound echoed. He glanced in that direction. The door burst open with a faint orange smoke. A voice spoke up. Nice to meet you. A person with a red circle above their head appeared. It was the two siblings, Mian and Mael, the outsiders. Kangju's gaze swept over them without a trace of fear. You coming out on your own has made things less troublesome for me. I'm quite pleased, too. The siblings Mian and Mael slowly approached Kangju. Behind them was a giant, ferocious beast. From above, Hongjia looked down and shouted, Mian! Mael! Mian looked up. His eyes still held a naive look, a complete contrast to the tense atmosphere. Mael clung to him tightly, her arm wrapped around his as if seeking safety. Warden Hongjia, why didn't you come to our side? You should have gone to paradise by now. Kangju wasted no time. On pointless banter, he gave a firm command. Dispel your powers, and I will grant you a painless death. Mian stared at Kangju in fear. Is there an option where you don't kill us? He spoke with the authority of a judge. On the first floor and the first basement level, I gave them a choice, use the surveillance device or not. But for the beasts on the second basement level who have killed countless people, there is no choice but death. Mian suddenly remembered an important piece of information. He spoke, intentionally drawing out his words. Hey outsider, I heard you're a colleague of my master, is that right? Mael added in a resentful tone, the woman who is also a hero like you, captured us. Captured us. You and her give off two completely different vibes. You're definitely going to hell. Mian stopped his sister. Mael, don't say any more. Kangju clenched his fists, where power was silently gathering. We'll see who goes to hell first. He held his sister and made a final offer. If you promise to let us go, we will dispel our powers. He growled, I refuse. Suddenly, Hongjia's voice echoed from above, full of despair. Mian, Mael, doing this will only make the situation worse. The surveillance device storage. Mian interrupted her. Warden Hongjia, we haven't committed any capital crimes. You know that, right? Hongjia paused, then continued. So, we also refuse. Hongjia whispered again. Mian. Kangju didn't let her say more. His words froze all hope. Your way will absolutely not work. He gritted his teeth, his jaw tightening. I will not negotiate with beasts. Her eyes widened as she looked at him. Kangju. Kangju's power surged like a storm, enveloping his entire body. Fine. There's no other way. Even beasts should feel pain. Mian took a fearful step back. Hey, outsider, we don't want to fight you. If you would just listen to our story, we could negotiate. He held fast to his own conviction. I refuse. Hongjia called out to him. Kangju, if you talk to them, this can be resolved peacefully. Kangju lost his patience. He enveloped the red sphere again, so he wouldn't have to hear her voice. He glared at her. Please just stay still. A terrifying surge of power suddenly erupted, rushing towards the two siblings, Mian and Mael, like an invisible fury. Mian screamed in outrage. You damn outsider! Almost instantly, blood-red ropes materialized from thin air, twisting and binding them both tightly. They cruelly lifted Mian and Mael off the ground. The ropes tightened, causing excruciating pain to Mian and his sister. Kangju looked at them with bloodshot eyes. As for how to torture villains, I already know. I just never thought the day would come when those words would be useful. The siblings Mian and Mael trembled as they looked down from above. The feeling of pain and helplessness made them decide to fight back. Realizing that begging was useless, Mian used his power. A stream of yellow light emitted from his body. Talking is useless. You're not human. Mael continued his thought. We are not beasts or monsters. The two siblings, Mian and Mael, suddenly vanished, and were replaced by two other prisoners. In Kangju's ear, her voice continued to echo. We are humans with special powers. The two ropes exploded before his eyes. Mael spoke with resentment. But why? Why does this man not call us human? What's the difference between us and them? The beasts summoned by Mian and Mael slowly approached Kangju. They began to attack. The feeling, Kangju, he beheaded all the beasts with a single move. The stone golems closed in. He cursed angrily. After escaping her bonds, Mael watched everything unfold in fear through a red crystal ball. Mian asked her, Mael, do you need my help? Mael felt she could handle it. No, it's fine. All the stone golem monsters that charged in were shattered by Kangju's power. Mian commented, his defense is too strong. Mael held the crystal ball in one hand, raising the other high. She began to summon her power. Let me help you. After gathering her power, she placed her other hand on the ball. 1. A pinkish-purple magic circle appeared in front of Kangju. The red circle shattered. They went from a liquid form slowly crystallizing into a circle with sharp spikes. The original monsters seemed to have their power boosted, becoming much more terrifying and powerful. So this is the power of a summoner. But compared to a human, they're nothing. Kang Ju fired a beam of his power, causing the beast to explode in mid-air. He took a few running steps for momentum, then launched himself into the air. Kang Ju spun around and kicked a nearby monster. Another monster saw this and became enraged, swinging its claws, wanting to crush him. The monsters roared in anger. Kang Ju flew up, gathering power in his hand. Kang Ju shot down like a lightning bolt towards the monsters gathered below. He moved like a ghost, weaving through the monsters that stood in a dense formation. Wherever he moved, the surrounding monsters fell. Kang Ju completed every move with a blank expression. Mail held the crystal ball with both hands, terrified by what was happening before her. She asked Mion in a panic, "Brother, how much longer can you hold on?" "Probably about 10 minutes," she repeated. 10 minutes. Mion bit his finger, drawing blood. Not long. Then, this time. She raised her blood-stained hand and pressed it against the crystal ball again, preparing to summon her power. Suddenly, everything around them shook violently. With a loud bang, earth and stone were sent flying by the impact. Dust and smoke filled the air. Mail coughed from the dust. Mion was shocked by what had just happened. What happened? A military-style hat appeared in their line of sight. The white dust had almost settled. The sight of Kang Ju standing before the two siblings, Mael and Mion, became clearer. Kang Ju spoke in a tone that terrified the siblings. "Now that I think about it, if I have to catch you one by one, then your lives end here. So dispel your powers, and I will send you off painlessly." Kang Ju glared at the two siblings, Mion and Mael. His power made the walls begin to crumble. The wall. Mion and Mael's eyes widened. They looked up at what was happening. Just how much power does he have? Kang Ju, with power still swirling in one hand, slowly approached. "Your power," he growled. "Dispel it." Mion's blue pupils, and Mael's red ones, widened with fear. He held out his hands, as if summoning power. A light shone from his palms. Then, many yellow magic circles appeared high above. Kang Ju narrowed his eyes. A series of creatures that looked like angels appeared. Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Uriel. Kang Ju chuckled softly, without hesitation. He shot forward at rocket speed. Kang Ju used his power. He became a red bolt of lightning, tearing through Michael's body. Then Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel, the siblings Mion and Mael, looked up. His lips trembled. Mion shouted, "Bai Te." Mion held out his hand, creating a small magic circle. A warden with soulless eyes appeared right after. All the wardens had been taken over by his power. Mion threatened, "Stay away from us, if you don't let us go." All these wardens. Before he could finish his sentence, Kang Ju cut in. "If you don't dispel your power and free the wardens." Beside him, Mael's scream suddenly rang out. Hearing the scream, Mion glanced over. She was being restrained by Kang Ju's red ropes. She cried out in pain, "Brother!" He stomped a foot forward, growling, "I will make your sister die a very painful death." Mael's tears streamed down her face in pain. She panicked, screaming desperately, "Brother, it hurts so much. So much." Mael screamed until her voice was hoarse. Seeing his sister in agony, Mion couldn't bear it. He fell to his knees in anguish, begging Kang Ju, "I'll dispel it. I'll dispel my power. In return, just let me talk to Warden Hongja." Kang Ju refused to negotiate. "Dispel your power first." His face tensed as he repeated, "Dispel it." Mion glanced back at the suffering Mael. Kang Ju continued nonchalantly, "Then I will stop." In the damp room, the siblings Mion and Mael knelt facing each other. Hands clasped, they dispelled their powers together. Mion emitted a golden-orange light, while Mael's was red. Suddenly, a miracle occurred. The wardens began to regain their consciousness, like normal people. The prisoners did as well. One of them, still confused, asked, "What the hell?" More people asked, "Why are we here?" Kang Ju didn't waste words, sending his power straight towards the prisoners. Mion and Mael stood terrified in a corner, holding hands. All the prisoners had fallen. Only the wardens remained standing. A male warden asked Kang Ju, "Hero Seo Kang Ju, what's going on?" He cut them off. "Everyone should return to the upper floor." The wardens complied. "Understood." Mion spoke up, "I've stopped using my power, so you have to keep your promise." Kang Ju kept his word. "Fine, I'll let you see Miss Jia. But first," the scene before them was one of countless bloody corpses. "Let's move somewhere else. A pregnant woman shouldn't see this." The scene changes. His protective sphere around Hongjia slowly opened. She asked doubtfully, "What happened?" Kang Ju replied. I finished the job. The power has been dispelled and all the wardens have been saved. She asked anxiously. And what about Mion and Mail? He looked straight ahead. Over there, right in front of me. They wanted to talk to you, Miss Jia, before they die. Hong Jia felt pity for the siblings Mion and Mael. Mr. Kang Ju, can't you just let these two children wear the surveillance devices? Kang Ju was resolute. Don't make me repeat myself. He glanced at them with cold eyes. The beasts on the basement floor who have killed countless people will be executed by my own hand. After hearing those words, Hong Jia was speechless. Mion looked at her and asked, Warden Hong Jia, have we done something worthy of death? He pleaded in a panic. We really haven't done anything that deserves the death penalty. Please, say something. Hong Jia was silent for a few seconds. Kang Ju urged her. Hurry up, Hong Jia. She forced out the words, Mion, Mael. You two must be executed. The siblings Mion and Mael hugged each other tightly. Hong Jia gritted her teeth and said no more. Time seemed to stand still. She couldn't say another word. Kang Ju asked again. Do you have anything else to say? Mion whispered in fear. Warden, in that case. Kang Ju summoned his power. I will keep my promise. His eyes were bloodshot. It's time for the execution to begin. Mael cried out, Please spare us. Please. She panicked, grabbing her brother's hand. Brother. Kang Ju raised his fist, preparing to strike Mion and Mael. Brother. Suddenly, something appeared, blocking the flow of power. He was shocked, his brow furrowed. A man with a brown mustache appeared. Mago. He had used his power to form a protective shield, enveloping the two siblings, Mion and Mael. Equality. Mael hugged his sister and shouted, Ma, master! Kang Ju was surprised by this appearance. Mr. Mago? Mago looked down from above. What is going on here? A giant Mago was using his two hands to create a shield, enveloping the two siblings, Mion and Mael, inside it. Kang Ju looked at the scene before him and began to think. What? Is this the twins' power? Summoning an illusion? No. The prisoners, on the second basement level, can't possibly have defensive magic. At this level, Mago used this power himself. But why? Why would he use defensive magic on these two? He ignored that thought and continued to summon his own power. Whatever. No matter what I think, nothing will change. Mion and Mael held each other tightly in panic. Kang Ju's power flew towards the shield, causing it to slowly crumble. He glared, his pupils constricting. Mago continued to hold out his hands, summoning many magic circles to stop Kang Ju's attack. He cursed angrily. Damn old man, what the hell have you done? Why is he doing this? Kang Ju launched another attack. Every time he broke one shield, a new one appeared. From beginning to end, Mago didn't say a word. Seo Kang Ju broke through countless layers of Mago's defense, but he couldn't get rid of the feeling of frustration in his heart. Flashback to another place. The sky is clear and blue. Below is a fragrant flower garden. Lao Sha is sitting there. Right behind her are Ryu, Charu, Tom, and Kang Ju. In the distance, Mago is smiling gently. He is patting the children's heads. Charu speaks up. Doesn't that old man get tired? Ryu laughs. It's a good thing though. He turns to smile and talk to Tom. Hey Tom, after we get married, we'll have kids too, right? She frowns at Charu. When did I ever say I'd marry you? He's still being cheeky. Come on. Tom replies, a little annoyed, I hate cheaters like you. Charu refuses to admit it. I've never cheated on anyone. Lao Sha looks up and smiles, a helpless but fond expression. Honestly, you two, stop bickering. From afar, Mago looks towards the five of them and calls out, Everyone, don't just sit and watch from up there. Come down and play with the kids. A clear blue sky with fluffy white clouds. A child is riding on Ryu's shoulders, next to Lao Sha. Everyone is laughing and having fun. Only at the base of a tree in the distance, Kang Ju sits alone. A voice calls him, making him turn. So Kang Ju, you don't like children? It's Mago asking him. Kang Ju replies sadly. It's not that. I just don't know how to interact with them. He smiles gently and teaches him, you just have to imitate what your parents did when you were little. Kang Ju doesn't hide anything. My parents passed away shortly after I was born, so my only family is my older brother. Hearing this, Mago is very surprised. He covers his mouth with his hand as if embarrassed. I'm sorry about that. The conversation comes to a standstill. Mago coughs and speaks up. Kang Ju, well then, you can practice with me. Try acting like a child. Kang Ju looks at him with a hint of disbelief. Huh? Mago laughs cheerfully. I'm just kidding. Just for fun. I didn't know you could make an expression like that. But I'm not entirely joking. If you're having a hard time, you can act childishly. in front of me. The two of them talk while watching everyone have fun. Kangju replies, I refuse. The scene changes to a jagged cliff. Rain pours down. In front of him is Sung Hwan, covered in blood. Kangju stands opposite him. He glances down at the ground with cold eyes. It's Tom and Charu, lying there full of injuries. A feeling of breathlessness rises in him. He glances over again. Right beside them are Lao Sha and Ryu, also lifeless. Drops of blood trickle down onto the ground. They are drops of blood flowing from Kangju's own eyes. He is enraged, his jaw clenched tight. There's a whisper. Seo Kangju. It comes from a person with a brown mustache. It's okay. It's Mago. He's barely breathing, trying to reassure Kangju. It's okay. Everything will be alright. The shattered memories return to the present. So, when only one layer of Mago's defense remains, inside the shield, Male has fainted in Mion's arms. Mago is still maintaining his power to protect the two siblings. His smile is as gentle as ever. Kangju looks up at him. The red ropes from Kangju's power move. He is retracting his power to release Hong Jia. She is lowered down. He calls out, Hong Jia, can you read the memories of a power? Hong Jia is a bit surprised by the question. I can do that. He points towards Mago. Then please read the memory of that power for me. I need to know what that old man was thinking when he did this. She looks ahead. Still not understanding. What is that? Hero Mago? In the dark room, along with the hazy smoke, in Hong Jia's hand, is an image of Mago smiling gently. He is holding Mion in one arm and Mael in the other. She says to Kangju, this is the memory contained within the power of Hero Mago. He looks at the image in her hand and makes a judgment. It looks disgusting. Hong Jia thinks the opposite. I think it's cute. He asks her, why are the memories of those murderers here too? Hong Jia explains, it's because he used his power on them. Kangju glances at her. I didn't mean to put them in there. Kangju speaks in a low voice. I'm telling you this so you don't misunderstand. No matter what the situation of those murderers is, I will still execute them. Mago, a tiny Mion, and a tiny Mael tremble in fear in her hand. Hong Jia sympathizes. I understand. Then, she opens her hands, and the image of the three people, Mago, Mion, and Mael, falls. The scene changes to a place with a lavish chandelier. The voice of the auctioneer rings out. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the auction of individuals who possess special abilities. A young boy is trapped in a dungeon. His hands grip the cold iron bars. His clothes are torn. A dark red light shines on his face, hidden by his messy hair. In this desperate space, soft voices echo in the darkness. This is hell. Mion. Mael. Age 6. The hall is brightly lit. The lights reveal a lively but shady atmosphere. An operator stands on a stage and shouts, this is an auction for ability users. A pastime for VIP collectors, hidden deep beneath the desolate city, is a secret auction house. Mion and Mael were sold here by their own father. The most expensive people possessed special great abilities, and some had transformation abilities. The most common ability, summoning, was therefore the cheapest. So, Mion and Mael hid their true abilities, and for a long time, no one bought the two children. As they were waiting to be thrown away, light from outside shone in. A man in a suit stood blocking the front, coldly, saying, get out, someone wants to buy you too. A girl accompanying him approached the iron gate, peering scrutinizingly at the two children inside. Oh, are these the kids? They summon both an angel and a demon? The man then asked, is that why you want to buy them? He frowned suspiciously and continued, I'm asking because there are no returns or exchanges here. The girl covered her mouth and giggled. I'm just curious. The man turned back. Curious about what? Lifting her head, her eyes excited, she smiled sinisterly. I wonder what would happen if you crossbred an angel with a demon. The two children, confused and uncomprehending, glanced at her with worry. She approached the children with a grotesque smile. You're probably too young to understand, but you'll get it soon enough. Suddenly, something made her glance away. In the dark space, a loud noise suddenly rang out. The man also looked in that direction. The sky above unexpectedly shook as fire erupted violently, engulfing everything around. A massive explosion roared, and the entire city was immediately engulfed in a sea of flames. Buildings collapsed, and swirling dust and smoke enveloped the surroundings. Amidst the scene of desolation and ruin, a pale blue shield appeared, surrounding the two auction customers, helping them escape the blast. The man shouted in panic. What was that? Inside the protective shield, Mion immediately shook his sister, asking, Mael, are you okay? Mael, seemingly still in shock, only replied to Mion. The siblings looked around. Everywhere, people were protected from the attack by blue spheres of light. All wondering, what's going on? Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out, startling them both. They looked up. It was a person stroking their beard. From the high sky above, a woman appeared, arms crossed, sitting nonchalantly on a blue magic circle. Beside her was a man floating in midair. He grinned widely and said, "It's magic." Lupus, the rabbit assistant with a cold-resistant summoning ability, scolded, "Come on, Mago." She was bewildered. "What the hell is this level? How am I supposed to keep up?" Mago laughed loudly again. "If you work hard, you can do it, Lupus. I told you, with summoning abilities, imagination is extremely important," she replied. "But you teach too fast." Amidst the ruined landscape shrouded in thick smoke, he stood casually on a large, yellow magic circle, and asked his assistant, "Have you completed the task I gave you?" Lupus replied, "Yes. I've teleported all the auction participants, and freed everyone who was captive." He looked at her and said, "Then shall we proceed to the next level?" Lupus was utterly confused. "What is it this time? How can I possibly summon a giant meteor like that?" A hesitant voice interrupted them. It was Mian and Mael. The children, holding each other tightly, asked the two, "Can you take us with you?" The trembling siblings pleaded. "You're a summoner, right? We have summoning abilities too." Lupus replied, "No way." He already promised to only take me as his disciple. But Mago smiled brightly and said, "I never promised." That, which made her turn her face away in shock. "Huh?" He continued. "Let's see what you two kids are capable of." Lupus frowned reproachfully. "You liar." Mien and Mael spread their hands to display their power. From behind the two, there appeared the spirit of a girl with white wings, and a fierce man in black armor, an angel and a demon. Lupus was extremely surprised. Their summons are so strange. Usually, kids only summon toys and dogs, that's all. Looking at the two children before him, hugging each other fearfully, an interesting thought flashed through his mind. How fascinating. And then he smiled brightly, opening his arms in welcome. "All right, come with me. I will teach you two magic." Time flew by. For 3 years, Mago taught Mian and Mael how to summon. He created a giant magic circle, and instructed that imagination is the most important factor for summoning abilities. Mago closed his eyes, visualizing a fireball streaking swiftly, and continued, "The image in my head will appear when I use my ability." He looked at Mian, whose eyes shone with a dazed blue light, as the spirit of a gentle woman, smiled and appeared behind him. Mian summons an angel because he remembers his mother, who protected everyone when he was a child. Mago then turned to look at Mael's pink, hate-filled eyes, as the shadow of a fierce man, holding a wooden club appeared behind her, and he said, "As for Mael, she summons a demon, likely due to the influence of her abusive father." Mago lightly touched a vibrant rainbow ribbon, stretching before the two children. "If we look at this world from more perspectives, we can summon many things, but focusing on just one thing is fine too. Just like that rabbit girl over there." He pointed towards Lupus, who was excitedly showing off that meteors are the best in the middle of the large room. Mago crossed his arms thoughtfully. "I don't know which path you two will follow." Mian and Mael quickly replied, "We really like heaven and hell." Mago asked in surprise, "Heaven and hell?" Lupus was also surprised. "That's different from normal kids, isn't it?" The two children remembered the moment their mother was dying, on her sickbed. "Our mother told us before she passed away, good people go to heaven, while bad people must go to hell." Amidst the melancholic sunset, tears streamed down the siblings' cheeks. Those words have always been our support. Now, they affirmed that. "We want this world to only have justice. Good people will go to heaven, and bad people must go to hell." Mago smiled warmly and patted Mian and Mael's heads. "I'm sure you two can do it, because you are the kindest children." Time continued to pass. One day, as Mago was quietly watching the sunset, a voice called out, "Mago! Mago!" It was Lupus, running up to him with frantic news. "The Hero Association needs your help," he exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Mago frowned in annoyance. "They ignored my offer, and now they're asking for my help?" Lupus hesitated. "Alfred." She looked terrified, as she spoke of an extremely dangerous individual with scary eyes and a melting face, with streaks of blue blood, who has appeared in Finland. Hearing that, Mago's eyes widened in shock. "What did you say?" He gave a serious order. "I must convene the Hero Association immediately." "What are they doing?" Lupus was confused. "I don't know either." Mago held his head and sighed. "My God." He was silent for a moment, then told his assistant, "Bring Mian and Mael here." When they heard the news, Mian and Mael were extremely worried. "Do you have to go?" Mael ran and hugged Mago tightly. "No, don't go," Mian asked worriedly. "When will you be back?" He answered with uncertainty. "The opponent is quite tough. It will probably be at least a few years before I can return. Mian asked again, troubled. Can't we go with you? Mago held Mael tightly in his arms. You and Mael? The opponent is too dangerous. I can't let you two come with me. But his eyes showed extreme distress as Mael cried out. I don't want you to go, she said, crying. I don't want to be thrown away again. Hearing this, Lupus replied. Thrown away? You two aren't objects. Mago gently called the children's names. Mian. Mael. He raised his hand and cast a magical light on the children. This is my farewell gift. My ability symbol is on your clothes, so when you get to the shelter, someone will take care of you. He gave a warm smile. We'll meet again someday. Mian and Mael looked at Mago with teary eyes. He gently instructed, until then, you two must grow up to be good people. But after Mian and Mael parted with Mago, they didn't go to the shelter, afraid of meeting strangers. Instead, the two children went to a remote place and trained their abilities on their own. In an isolated, peaceful forest, they continuously practiced how to cast magic with a lingering thought. What abilities must I train to become a good person? By the time I meet Mago again, around Mael was a bright golden light. What is good? And Mian was shrouded in a blazing red light amidst an eerie darkness. What is evil? Their powers created two entities, an angel and a demon appearing in opposition. Both children wrestled with the same anxiety. What should I do with my ability? Time passed. 2 years later, Mian and Mael decided to define good and evil for themselves. The children, now grown, stood together, quietly watching the sunset stretch over the fields of their familiar hometown. They carried within them a clear conviction. Good people will go to heaven. Conversely, bad people must go to hell. Amidst the crowd of people who had collapsed from being controlled, Mian and Mael watched with fascination as they were split into two opposing sides, with glowing red and gold halos above their heads. Their eyes were now frighteningly mesmerized, with cold smiles on their lips, and they began to create their own heaven and hell, born from their own imagination. That was utopia. In just 1 month, Mian and Mael turned the entire city into their own paradise. They made everyone there utterly terrified when they saw spirits flying everywhere. They observed the town's residents, summoning their angels and demons, then monitored the citizens, choosing who would go to heaven or hell. Those standards were determined by the twins themselves, from things they heard from their mother, as children, things that people were not allowed to do. Stealing, littering, causing trouble in public, lying, betraying friends. And so, for them, deep in their childhood memories, those things were haunting obsessions that never faded, even for those who met the standards. And now, in a narrow alley, Mian, with a large angel, approached. A woman holding a child and spoke. I have been watching you. His face held a grotesque delight. You have lived a righteous life. The girl hugged her son tightly in fear, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, Please, please help us. Mian reassured her. Don't be afraid. Then he held out his hand, controlling the angel spirit, to stab deep, through both mother and child, and said softly, This is not the end. He continued, You will have a beautiful dream in heaven. In her final moment, the woman choked as her spirit appeared, a radiant golden halo above her head. Mian clasped his hands before his chest and smiled gently. Forever. Just like that, the people around Mian and Mael were all sorted into two types, but they didn't know that. The disturbance from the twins' land, in another place, in a high-rise building, had attracted the attention of the Hero Association. An elderly man with a stern expression spoke. Now. It's authority. The president of the Hero Association glared and ordered, Begin the meeting. Under the dim lights, he spoke with a voice full of anger. I've already made the announcement. He looked towards the long conference table, but only 3 people were present. Why is it so empty? A blonde girl, with a distinctive mole below her eye, Class 3, Hero Xiao Benzu, spoke up. I guess they're on vacation or something. Something like that. Across from her, Kusta, a hero of the same class, replied, Please, bring up that information. Let's see what it is. The room fell silent again, as the information screen appeared before them. They were all surprised. What is this? First class already at this level? That's shocking. Yeah, this is one of a kind, Benju lamented. Damn it. I want a promotion. I want to reach that level. Hearing this, Authority asked, Class 3, do you want to give it a try? She became dejected. It won't work, Mr. President. She pointed at the screen, but all the information about Mian and Mael was displayed on it. Benju wondered. Why did you pick this small village? It doesn't do much for a hero's performance rating. Authority replied, I chose that place because these kids are rated as Class 1 villains. Kusta interjected curiously. How old are they? He said, Around 10. Both heroes were astonished. At such a young age, they've already conquered an entire village? After their second awakening, they could reach Class 2 or Class 3 villainy. Should we prepare something before dealing with them? But the president asserted, it will take at least 5 more years for them to develop further. Therefore, much preparation isn't needed. Kusta joked. That long? Authority continued. There are a few things to add, he said, looking at the information screen. These two are Mago's disciples. Hearing that, he was confused. Mago? But Benju just sneered. I knew it, she then suggested. So, we should tell Mago about this. But he replied, he's gone to Finland to hunt down ASAP. She immediately retorted, he can just come back after he's done. Suddenly, a voice rang out. So, a small hand with sharp pink nails was raised high. Everyone turned to look towards the end of the conference table. There was a girl with pigtails and a gothic style, both sweet and macabre. K2 was the final Class 3 hero attending this meeting. She spoke up, asking, can I go? Scene change. At a place where the sun was slowly setting behind the mountains, dyeing the entire sky a brilliant orange, a vehicle sped in, its tires screeching, against the road. On a large displacement motorcycle, plastered with heart stickers, having just braked hard, K2 sat perched. Both her vehicle and her outfit were a demonic pink and black. She gently took off her cat ear helmet. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the sunset scene here. In front of K2, the sky was filled with halos of red and gold, floating like lanterns, making her exclaim, what a magnificent sight. The image of K2 standing in the middle of the deserted road, in the twilight, silently observing her surroundings, gradually appeared in a magic orb. Mian and Mael were watching her together. The sister said anxiously, looking at the orb. Brother, there's a stranger. Mian replied, yeah. From the magic orb, K2's eyes lit up, as if she detected someone was watching her. Going deeper into the city, bathed in the evening light, K2 found a creature with a halo on its head. She immediately raised her phone to take a picture. She posed and wondered aloud. Oh, this is a special ability. Is it brainwashing? Or are they just put into a deep sleep? I don't think they're dead. What is this? Suddenly, someone appeared, causing K2 to look behind her. On the bench, where the two creatures with red and gold halos had just been sitting, now sat Mian and Mael, appearing suddenly before K2's surprised eyes. The two children exclaimed. A stranger, they asked, confused. Why are you here? K2's eyes lit up. She was filled with admiration and excitement. Those are some awesome abilities, you know? What else can you kids do? Anything else cool? Mian said, annoyed. You should answer our question, K2 interrupted, but she was curious. Does the master know about this stuff? After all, he has a lot of disciples, who are summoners, right? Hearing that, the children became slightly anxious. K2 continued to question them. Did you learn to summon them from the master? Mian and Mael asked fearfully. Who are you? Suddenly, their eyes changed, becoming more trembling and fearful as she exclaimed, I'm K2. She took off her mask, revealing eerie eyes and sticking out her tongue, with a terrifying smile. I'm your senior, remember that. Mian said anxiously, we don't have any seniors other than Lupus. K2 smiled and replied, did the master already erase my name from his list of disciples? I guess, she continued, pulling up her jacket to reveal an arm full of slash marks. I was too interested in some sharp things. K2 lightly touched the scars, and the master said I needed to learn more defensive magic, as a way to protect myself. Unfortunately, I didn't like that, so I didn't listen to him, she continued. He stopped paying attention to me. Her voice held a hint of sadness. How embarrassing. And then, the atmosphere around K2 dropped. The master is so mean. Suddenly, she covered her face, sobbing and screaming like a lunatic. So mean. It's not right. Wrong. It's not. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Mael hugged Mian tightly, trembling as she looked at her. Brother, she's so scary. K2 became more and more frantic. Master, you said I had a talent for magic. I just wanted to be praised. Even just a single smile from you. She screamed in pain and madness. But you crossed my name off. Mian immediately summoned a yellow magic circle and shouted, if you don't leave this place right now. But he immediately froze in terror at the sight before him. A powerful vortex of purple energy opened in the air, thousands of surgical tools surrounding K2 as she floated in the sky. Scalpels, needles, syringes, and a variety of other weapons, suddenly aimed from the sky towards the ground. Mian and Mael trembled in terror. Oh God. Before them was a horrifying sight. All the weapons shot down at once, under K2's control, piercing through the bodies of every citizen. Blood splattered everywhere, screams echoed all around. The surgical tools were now stained, a foul red. K2 gave a twisted smile, tears streaming down her face. If I do this, will you pay attention to me again, master? The entire world was dark, glowing with a purple light. Blood sprayed everywhere. The mournful sounds of the dead echoed. K2 laughed maniacally amidst the chaos at her feet. One by one, people fell. She threw her head back and laughed loudly, her face covered in blood, but her eyes shining brightly. This is so much fun. Mian fell backward in terror. He turned to his sister. Mail, are you okay? Mail trembled and whispered. Brother. In the magic orb, the image of K2, standing in the middle of the city, surrounded by corpses, appeared. Her hands cast a source of purple magic energy. The siblings were both stunned by the sight. What is that woman? K2 exclaimed with joy. That's right, so this is what it feels like. She spread her arms joyfully, skipping down the street soaked in blood and corpses. It's even more fun than I imagined. Seeing someone still alive, she became even more excited. From K2's palm, a large pair of scissors emerged. She launched it straight at that person. I want more. But Mian and Mael immediately cast a spell. A magic circle appeared, surrounding them, and the person behind them, blocking the attack. They both exclaimed in surprise. She looked at the children resisting her. You kids can use defensive magic? Behind K2, a creature holding a spear appeared. Ready to attack, as she said. You two learned a lot from the master, didn't you? Suddenly, a purple magic circle appeared. In a flash, only K2's voice could be heard. But she abruptly cut the creature in half with her scissors. Then she smirked. This much still isn't enough. Mael shouted, You witch, you're going to hell. K2 looked a little pouty. You kids are so rude to your senior. Looking at the tragic scene around her, she was extremely satisfied. You know, I've always wanted to use my ability in a crowded place like this. She stuck out her tongue and smiled devilishly. But since I'm a hero, I knew if I did that, I'd get caught, so I held myself back. K2 looked at the two terrified children. But thanks to you kids for setting this place up, I can finally make my dream come true. Then she suddenly raised both hands to the sky. So now, I think I can summon it. K2's eyes bulged, sweat pouring down. Mian and Mael maintained the protective circle, but they were extremely worried and confused. She screamed to use all her strength. A giant, gray blade tore through the sky. From above, the sky had cracked open to let the massive box cutter gradually emerge. K2's eyes were crazed with satisfaction. Blood dripped from all over her face. Haha. There it is. Imagination is the most important thing for a summoner. With the deadly scenery all around, the experience of slaughtering countless lives had magnified her imagination and made her powers even stronger. K2 was controlling the sky, swirling it into a vortex of energy that surrounded the giant weapon as it slowly pierced through the clouds. This is the first time I've summoned something this huge. She looked up at her weapon. It's so big. With satisfied eyes, she laughed loudly, her face covered in blood. This is so cool. K2 turned to look back at the children and held out her hand. It's all thanks to you kids. Now, goodbye. Suddenly, she was swallowed by a massive set of jaws, bitten down while her arm was still raised. Mian watched the scene in terror. Before him was a giant rock monster, with a glowing red halo on its head. But this came from his sister's hand. The magic circle's fearsome pink light had summoned that demon. Mael's face was now contorted with rage, horrified. And rightfully so. For Mael, the demonic Mael, had lost her reason. When looking at K2, Mael only saw a terrifying demon. That sight had also amplified her powers. Mian looked at his sister beside him, who was stammering. Brother. She turned to face her brother. Her eyes now looked as if she had lost a part of her soul. Did I just kill someone? Amidst the ruined scene, Mian exclaimed. No. He hugged his sister tightly. That wasn't a person. It was a demon. 1 year later, Mian and Mael had created an even larger paradise for themselves, in a cold, high-rise building, in another city, and the Hero Association had once again registered them as villains belonging to Basement 2 of Lucas Prison. Mago was stunned. Mian and Mael, authority, sitting at the head of the meeting table, asked, They are your disciples, are they not? Mago still couldn't believe his eyes. How did things turn out this way? The old chairman replied, We are quite curious as well. He immediately turned and stood up hastily. Let me go there, but authority immediately stopped him. You can't go anywhere. Mago was angry. What? The old chairman said, I cannot let you handle this case. He asked back, What do you mean? The chairman replied, It's obvious that I Authority emphasized in a stern voice. I told you to kill Asep, and then come back. But you did not follow my request, is that correct? Instead, you arrested her and handed her over to the government. If that's the case, then I cannot follow your request either. Mago was annoyed. If we keep talking like this, we won't solve anything. I will go. Authority suddenly slammed his hand on the table. I already said it plainly. He shot up from his seat. You are not to go. Mago immediately cast a threatening magic spell. Stop it, he said. You sound like some power-hungry lunatic. Just as the two men were threatening each other, a voice rang out. Let me go. A girl with long curly blonde hair, dressed in a superheroine costume, appeared. It was Laosa. The level 3 hero declared, I will be the one to go there. Authority was a bit surprised. Huh? Actually, using this as a promotion mission for a level 3 hero is a good idea. You should be the one to go. Mago fumed. I said that I would. Laosa interrupted Mago. His eyes stared intently at the woman before him. She took step after step closer to Mago. A hint of unease appeared on his face. Laosa smiled. Trust me. And so, back in that city, where heaven and hell intertwined, a voice spoke up. Mael. The two children hugged each other, looking at the red orb floating in the middle of the room. Mayan said, an intruder. Mael replied, yeah, bro. They showed a hint of worry as they looked at the orb. The person who came here, from within it, the image of Laosa appeared, standing alone, on a deserted street. Mien and Mael hugged. I wonder how many crimes she's committed. Laosa looked up, a faint smile on her face. The sky was tinged with a pale yellow, creating the backdrop of a city, packed with skyscrapers, but desolate and sad. Laosa advanced step by step, then she suddenly saw something. Above her, 3 controlled beings were floating in mid-air. Looking at those 3, who had lost consciousness and had vacant eyes, they are the heroes, who previously took on this mission. At least they're all still alive. Suddenly, a yellow light enveloped them. From it, the images of Mien and Mael replaced them. They appeared and asked, Outsider, who are you? Why have you come here? Laosa looked up and replied, I am the hero, Laosa. I've come to take you kids back. Hearing that, they scowled. A hero? Another hero? Mael spread her hand, immediately casting her purple magic. Around the two siblings, countless demons with red halos, above their heads suddenly appeared. Mael screamed, Leave this place, now! She continued, If you don't leave, I will send you to hell. Laosa immediately conceded. All right. Then I'll go back. She smiled radiantly. In exchange, I want both of you to come back with me. And she said gently, Let's go home together. Instantly, a brilliant, bright, yellow light incinerated all the demons Mael had created. The two siblings were terrified. The woman before them was truly no ordinary hero. The sky cleared again, and the sun shone with vibrant life. Laosa approached Mien and Mael. She said softly, You two are children with kind hearts. I didn't feel any killing intent from any of your attacks. Her eyes held a hint of sorrow. It's truly sad. If the people who came here were good heroes, the situation wouldn't have gotten this bad, Laosa said as she walked towards the children, who were scared of her. It's strange, isn't it? You think what you're doing is right, but countless people have come to stop you. Mien, terrified, hugged his sister. Don't come any closer! But Laosa reassured them. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you two. She gently admonished, but what you're doing is wrong. Your teacher is very sad. The two siblings were startled when she said that. Mael asked, Teacher Mago? Has he returned? Has Mien stopped Mael? Don't believe this lie. Laosa continued. I'm not lying. Her hand pointed out. Laosa smiled. Release your abilities and come back with me. It's time to go back to Teacher Mago. Hearing those words, Mien and Mael reached out and took her hand. With a child on each side, Laosa walked forward, feeling an indescribable warmth. From Laosa, the sun rose higher and higher, shining brilliantly. In the surprised eyes of Mien and Mael, as they looked at the person in front of them, Laosa just smiled. I knew it, she said to Mago, who was standing there right in the middle of the rising dawn. You followed me. The two children immediately ran to Mago. Teacher, he also opened his arms to welcome them. Mien. Mael. They cried as they said, Teacher, actually, our abilities are the special type. Mom told us to keep it a secret from others. Mago was worried as the two children cried. You only accept summoners as apprentices, right? We're sorry for lying to you. He asked back, Mien, I only accept summoners? Who said that? Mien replied, A hero named Kwai Thursday. She said she was your apprentice. Mago was extremely surprised. My apprentice? Mien, I've never accepted anyone other than you two and Lupus. He explained. I only met her once at the association, and gave her some advice. The two children were also surprised. What? They had been reunited after 3 years. They shared with each other what had happened during those 3 years. The two kids talked about how hard they tried to grow up to be good kids, and how they were misunderstood by others. Until now, Mian and Mael still didn't understand it. Mago silently looked at the kids before him. Laosa came closer and asked, "Are you done talking with the two kids?" He immediately called her name. Laosa. He turned his face back. "Can you entrust them to me?" Mago was extremely determined. Even though they haven't killed anyone in the village, they still took thousands of people hostage, and even killed a hero. It will be very difficult for them to avoid the death penalty in court. He took all the blame on himself. They simply lost their way, because they are still too young. They have also released their powers. If you entrust them to me, I will help them understand that what they did was wrong. But Laosa replied, "I can't do that." Mago was puzzled. "Laosa, you said they were just children," she said sadly. "Mago, I also disagree. The government has changed the law to allow the execution of underage children, and the law is the law." Laosa was very serious. Furthermore, a hero's job is not to rehabilitate criminals. Mago interrupted Laosa, but she continued. However, Laosa showed some understanding. "I sympathize with you. Right now, this world has too many problems." She looked at him. "Therefore, Mago," and she asked, "From now on, can you work with me?" Mago was quite confused. "But what does that have to do with the two children?" Laosa said sternly. "I." Her eyes were now more determined than ever. "Will change this world." Mago was deeply impressed by that ideal. He answered, "I have one condition." He turned to the two children sleeping peacefully together. "Until they become adults, don't let them die. Please allow me to use my ability on them." Laosa agreed. "All right." Mago immediately spread his two hands, casting a spell on Mian and Mael. "Until they become adults, then neither of them will have to die. We will change this world, before they grow up." Back in the dark prison cell, Kangju sat silently with his head down. Hongjia repeatedly called his name, Kangju, Co Kangju, as flashbacks from the past raced through his mind. At that moment, the image of his past self stood in a small room. In front of him, that blonde girl was speaking. "I've heard a lot about you from Kang Ho." Laosa smiled brightly and held out her hand. "Do you want to change the world with me?" The memories from the past made Kang Ju stand up with difficulty. Mian and Mael were still hugging each other. The children were enveloped by the gentle image of Mago. Mian hesitated while hugging his sister. We simply judged. Everyone based on our own rules. Aren't laws also rules, made by the people of this world? He looked at Kangju, who was sitting silently with his head bowed. "What's the difference between us?" Hongjia approached from behind him. "Kangju, Kang Ho and I were assigned the mission of intensive rehabilitation for these two children." Red threads appeared around her. "I'm not saying they did nothing wrong. They need to understand that what they did was wrong." First, Kangju quickly created a magic sphere to enclose Hongjia inside. Then he slowly walked towards Mian and Mael. A powerful source of magic spread from his open hand. Co Kangju. His every step was slow as he approached. The two children hugged each other tightly in fear. Kangju still had his head bowed. No one knew what he was thinking. "Seo Kangju." They began to tremble and beg, "Please spare us." But he continued to get closer. Mian screamed, "Please, sir, I beg you. We know we were wrong." Kangju remained silent and began to raise his fist. Mian and Mael were in extreme terror. Mommy. The image of Mago was still protectively shielding them from above. "Teacher." Kangju poured all his strength into the punch. A violent sound echoed throughout the prison. Flashes of red lightning sparked around the room. His fist shattered the entire floor. Looking at the two crying children in front of him, he fumed. Kangju was incredibly irritable. So annoying. "I've thought a lot." Mian and Mael looked at him, trembling. And that image gradually dissolved into different fragments. Those thoughts. While he was clutching his face in pain, a loud laugh rang out. A psychotic girl appeared, escorted by a man and a woman. Behind them, disembodied hands floated around them. Kangju looked in surprise at the tattered cloths on her stitches. She said, Why do you have to think so much, my dear?" Her smile was grotesque. "That look doesn't suit you." Looking at his blank face, stained with streaks of blood, "You're even more handsome in person than in the pictures." Her eyes were filled with satisfaction and excitement. "Hello, my husband. Your bride has arrived." The girl in front was dressed as a bride, holding a wedding bouquet, as she slowly walked towards Kangju. He immediately punched straight at her, while she was rambling on, "Meeting you makes me so happy." My name is... But a sound rang out. Kangju was stunned. The man, Canis, used his arm to block Kangju's powerful punch. He glared with sharp eyes. When someone is speaking, you should listen. Don't you have even the most basic manners? The girl then said, Canis, soon, he will become our master. You're being so rude. Canis turned his head back. I apologize, Lady Shinka. Shinka then continued, let me introduce myself again. Kangju immediately punched her in the face as she said, my name is... At that moment, a light appeared, nullifying his attack. It was the power from Shinka's hand. She smiled brightly. Looking at Kangju collapsed at her feet. You're so impatient. She continued to ramble on in front of him. We'll be seeing each other for a long time, so let's talk for a bit. Shinka. Special ability group. Spatial manipulation. She introduced herself. My name is Shinka. I will be the one to become the progenitor of the new human race. The dimly lit room created an indescribably gloomy feeling. Kangju looked puzzled at the three people in front of him, protected within a mysterious magic frame. Progenitor? Shinka beamed. That's right, progenitor. But he just sighed. This is exhausting. His eyes clearly showed boredom and annoyance. Such a headache. Another psycho just showed up. Hearing that, she interrupted. Psycho? She looked back at the guard behind her. I'm probably the sanest one in this place. Right, everyone? Canis agreed. That's right. Kato also chimed in. I guess so. Shinka turned back and extended her hand towards Kangju. Kangju, do you know that? Humanity is in danger right now. Colorless roses appeared. The human race. Shinka's eyes widened. Is on the brink of extinction. At this rate, we'll all go extinct. Kangju was confused. What? Shinka continued. Kangju, what do you think the threat to humanity is? A badge, engraved with a phoenix emblem, and the scales of justice appeared. You, a man of the Equality Organization, probably think it's the villains or the heroes from the past who held absolute power. Kato, from behind, solemnly added to Shinka's words. However, that is completely wrong. While she chattered on, the thing that is causing the human race to decline right now is... Kangju held his face, exhausted. Shinka continued, the powerless who go by the name of ordinary people. According to my plan, those genes must be filtered out. Only those who possess superior genetic codes should produce future generations. But, because of the sacrifices of those who carry superior genetic codes, the genetic codes that should have been filtered out have proliferated at a terrifying rate. For example, the second-generation heroes of equality, led by Laosa. Shinka was excited. They possessed superior genes. However, why did they still die, despite the logic of nature saying otherwise? For creatures that cannot evolve to survive, death is a natural consequence, but they desperately tried to prevent that. And Kangju was extremely annoyed listening to her nonsense. Kangju, you're fine. You're not a hero anymore. Currently, you also enjoy killing those who carry weaker genes, don't you? Right? Shinka was elated, her tone extremely agitated. I fell in love with you when I witnessed that. Kangju held his face, silent, his thoughts unknown. She continued, Lucas Prison is a gathering place for superior humans, who will become the new human race, but are unjustly imprisoned here for killing inferior humans. After we kill all the heroes, who are preventing human evolution and all the inferior humans, then we will build a world where only humans possessing powerful special abilities exist. Alpha World, Shinka rambled on. Oh, don't you worry. If those powerful heroes change their minds and join us, then we will also include them in the new human race. We're not that strict. Kangju spoke up. I try not to multiply anyone who isn't a criminal. He lifted his head, revealing blazing red eyes filled with anger. But it seems I have no choice but to multiply you all. Shinka was thrilled. Multiply? Right here? Oh my, how embarrassing. Kato interjected. Lady Shinka, I don't think he means what you think he means. But she couldn't contain her excitement. All right, but don't do it now. We'll do it next time when it's just you and me, Kato explained. Lady Shinka, I told you it's not what you think, but she cut her off. Shut up. How would you know? Anyway. Shinka pointed at Kangju. You will be Adam. Then she joyfully pointed at herself. And I will be Eve, the two of us. We will give birth to the children of the new human race together, leading the evolution of humanity. She held her wedding bouquet to her mouth and giggled. Actually, at first, I was going to make Seung-hwan the Atom, and use an electromagnetic pulse weapon to save him. Hearing that, Kangju was startled. Shinka continued. But the security of this prison is tighter than I thought. No attack from the outside could do anything to it. So, After we obtained the internal layout of the prison, we used an electromagnetic pulse weapon that we built, and detonated it from inside the prison, using my special ability. Kangju frowned in confusion. Electromagnetic pulse weapon? Shinka continued. After that, I spoke with Seung-hwan, she recounted. However, he's not of age yet, and hasn't even hit puberty. You know, you're only fully capable after puberty, right? But time is precious. That won't stop me. My name, Shinka, means imaginative, so I immediately thought of a wonderful solution. After her lengthy presentation, Shinka concluded, before Seung-hwan becomes an adult, I'll do it with you, Kangju, for the sake of humanity. When he becomes an adult, then at that time, we'll do it with him for the benefit of humanity. Between two choices, I found the solution. She excitedly raised her hand, to pass on both of your genes to the next generation. Then Shinka turned and asked Kangju, what do you think? You two can become sworn brothers. You two can get along. Isn't that wonderful? Seeing him silent, she continued, do you understand what I'm saying? Kangju cut in. So then, his face was filled with rage and hatred. You're the culprits, behind the electromagnetic pulse weapon attack, right? Shinka was flustered. That's not it. I meant other things. She suddenly realized. Oh, right. Your brother was an investigator, wasn't he? He died after the electromagnetic pulse weapon attack. From that. It's okay. You can build another family with me. Let's build the biggest family possible together. Okay? Every word Shinka uttered made Kangju's hatred reach its peak. He took a step towards her. Shinka still didn't realize the approaching danger. So, have you decided? He replied. I decided a long time ago. Hearing that, she was delighted. Oh, really? Kangju held out his hand. I take back what I said about not being able to help but multiply you. Shinka and her two attendants were surprised, watching his power grow before their eyes. I will make you. Kangju became enraged. He clenched his teeth, and blood streamed from his eye sockets. I suffer as much as possible by tearing you apart and crushing your bones. Kato exclaimed, isn't that the same as multiplying them? Canis worried. This doesn't look good. Shinka was confused and bewildered. Why would he want to tear me apart? Looking at Kangju's now demonic eyes, she smiled. Well then, Shinka sighed wearily. A lover's quarrel isn't so bad. They say when you love someone a lot, you fight hard, and then understand each other better. Kangju, with his blood-red eyes full of hatred, lunged forward, tearing through Shinka's protective shield, and her two attendants. She shouted with glee. You're so full of passion. Canis crossed his arms and said, this is very dangerous. The blazing red sparks of Kangju shot straight toward Shinka's face. She immediately raised her hand, opening a purple energy portal, blocking the attack. Kangju was quite surprised. He gritted his teeth in anger. His bloody hand reached out, as he floated in mid-air. 1 second. But Shinka had already entered the magic circle. Let's finish this outside. Okay? She smiled and waved goodbye. Calm down first, then come find me, okay? The purple energy portal gradually closed and vanished into the mystical night sky. The room became quiet, with only the flickering red lightning remaining. That joke made Kangju even more furious. He glared, his pupils constricting violently. A source of energy, fiery red, powerful, and immense like a giant lightning rod, shot down from the sky to the ground, creating a huge explosion in front of the three prisoners. Kangju stood at the center of the shockwave, killing intent enveloping his entire body. His power made Shinka exclaim in surprise. Kangju transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot towards them. In just a flash, he thrust a blade straight through them. Suddenly, a mocking laugh rang out, startling him. They were completely unharmed and emerged from the magic circle from before. Watching Kangju furiously attack her, Shinka was amused. It's like we're playing hide-and-seek. Kangju continuously delivered kicks with astonishing power. He stomped his foot hard, and the ground around him shattered into pieces. However, Shinka hid inside her magic circle, winking and sticking her tongue out to tease him. She invited, it's about to close. Come and catch me. Kangju roared. Form. His hands transformed into sharp claws. 1. Shinka was excited. That's the thing you used in B1. Kangju launched himself towards her at full speed, but she still vanished into the magic circle to dodge, and then, she teleported right behind him. Kangju's relentless attacks flustered Shinka. Wait, hold on. This time he's faster, and stronger, causing the three prisoners to panic. But when his clawed hand swiped out, there was no one in front of him. Kato wrapped herself around Kangju from behind, preventing him from moving. She parted her lips and let out a cat-like sound. Shinka angrily pointed at Kato. Kato! Everything was going so smoothly. Why did you interfere? She replied. Lady Shinka. Kang Ju turned around and grabbed Kato by the head. While she was mumbling, if he had caught you, you would have died. He gripped her tightly. The violent collision of their intersecting powers created a huge explosion. Kang Ju slammed Kato's head into the ground. The ground shattered with a loud cracking sound. Shinka and Canis watched from a distance, stunned by the scene. The dust and smoke slowly cleared. Kang Ju stood alone, solitary on the blood-soaked ground. Suddenly, a voice rang out. See? Kato was still unharmed. She was standing right behind Shinka. I told you. If he had caught you, you would have died. She continued. Regarding the life she just lost, how are you going to handle this? Shinka was hesitant. Canis intervened. Lady Shinka, please make a decision. Looking at the confused Kang Ju before her, she exclaimed. Really? Her eyes darkened. A waste. Kato, beside her, asked, what about the life I lost? Shinka lifted her face, tears of sorrow streaming down. Those genes of his are just magnificent. How did things turn out like this? Kang Ju didn't care. Roar. Form. 5. But Shinka interrupted. Multi-space. Her eyes flew open wide. Shinka raised her hand to summon. A giant, circular mass of energy glows with a brilliant purple light. A series of magic portals appear along both walls, like opening the cages, imprisoned within. One by one, strangers step out. He looks on in surprise at the scene before him. Shinka says sadly, go say hello to them. They are the new humanity, and they will replace the old one. From now on, in this fiery prison, B3. A young girl with short blue hair steps out. I can't believe Mago is dead. I should have been the one to finish him. Aquos, a summoner, another female prisoner, half human, half fox, appears. Who will be the one to tame me? Ho, a body refiner. The old man in a turban continues. Does an old man like me need to participate? Freotter, a body refiner. A young man replies to the old man. Everything in this world is necessary. Natura, an esper. A little girl with a long tail cowers in a corner. So scary. Becky knew. An esper. The next one is holding a pipe and has a pen tucked behind his ear. He says with amusement, a hero in a guard's uniform. I'm intrigued. Becky, an esper. Another girl with pigtails, wearing a brown suit, says, you rude bastard, smoke in the designated area. Mores, an esper. From another corner, a girl in a Chinese style, blue outfit shouts with glee, Cece, a body refiner. The one in armor next to her is annoyed. What the hell are you talking about? Tiburon, a body refiner. And then a young man steps out, laughing loudly. So many people more evil than demons have gathered here. Hyun Ju-young, an esper. Next is prisoner B4. A girl with a high ponytail, holding an empty scabbard, sighs. The scabbard is empty. Tatsujin, an esper and body refiner. A man with empty eyes and silver white hair points at her mockingly. They're just useless fools who rely on weapons, aren't they? Stevenist, a body refiner. A man with long, flowing white hair appears. Number 4 is still alive. Terapia, a body refiner. Next is a dark-skinned girl, with 2 braids, hands on her hips, looking at everyone. I knew those clothes were more comfortable. Maledict, a summoner and esper. Beside her, a grotesque creature stands silently watching. Hero, an esper. And finally, Kang Ju's eyes suddenly recognize that blood-stained hat. 2 prisoners from within the magic circle are slowly approaching him. Prisoner B5. Their energy seems to spread throughout the world. It's a soulless young girl with cold blue eyes. Ahura, an esper. And the one beside her is none other than him. Huang Sung-hoon, an esper. Sung-hoon smiles, his eyes bright, and calls his name, Seo Kang-ju. Immediately, Kang-ju erupts with a terrifying energy. A surprised Sung-hoon looks at him. Kang-ju. His power erupts more and more, as fierce as a pillar of lightning. 0. His face is twisted and deformed, looking like a demon. Seung-hoon exclaims with excitement. Let's. In front of him, Kang-ju now explodes, with a powerful energy, rushing forward at a terrifying speed, making Sung-hoon more and more ecstatic. Let's keep playing. Kang-ju transforms into a humanoid entity, but his face is soulless like a demon's. His entire body is covered in crimson energy lines, his fierce eyes burning in the darkness. His hands have become giant, sharp claws. In front of him, Sung-hoon's eyes widen with anticipation, waiting for the confrontation. He clenches a glowing red orb in his hand, a brilliant, insane smile on his face. A cold blue light surrounds him, a complete contrast to the fierce red from Kang-ju. In an instant, the 2 red and blue energies collide violently, creating a massive explosion that tears space apart. In the silent night, a roar that seems to swallow everything echoes throughout the prison. Becky Nu is terrified by the sight. Morris, standing next to her, is also surprised. What a barbaric way to fight. On the other side, Friacher just watches in silence, while Ho chuckles. I hope no one gets careless and gets hurt. In another location in the dungeon, people are shouting, "Warden!" Everyone around is panicking and fleeing. We have to get out of here. Meanwhile, Seun is stunned by the scene. What? Her eyes are filled with terror and confusion. How did things turn out like this? Nothing is going according to plan. Back to the battle. Kangju's claws rest on his knee. He kneels slightly after the fiery confrontation. Blazing red energy courses through his bulging muscles, making his whole body look like it was born from lava. Kangju raises his head. His face is terrifyingly distorted with glowing eyes. Mode 0. All the criminals in B3 and B4 were captured by the heroes of justice on the upper floors. Hero and Maledict watch the battle with their arms crossed. He speaks up. I get it. However, none of them have ever seen Sao Kangju in combat mode. Hero immediately realizes, I understand why that bitch, Lao Cha, stopped Sao Kangju from fighting. Then Terapia also speaks up. Death. So this is what death looks like. All the prisoners focus their gaze on the source of the red and black, deadly energy of Kangju. Those who saw his appearance are astonished. Becky immediately opens his notebook. This scene is magnificent, truly inspiring. While Stevenist smiles in admiration for the man, Albert is watching with some dissatisfaction. Is that a special ability? Then it can't be stolen. Jealous. Meanwhile, Tatsujin just stares intently. Shinka covers her face and sobs. Why did he have to make such a decision? Sung-hoon turns the brim of his hat to get a better look. He widens his eyes in excitement. Seo Kangju. Sung-hoon raises both hands to the sky as if cheering. Why didn't you show me this skill? When you fought me before, you got more? He praises him. You're dope as hell. As he speaks, Kangju flashes forward and throws a brutal punch. The pupils in Kangju's eyes look like they're about to be swallowed whole. Sung-hoon's face becomes even more ecstatic and joyful. You're still holding back, aren't you? The more he hears, the wider his eyes get. From his hands, he unleashes streams of blue energy, aiming continuously at Kangju's body. He is surrounded by a barrage of attacks from multiple directions. He uses his entire body and immense strength to defend. Kangju puts immense pressure on his legs, resisting the pushback. After steadying himself, he gathers his strength once more. Kangju uses his full power to charge at Sung-hoon again. The ground around him shatters with every step. The path Kangju takes forms a massive red laser beam that tears through space. Kangju's face, obscured by the dark shadows on his skin, shows no emotion whatsoever. Just as his sharp claws are about to reach him, Sung-hoon launches a counterattack. He opens his palm, creating a source of bright blue energy. All right. His gaze is sharp and cold, looking at the muscular creature he's facing. I'll freeze the space in front of me as a precaution. Then, the entire area around Kangju is sealed, crystallizing the space into a giant block of ice, which then suddenly explodes. Witnessing that overwhelming destructive power, Maledict's jaw drops. What a terrifying bastard. He's this strong, without even using any combat abilities? Come to think of it, he's not even an adult yet. If he becomes an adult, Maledict looks at the crazed Sung-hoon after the clash, and wonders, just how much more of a monster will he become? Meanwhile, he is ecstatic. Seo Kangju, he yells, where did you go? I knew that still wasn't enough to take you down. Sung-hoon grins brightly. Seo Kang. Suddenly, Kangju appears, and lands a powerful punch straight to Sung-hoon's face. He flies backward, blood spurting out, eyes wide in shock, a glint in Kangju's eyes. He raises his hand and throws another punch that rips through the air, right into Sung-hoon's stomach. The hunting instinct of a monster is completely taking over his reason. His relentless barrage of punches leaves Sung-hoon no time to react. He is sent flying, his arrogant eyes turning to terror. Kangju's punch tears the space around him. A fierce sound echoes. The prisoners watching from the outside are all stunned. CC, exclaims in delight. Beside her, Tiburon crosses his arms and remarks, this is a battle between monsters. As soon as he finished speaking, a lightning-fast red flash decapitates them. It's Kangju, leaping through the corridors. To eliminate the prisoners, he glides towards Aquos, opening his clawed hand to launch a powerful attack at her. Kangju suddenly holds back. Although he attacked very quickly, she immediately put her hand out, casting a familiar source of blue-gold magic, defensive magic. Mago's defensive magic is top-notch. It's a shame he died so soon. Kangju's eyes remain soulless as Aquos taunts him. Do you feel a surge of nostalgia after seeing your teammate's magic? He uses his claws to shatter the protective sphere around her. The sharp claws dig deep into the protective layer. Seeing her shield cracking, Aquos grimaces. Seriously, I'm so jealous of that power. Then, her magic shatters into pieces, under the pressure from the energy of Kangju. He immediately reaches out to attack her. Just then, Hero from out of nowhere flies in, delivering a full power kick aimed straight at Kangju's chest, saving Aquos from death in the nick of time. Amidst the thick dust and smoke, he is also a terrifyingly muscular monster. The image of him arching up appears in Hero's eyes. Though he's still standing, his body becomes more and more grotesquely distorted. His gaze remains sharp and soulless. A voice rings out. Stop! Sung-hoon is still alive. He flashes an insane smile. Hey, Kangju, you have to play with me. Kangju glances at Sung-hoon, who is posturing. But then again, he says excitedly, I can still tell you're hiding something. Sung-hoon's face becomes more and more excited. Are you holding back because of the Warden? How soft. He laughs gleefully and raises his hands to the sky. That won't do. I'll create a playground just for the two of us. His outstretched hand suddenly clenches. Outside, a bright moon hangs high. The night sky outside the prison is still quiet. But immediately, the space around it shatters. The ground begins to crack, where Seun and the other guards are standing. They too feel this terrifying tremor. Everyone screams in panic. What is it this time? Hyun from the hallway also looks up at the sky worriedly. Before him is a vortex, emitting a cold blue light, causing the walls to crack violently. The condensed energy is about to erupt. Am I seeing things? Sung-hoon laughs maniacally. From now on, his eyes become even more crazed. Everyone out to play. Guards everywhere watch in horror as the fortified prison, which houses the world's most notorious villains, now shatters to pieces in the night. Seun looks in that direction, panicking. Suddenly, she is bound by another force, wrapping tightly around her body. Seun, her face pale with fear, screams, What is it this time? Many red orbs, made from crimson ropes, float in mid-air. They corrupt into something more powerful. Many red orbs rush towards where the blue power is raging. A youthful hand reaches forward. It's Sung-hoon. His face is radiant. This place is pretty sturdy. Suddenly, his pupils widen. A blood-red figure is rushing towards him at an incredible speed. That thing is attacking Sung-hoon's protective shield. Above, Shinka looks down, hand on her chin, and smiles. Ah, you shouldn't touch others when they're using their skills. Shinka turns to her companions and says, Shall we go too? It's too dusty here. Suddenly, Tatsujin presses her hand firmly on the ground. She is summoning her power. Shinka watches the action in surprise. A source of purple power glows under the hand of Tatsujin. Her purple pupils also glow brightly in response. A sharp sword is brought forth. She is the one holding that sword. Shinka asks, puzzled, What are you doing? Tatsujin raises her hand, slashes a powerful line forward, and summons a gate. Shinka's mouth hangs open in surprise. Tatsujin steps towards the gate. Why waste energy like that? We can just go out this way. Alright, let's get out of here. Let's gather. Outside, on the street, the air is buzzing. The passers-by are bewildered by the situation before them. In front of them is Kangju with a glowing red body and blank white eyes. A few people exclaim, What is that? Suddenly, at his feet, a circle of purple power flares up. Kangju disappears before everyone's eyes. The scene is in an uproar. Some people are still curious, not understanding what happened. What just happened? A villain? Cut to another location. Kangju is standing amidst thick white smoke. He stands there, staring straight ahead, his blank white eyes looking inhuman. In front of him is some kind of mass, made from many stones. It's a giant, circular rock formation. A familiar hand reaches forward. Sung-hoon flies up from that direction. His power is destroying everything. Sung-hoon's face, belying his age, smirks victoriously. A loud noise causes everything to explode, shattering into many pieces. White smoke fills the air. A few seconds later, the dust and smoke slowly clear. In the sky above, golden sunbeams peek through. The scene is one of utter devastation. Sung-hoon walks slowly forward. Kangju has one hand on the ground, lost in thought. His facial muscles tense as he summons his power. High above, many people are excitedly anticipating the fight. Shinka's eyes light up in anticipation. Nobody get in their way, okay? For now, we'll just watch. The reason why the prisoners of B3 and B4 listen to Shinka, even though they're not the type to normally listen to others. Rewind time. Shinka stands before Stevenist, greeting him. Hello, I am Shinka. Her purple eyes sparkle. I will help you achieve your desire. Desire. Shinka uses the prisoner's desires, a feeling that all of humanity possesses. The earth seems to be covered by her symbol. Friatur's old eyes gleam thoughtfully, and she succeeded in inviting all the prisoners to join her world. But only one person. What if I refuse? Shinka exclaims in surprise. If you refuse, that would be very sad. But you will die, and for other reasons as well. Huang Seung-hoon, in a dark prison cell. He asks, a new type of humanity, huh? Seung-hoon laughs until tears stream down his face. You want to marry So Kang-ju for that reason, and then marry me? You're pretty interesting. Shinka laughs along. I'm glad you think so. He interrupts. But there's still one problem. His sharp, cold eyes look straight at Shinka. I think fighting, Seo Kang-ju, is much more interesting than anything you can offer. She calls out, Seung-hoon, if you only pursue short-term pleasure, you'll become an opium addict. You need to have a broader perspective. If you kill Kang-ju, where else will you be able to find joy? In anything else? His face is still full of smiles. It's fine. I'm going to die anyway. I'm okay with that, because I'll die while I'm still having fun. Shinka seriously states her desire. If I can have Kang-ju's child, and then have another child with you, they will be able to entertain you when they grow up. And then, once you become an adult, you'll be even stronger than you are now. That way, you can have even more fun fighting Kang-ju at that time. She's very excited. Look at the long-term benefits. If you join me, you can have fun until the day you die. Seung-hoon pauses for a few seconds at those words. Shinka's eyes are sparkling and full of hope. He smirks. Seung-hoon shrugs nonchalantly. Alright, let's give it a try. Sounds fun. Shinka is overjoyed by his agreement. Excellent, you've made a wise decision. Seung-hoon interrupts again. But, I don't love you. How are we going to get married in the future? She isn't bothered by that. She isn't bothered by that. It'll be fine. You'll love me by then. I'm sure of it. Back to the fight between Kang-ju and Seung-hoon. He is punched so hard in the chest by Kang-ju that he is stunned. Seung-hoon's body, like an arrow leaving a bow, slams into the stone wall behind him. He spits out a mouthful of fresh blood. In pain from the punch, Seung-hoon wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. He smirks provocatively. I guess one hand isn't going to cut it. He looks straight into Kang-ju's eyes, his lips curling into a crazed smile. Seo Kang-ju, say something. Are you just going to stay silent forever, or can you not speak in that state? Do you know what this is? Seung-hoon holds out the orb in his hand. This is your brother. Hearing that, his eyes roll back. He almost loses control, charging forward like a madman. Kang-ju roars as if releasing all the anger in his chest. Seung-hoon continues to provoke him, so you can still talk after all. The surrounding space is dyed the color of an apocalyptic sunset. The blazing red figure of Kang-ju is rushing towards Seung-hoon. Stones slowly begin to rise. Seung-hoon uses his power to pull the stones in. He smiles confidently, but the stones transform into sharp drills. They shoot forward like arrows. Kang-ju clenches his fist. Red lightning erupts violently. He neither dodges nor avoids, but chooses to face the stones head-on. Suddenly, the stones, as if sentient, dodge Kang-ju's attack. He clenches his jaw. His eyes are filled with murderous intent, as if he could shatter everything with a single glance. He swings his clawed hand, smashing the stone to bits. Sensing danger, Kang-ju glares in another direction. A large sphere flies out from nowhere. He tenses, staring at it. Kang-ju takes a deep breath. His fingers curl into a fist. He watches the sphere intently, about to collide with his fist. Everything seems to slow down. Suddenly, Kang-ju grits his teeth. The powerful sphere hits him in the stomach. Kang-ju's body bends. He feels the sphere grinding against his abdomen in pain. The air is forced out of his lungs. Kang-ju's whole body is like a kite, with a broken string, slamming hard into the rock. Dust and smoke rise. The sphere floats calmly in mid-air. Seung-hoon laughs joyfully and walks forward. He raises an eyebrow. You can't attack this, can you? I just had a great idea. Seung-hoon challenges, if I eat it, then you won't be able to attack me, right? Kang-ju's pupils widen. He continues in a regretful tone, but it's too big, so I can't swallow it whole. I'll compress it a bit. Suddenly, a loud noise rings out, causing the surrounding rocks to explode. Kang-ju suddenly attacks Seung-hoon, catching him off guard. After the provocation, Seung-hoon can only stare in horror. He is thrown back by Kang-ju's power. Seung-hoon has fallen at Kang-ju's feet. He raises his hand, preparing to give him a blow. His hands, filled with surging power, mercilessly punch Seung-hoon right in the face. He seems to pour all his anger into every punch. Seung-hoon can only lie there and take it, beaten down by Kang-ju's power. Above, Shinka's group. still follows Kangju's every move, and Seung-hoon's. His eyes seem to contain all his rage. Seung-hoon suddenly grabs Kangju's arm. He lies beneath him with a bloody face. Then a blue light emanates. The stream of power is reflected on Kangju's angry face. Seung-hoon looks at him and laughs. Asterisk. Boom asterisk. Everything in front of Shinka's group explodes like a volcanic eruption. Tatsujin and the others are surprised by that terrifying power. She exclaims, "So beautiful. What a shame. It would be great if those two could just make up." Kato denies it. "That will never happen." Canis adds, "I think so too." And it seems this fight is about to end. Seung-hoon lies in a corner, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. On the other side, Kangju has returned to his normal form. One of his trembling hands rests on the stone floor. Kangju's eyes are still full of resentment as he looks at Seung-hoon. He gathers his strength to stand up. He starts again, panicking at what's about to happen. Kangju summons his power. Streaks of brilliant red electricity gradually appear. The dark power is enveloping him. Seung-hoon backs away in fear. A crackling sound fills the tense air. Kangju's power is surging, growing larger by the second. Shinka wonders, What is that? Seung-hoon looks at the terrifying power enveloping him and bursts out laughing. "How many skills do you have, anyway? It's impossible to beat you. But hey, what do you think?" "So Kangju, how does it feel to kill? It's probably as disappointing as it is for me. Right? You just touch them, and they disappear in an instant. It's not even enough to release your pent-up emotions." A flash in Kangju's eyes. He cuts him off angrily. "Shut up." Seung-hoon continues to provoke him. "So what? After having your fun playing with me, don't you feel relieved? For getting rid of those negative emotions of yours? You must have felt so uncomfortable, having to hold back your power for so long, because you had to hang around with that trash. Isn't that right?" Kangju growls. You don't know anything." He startles him for a moment. Seung-hoon narrows his eyes. "But this skill looks pretty dangerous. This must be your last attack, right? I'm about to run out of steam too. This is trouble." Kangju replies flatly, "I don't know." He looks up at the immense power surge and says with a laugh, "If I listen to what Shinka says and become an adult, could I beat you?" Kangju's red pupils are still filled with murderous intent. "That will never happen, because you're going to die here." Shinka's group above, after hearing those words, also freeze. Kangju's power has enveloped the entire area. She screams, "Huh? What's going on in there?" Shinha held out her hand. She summoned her power. Her magic circle flew towards Kangju's stream of power. Shinha was horrified by what she was seeing. Seung-hoon. She couldn't believe her eyes. He was being brutally tortured inside it. Seung-hoon collapsed, barely breathing. Kangju's face remained ice cold. Seung-hwan was being pierced by Kangju's power, piercing through his body. He was in excruciating pain. From above, Shinha couldn't stand it anymore, and intervened. Seung-hwan. She reached out her hand, summoning her power. An invisible force poured into Kangju's matrix. Shinha caught Seung-hoon's body, as he was dying, pulled out by her spatial power. She grabbed his body, crying out, "Heal him!" Terapia was right behind her. "Move aside." He placed his hand on Seung-hoon, and began to heal him with his ability. Terapia exclaimed in amazement, "I can't believe he was able to use his power to protect his vital spots. In the middle of that chaos, his combat instincts are flawless." After a moment, he withdrew his hand and stood up. "It's done." Shinha shook Seung-hoon's body, shouting, "Seung-hoon, wake up!" Terapia held up his arm, which was covered in red tendrils. He had just pulled from Seung-hwan's body. Honestly, what a formidable power. Tatsujin and Hiro watched him without hesitation, as he chopped off his own arm. Terapia looked at his regenerating arm and asked the two, "So, what do we do about Seo Kangju now?" Hiro offered his opinion. "What else? We have to kill him on the spot." Shinha interrupted him. "Wait, before we do that, I want to talk to him one last time." The heavily injured Kangju was lying face down on the stone floor. The world had turned a bleak gray. The scene was utterly devastated. Kangju struggled to his feet. He dragged himself towards the red orb lying in a corner. Kangju stared at it silently for a moment. Then he reached out and gently picked it up. Kangju looked at it as if deep in thought. His lips were pressed into a thin line. Kangju felt the weight of the red orb in his hand. His chest ached. Suddenly, Shinha's spatial gate appeared. She approached Kangju. "Kangju, it's not too late. Come with us." Before she could finish, Shinha's pupils constricted. Kangju angrily summoned his power. His body tensed, preparing for the next attack. Shinha placed a hand on her chest. "I really don't understand this. A stream of power shot out from somewhere. It wrapped around Kang Ju's body, restraining him, rendering him immobile. Many golden magic circles appeared, accompanied by Atlas's voice. It seems negotiations have failed. Now we must kill him before he recovers his limited energy, she asked. Any objections? Tatsujin, Kato, Terapia, and Hiro all agreed in unison. Agreed. Behind them, Friatur spoke up. I feel sorry for the young man. Bekinu, beside him, was just as worried. I'm scared of killing too, but I think I'm more scared of him staying alive. Natura, however, seemed pleased. Returning to Mother Earth isn't so bad. Maledict put his hands behind his head. I'm starving. Let's do this again. Stevens, standing next to Vidi, grinned, showing his pearly whites. That guy could certainly keep me entertained. He seemed more regretful. It ends here? What a shame. Hoon mimicked in a cute voice. He's scarier than a demon. Hiro laughed and poked his cheek. Scaredy cat. Huh? Out of my way. It was Hiro's voice. He had transformed into the shape of a giant. Hiro clenched his hand into a fist. Using all his strength, he delivered a powerful blow that shook the ground. The force of it rattled everything around them. Kang Ju curled up, still clutching the red orb tightly. Shinha's group had a meticulous plan. Hiro would strike first. The criminals from B3, B3 and B4 began to launch their attacks on Seo Kang Ju. How long has it been? Kang Ju lay dying under the gloomy sky. No matter what, the orb remained safely in his hands. He clutched it tightly, as if protecting his own personal treasure. Hiro had lifted a foot, preparing to finish off Kang Ju. All right. Let's end this. And Kang Ju still lay there. He seemed to have accepted this outcome. Suddenly, the air vibrated. A whirlwind flew towards them. Hiro noticed it too. Beneath his raised foot, a blinding light suddenly erupted. Seung-hoon held his hand out in front of him. He stood at a distance, looking towards Hiro and Kang Ju. Shinha, didn't you once say that I would become stronger as I grew up? Shinha was surprised to be addressed. Seung-hoon. Over here, Tatsujin and Morez were also watching his every move. Seung-hwan spoke his mind. You know, for the first time in my life, I have a dream to strive for. He was excited, his eyes wide. I want to defeat Seo Kang Ju. Hearing this, Shinha looked at him in surprise. Seung-hwan continued. So don't kill him. I'll be the one to finish him off. Atlas, of course, didn't want that to happen. She yelled, enough of this nonsense. He has to be killed right now. Shinha's face darkened, cutting everyone off. Let's go home. You all promised you would listen to me. In response to her, there was only silence. Shinha repeated once more. Let's go home. The gloomy sky was now churning, the clouds gathering. Below, Shinha was using her power. She asked Seung-hoon with amusement, do you want us to help you? He refused. It's fine. Suddenly remembering something, he glanced over at Kang Ju. He was still lying motionless, clutching the orb tightly. Seung-hwan thought to himself, Seo Kang Ju, the next time we meet, I will win. After the EMP weapon attack at Lucas Prison, 8B3 criminals, 5B4 criminals, and 3B5 criminals escaped. In contrast to the chaos of the battle, the air was now Chenjin in silence. Kingston looked down from above, as if admiring his handiwork. He burst out laughing. Kingston narrowed his eyes. The world just got a lot more exciting. Just as Kingston thought, in the near future, Shinha would turn the world completely upside down. Scene change. Amidst the deep green grass and sunlight filtering through the leaves, a prominent pink accent catches the eye. It's a creature in the shape of a five-pointed star. It's Astro. It seems to be communicating, in its own language. Meow, meow, meow. Faye raised an eyebrow. What? Really? It continued cheerfully. Meow, meow, meow. Faye hesitated slightly. But I'm still not ready. The surrounding scenery suddenly becomes distorted and garbled. It's like a stream of memory flashing out. A sound rings out. A new world. The Alpha world welcomes you. In front of them are Shinha, Canis, and Kato. She smiles brightly, raising her hands in greeting. Hello everyone, I'm Shinha, and from now on, I'll be your new Eve. Beside me are some guests. Canis. I'm Kato. A question appears. Q. What is the Alpha world? Canis explains. The Alpha world is a world created to shelter the infected portion of humanity, with Lady Shinha as the new Eve for humanity. Another question comes up. Q. Who has the right to stay in the Alpha world? Kato continues. To become a part of the Alpha world, the following conditions are required. First condition, the person must possess powerful abilities. Second condition, the person must not harbor those who possess rejected genes. Third condition, the person must be healthy enough to procreate. One more question. Q. What happens to those who don't qualify? Shinha answers this question. I believe those with unchosen genes are criminals from the old world. They deserve to die. She points forward. And if they've committed a capital crime, what must we do? That's right, they must be purged. Anyone with unqualified genes deserves to be purged. In the next month, we will select the new humanity, qualified to become a member of the Alpha World, and send them invitations. Anyone who dares to refuse our invitation will be considered guilty of the crime of harboring those who possess rejected genes. They will also be purged. So, we hope you will consider our invitation carefully. Alright. The future of the new humanity, whether it's bright or not, is all thanks to Eve. Your future, yours truly, Shinha. Goodbye for now. Asterisk. Static times. The signal from Shinha fades and disappears, returning to Faye and Astro's forest. Meow. 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 Faye responds in kind. Meow, 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 meow. Asterisk. Cut times. The signal is interrupted. After a long, intermittent beep, the scene has shifted to a dark room, cold and completely unfamiliar. Inside the room, voices can be heard. Alright. Regarding the Lucas prison break, and the broadcast that was shown to all of humanity. After the breakout, Bez, president of the VKFC, he begins the World Security Council meeting. On the screen is Shinha's background information. Below, people are sitting around the meeting table. She's the woman who attacked with the EMP, right? Is she on the villain list? We asked the Hero Association, and they said no. One of them is distressed. This is trouble. Unbelievable. Not long after the Justice Heroes were lost, something like this happens. The person next to him quickly offers their opinion. How are we going to handle this? And Hyde slams his hand on the table. Before we deal with that, let's face a few issues, head on. The warden of Lucas Prison, Du Son, gave herself the right to execute prisoners. She did as she pleased without reporting to her superiors. Hyde, leader of the Peace Party, was outraged. Since when can an individual arbitrarily pass a death sentence on another person? This has caused chaos and deep concern. A deep, warm voice spoke up in rebuttal. We are in a critical situation. Why are we harping on about such a trivial matter? Another voice cut in. Warden Du, she simply made the wisest decision in this situation. If it were me, I would have done the same. Authority, two-term president of the Hero Association, and current leader of the World Party. Hyde looked at him. Even if the situation was urgent, was she really so busy that she didn't have time to report the incident? Authority stated his view. Not even a second could be wasted. That must be why she chose to find So Kang-ju. I can sympathize with that action. His eyes were sharp. He glanced over at someone who seemed calmer. Do you have an opinion? Elgido? Elgido. Minister of Justice. He seemed more amicable than the others. Although I do not agree with allowing an individual the right to execute others at will. The circumstances were very special, so I completely understand. Boda, the fire commissioner, spoke up. It must have been a tough decision. Looking at the situation, I'm concerned that the other side will suffer a lot of damage. President Crumb, the police commissioner, cut in. Aren't we already suffering damage? Since Central Security fell apart. After the broadcast, have we had a moment's rest? Guerra, Deputy Minister of Defense, continued. Is it time we realized we're in the middle of a war yet? Or are we still just messing around with the prison break? Authority angrily slammed his hand on the table. I'm telling you, those prisoners deserve to die. He pointed at Crumb. We put ourselves in this current situation because you insisted on clinging to those old sentences, didn't we? She shook her head. It wasn't me. Authority gritted his teeth and continued. If I were still the president of the Hero Association, those bastards would have been dead before we even needed to execute them. I can't understand how you people bring disaster upon yourselves, just because you won't kill wanted criminals as soon as you catch them. Ever since Lao Sha became the president of the Hero Association, the world has been a complete mess. Boda looked at Authority with a flat expression. You haven't changed a bit, have you? Hyde immediately followed up. Do you think the decisions you made, while you were still president of the Hero Association, were the right ones? Take a good look at the heroes back then. Most of the heroes you led were never mentally stable. He turned angrily. So what? It's better to have them under control than to let them turn into villains. Is being a hero that important? Authority said immediately, obviously. After Lao Sha took over as president of the Hero Association, people who could have become heroes turned around and became villains, causing trouble everywhere. Boda maintained his focused gaze, but shook his head slightly, enough to dismiss everything he had just heard. Authority, the image of a hero in your head, is completely different from mine. The meeting room fell silent. Only his heavy shouting remained. You people are just a bunch of daydreamers, with your ideals of a better world, without a care for the reality right in front of you. Bez, who had been observing until now, finally spoke up. Lao Sha. Everyone turned towards Bez, waiting for him to continue. Bez pursed his lips. If she were here, I'm curious what her opinion would be. In the distance, at the head of the table, a chair was empty. Hero Association President Vakin, authority clenched his fists, breathing heavily. Outside, as the day drew to a close, the midday sun softened, giving way to a warm, honey gold color. Chijin was opening the car door for authority. Did the meeting go well, sir? He replied in a heavy tone. Not at all. Those people are a real pain. I don't think there's anything to discuss here. Just kill off the criminals, and be done with it. He looked at his secretary reproachfully. It's all that bitch's fault. That bitch. Lao Sha. She asked about authority's next move. What do you plan to do from now on? He was silent in thought for a moment, then spoke. Ever since Lao Sha became the president of the Hero Association, the members of the VFC, the pro-rehabilitation faction, consisting of the Peace Party, the Fire Commissioner, the Deputy Minister of Defense, and the Hero Association President, the pro-punishment faction, consisting of the World Party and the Police Commissioner, and the neutral faction is the Minister of Justice. Because those four joined forces against the two of us, our opinions have always been ignored. Even the current chairman is gradually siding with Lao Sha. But now, the presidency of the Hero Association is vacant. We just need to help our person get that position, and we're done. If it's a 3-on-3, perhaps our views will be considered. Seriously. Therefore, authority glanced out the car window. We will go and meet Seo Kang-ju, the former justice hero. I am sure that others have already started to make their moves. An image of Lupus appeared in his mind. Chijin's eyes widened slightly. Isn't Seo Kang-ju quite close to Lady Lao Sha? Authority faced the car window, listening to what his secretary said. Yes, he was close. He tilted his chin up slightly, a smug look in his eyes. However, the current situation has changed quite a bit, hasn't it? Let's go see Seo Kang-ju. Inside the gloomy room, Kang-ju was lying in a hospital bed. 4 doctors surrounded his bed, preparing to do something. His lips were dry and chapped from dehydration. Kang-ju's gaze was weak, as if lifeless. Why can't heroes kill villains? In front of him was Ryu, arms crossed, smiling and showing off his pearly whites. When I first joined Equality, I had the same thought. Seo Kang-ju, you'll find the answer to that question while working with Equality. Charu frowned and glanced at him, seemingly disagreeing. You want me to kill people with my own hands? I don't want to. He held up his hand as if rejecting the idea. If a hero has to kill people, I'd rather not be a hero at all. Tom, standing there, also spoke her mind. My sister was a death row inmate in prison. It's true that she committed a crime worthy of death, but I think she should have been given a chance to atone for her sins. Mago rested his chin on his hand, pretending to think. Why can't heroes kill villains, you ask? Let's think about it the other way around. Why must heroes kill villains? Because there's no point in them living? Or is it because they've given up on being human? What kind of person has value in living? What does it mean to be human? It's a tough one to think about. Let's think about it together. An energetic Lao Sha answered the question. A hero's job isn't to kill villains. Our job is to save people. She flashed a radiant smile and held out her hand in invitation. From now on, let's save people together. Seo Kang-ju, I'm sure you will. The stream of memories was like a slow-motion film. Why did everyone leave? Without giving me the answer? After that thought, an image of Hongjia appeared. A warden's job is to rehabilitate prisoners. I don't oppose the death penalty system, but as an investigator, I have a responsibility to tell criminals what they did wrong before they are executed. Opposite her was Kang-ju. He listened patiently to her answer. The law is what condemns people, and we are the investigators, who carry out the sentences that are handed down. That's why, before an execution, the memory fragment crumpled like a piece of paper and flew into the void. The duty of an investigator. Kang-ju looked up in shock. It seemed that all the memories terrified him. His body froze in place. Suddenly, someone called him. Seo Kang-ju. It was Seo Seung-hwan. He was holding the red orb in his hand. He smiled mockingly at Kang-ju. Even you find this interesting, don't you? After everything that's happened, they just keep blindly spouting nonsense, don't they? Hearing Seo Seung-hwan's words, Kang-ju could only stand there frozen, without blinking. His whole body went cold. He shot up from the nightmare. Beside the window, a pair of bunny ears sat against the sunlight, watching Kang-ju's every move. A clear voice rang out. Kang-ju, Lupus asked worriedly. You're awake. Are you okay? Kang-ju's eyes widened as he looked towards the window, surprised by Lupus's appearance. She averted her eyes. I'm sorry. I should have come to help. But even though I knew something would happen in the prison, I couldn't know the details of everything, because the investigator covered up the riot. Kangju covered his eyes with his hand, unable to hide his exhaustion. It's okay. Even if you had come, you wouldn't have been able to help. Lupus lowered her voice, her worry evident in every word. Are you really okay? I heard about the mission you were given in prison, executing criminals. Kangju slowly replied. Actually, I'm not okay at all. Lupus sympathized with him. Kangju. The anger inside him flared up. He clenched his jaw, the muscles standing out. I should have killed all of them, but I couldn't do it. Her eyes widened. He turned to look at Lupus. Lupus, are you also here to say that I shouldn't kill villains? If so, then go back. I'm not a hero anymore. I'm an investigator now. Lupus made her offer. We need to form a new hero association, and choose heroes for a new equality. I'm currently serving as the interim president of the Hero Association, but with the changes that are coming, we need a hero to lead. So, we're thinking of choosing you, a former hero of equality, to be the president of the Hero Association. Kangju cut her off flatly. I already told you, I'm not a hero anymore. Heroes should do what's necessary for heroes. As soon as I recover, I'm going out and doing what I have to do. Lupus shot to her feet. Kangju. Suddenly, someone's voice cut in. Hero. Seo Kangju. You're absolutely right. It's unknown when authority had entered the hospital room. He had his hands in his pockets, standing at the foot of Kangju's bed. A smile spread across his old face. You're investigator Seo Kangju now, aren't you? Lupus was surprised by his appearance. Authority. He slowly stepped closer. You've worked very hard to execute the criminals by yourself, but you won't have to anymore. I will soon become the president of the Hero Association, and I intend to have heroes execute criminals. Lupus's eyes widened, her face changing color in an instant. What? Kangju looked at him, confused. You're the representative of the World Party, right? What are you talking about? He smiled. I'll be stepping down from that position soon. Authority remained nonchalant, his hands in his pockets as if he had already won, in order to run in the election for the president of the Qualator Hero Association. He offered, I came here to talk to you and ask if you were interested in becoming the president of the Hero Association, but it's not necessary anymore. Just consider this. Me visiting you today and saying hello. He turned and walked towards the door of the hospital room. I hope you recover and get out of the hospital soon. Lupus, her breathing heavy and rapid, shouted, showing her anger. Do you think anyone will vote for you? Authority stopped without turning back. We'll have to wait and see, won't we? She was trembling violently with anger. Kangju, he grimaced slightly, showing his impatience. I'm tired. He looked at Lupus. You should go. Lupus's mind seemed to freeze. She stood still for a few seconds. Outside in the parking lot, the sunset seemed to be drawing to a close. Authority sat in his car and said to Chijin, just as I thought. Everyone is very busy. Many other people, including myself and Lupus, have probably all sought out Seo Kangju. He rested his chin on his hand, leaning against the door. Since the appearance of superpowers, many people have struggled. Organizations like the military and the police are all too reliant on a single individual with power. Yes, the VSC will probably soon discuss Seo Kangju's execution of criminals, and whether he should be given the right to execute them, or not. Under current law, Seo Kangju's actions are wrong. She asked him, so what do you intend to do? Authority clicked his tongue. If that's what the law dictates. Back in the meeting room, Enhide stood up to give his opinion. We need to punish the prison investigator. Lucifer Crumb looked his opponent straight in the eye, without flinching. Wasn't it a special situation? Even if my subordinate did that, I would let it slide. Enhide roared. A direct confrontation. If that's the case. Authority cut in, talking over him. Not giving him a chance to continue. You haven't provided any information about what we can do, or any solutions at all. All you've said is just idealistic situations. Shinha held out her hand. She summoned her power. Her magic circle flew towards Kangju's stream of power. Shinha was horrified by what she was seeing. Sung-hoon. She couldn't believe her eyes. He was being brutally tortured inside it. Sung-hoon collapsed, barely breathing. Kangju's face remained ice cold. Sung-hwan was being pierced by Kangju's power, piercing through his body. He was in excruciating pain. From above, Shinha couldn't stand it anymore and intervened. Sung-hwan. She reached out her hand, summoning her power. An invisible force poured into Kangju's matrix. Shinha caught Sung-hoon's body. As he was dying, pulled out by her spatial power. She grabbed his body, crying out, heal him. Terapia was right behind her. Move aside. He placed his hand on Sung-hoon, and began to heal him with his ability. Terapia exclaimed in amazement. I can't believe he was able to use his power. to protect his vital spots. In the middle of that chaos, his combat instincts are flawless. After a moment, he withdrew his hand and stood up. It's done. Shinha shook Seung-hoon's body, shouting, Seung-hoon, wake up. Terapia held up his arm, which was covered in red tendrils. He had just pulled from Seung-hwan's body. Honestly, what a formidable power. Tatsujin and Hiro watched him without hesitation. As he chopped off his own arm, Terapia looked at his regenerating arm and asked the two, so, what do we do about Seo Kang-ju now? Hiro offered his opinion. What else? We have to kill him on the spot. Shinha interrupted him. Wait, before we do that, I want to talk to him one last time. The heavily injured Kang-ju was lying face down on the stone floor. The world had turned a bleak gray. The scene was utterly devastated. Kang-ju struggled to his feet. He dragged himself towards the red orb lying in a corner. Kang-ju stared at it silently for a moment. Then he reached out and gently picked it up. Kang-ju looked at it as if deep in thought. His lips were pressed into a thin line. Kang-ju felt the weight of the red orb in his hand. His chest ached. Suddenly, Shinha's spatial gate appeared. She approached Kang-ju. Kang-ju, it's not too late. Come with us. Before she could finish, Shinha's pupils constricted. Kang-ju angrily summoned his power. His body tensed, preparing for the next attack. Then Shinha placed a hand on her chest. I really don't understand this. A stream of power shot out from somewhere. It wrapped around Kang-ju's body, restraining him, rendering him immobile. Many golden magic circles appeared, accompanied by Atlas's voice. It seems negotiations have failed. Now we must kill him before he recovers. His limited energy, she asked. Any objections? Tatsujin, Kato, Terapia, and Hiro all agreed in unison. Agreed. Behind them, Friatur spoke up. I feel sorry for the young man. Bekinu, beside him, was just as worried. I'm scared of killing too, but I think I'm more scared of him staying alive. Nachura, however, seemed pleased. Returning to Mother Earth isn't so bad. Maledict put his hands behind his head. I'm starving. Let's do this again. Stevens, standing next to Vidi, grinned, showing his pearly whites. That guy could certainly keep me entertained. He seemed more regretful. It ends here? What a shame. Hun mimicked in a cute voice. He's scarier than a demon. Hiro laughed and poked his cheek. Scaredy cat, huh? Out of my way. It was Hiro's voice. He had transformed into the shape of a giant. Hiro clenched his hand into a fist. Using all his strength, he delivered a powerful blow that shook the ground. The force of it rattled everything around them. Kang-ju curled up, still clutching the red orb tightly. Shinha's group had a meticulous plan. Hiro would strike first. The criminals from B3, and B4 began to launch their attacks on So Kang-ju. How long has it been? Kang-ju lay dying under the gloomy sky. No matter what, the orb remained safely in his hands. He clutched it tightly, as if protecting his own personal treasure. Hiro had lifted a foot, preparing to finish off Kang-ju. Alright. Let's end this. Kang-ju still lay there. He seemed to have accepted this outcome. Suddenly, the air vibrated. A whirlwind flew towards them. Hiro noticed it too. Beneath his raised foot, a blinding light suddenly erupted. Seung-hoon held his hand out in front of him. He stood at a distance, looking towards Hiro and Kang-ju. Shinha, didn't you once say that I would become stronger as I grew up? Shinha was surprised to be addressed. Seung-hoon, over here, Tatsujin and Morez were also watching his every move. Seung-hwan spoke his mind. You know, for the first time in my life, I have a dream to strive for. He was excited, his eyes wide. I want to defeat Seo Kang-ju. Hearing this, Shinha looked at him in surprise. Seung-hwan continued. So, don't kill him. I'll be the one to finish him off. Atlas, of course, didn't want that to happen. She yelled. Enough of this nonsense. He has to be killed right now. Shinha's face darkened, cutting everyone off. Let's go home. You all promised you would listen to me. In response to her, there was only silence. Shinha repeated once more. Let's go home. The gloomy sky was now churning, the clouds gathering. Below, Shinha was using her power. She asked Seung-hoon with amusement, Do you want us to help you? He refused. It's fine. Suddenly remembering something, he glanced over at Kang-ju. He was still lying motionless, clutching the orb tightly. Seung-hwan thought to himself, Seo Kang-ju, the next time we meet, I will win. After the EMP weapon attack at Lucas Prison, 8B3 criminals, 5B4 criminals, and 3B5 criminals escaped. In contrast to the chaos of the battle, the air was now Chenjin in silence. Kingston looked down from above, as if admiring his handiwork. He burst out laughing. Kingston narrowed his eyes. The world just got a lot more exciting. Just as Kingston thought. In the near future, Shinha would turn the world completely upside down. Scene change. Amidst the deep green grass and sunlight filtering through the leaves, a prominent pink accent catches the eye. It's a creature in the shape of a five-pointed star. It's Astro. It seems to be communicating in its own language. Meow, meow, meow. Faye raised an eyebrow. What? Really? It continued cheerfully. Meow, meow, meow. Faye hesitated slightly. But I'm still not ready. The surrounding scenery suddenly becomes distorted and garbled. It's like a stream of memory flashing out. A sound rings out. A new world. The Alpha world welcomes you. In front of them are Shinha, Canis, and Kato. She smiles brightly, raising her hands in greeting. Hello everyone. I'm Shinha, and from now on, I'll be your new Eve. Beside me are some guests. Canis. I'm Kato. A question appears. Q. What is the Alpha world? Canis explains. The Alpha world is a world created to shelter the infected portion of humanity, with Lady Shinha as the new Eve for humanity. Another question comes up. Q. Who has the right to stay in the Alpha world? Kato continues. To become a part of the Alpha world, the following conditions are required. First condition. The person must possess powerful abilities. Second condition. The person must not harbor those who possess rejected genes. Third condition. The person must be healthy enough to procreate. One more question. Q. What happens to those who don't qualify? Shinha answers this question. I believe those with unchosen genes are criminals from the old world. They deserve to die. She points forward. And if they've committed a capital crime, what must we do? That's right. They must be purged. Anyone with unqualified genes deserves to be purged. In the next month, we will select the new humanity, qualified to become a member of the Alpha world, and send them invitations. Anyone who dares to refuse our invitation will be considered guilty of the crime of harboring those who possess rejected genes. They will also be purged. So, we hope you will consider our invitation carefully. All right. The future of the new humanity, whether it's bright or not, is all thanks to Eve. Your future, yours truly, Shinha. Goodbye for now. Asterisk, static times. The signal from Shinha fades and disappears, returning to Faye and Astro's forest. Meow, meow, meow. Faye responds in kind. Meow, 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 meow. Asterisk, cut times. The signal is interrupted. After a long, intermittent beep, the scene has shifted to a dark room, cold and completely unfamiliar. Inside the room, voices can be heard. Alright. Regarding the Lucas prison break, and the broadcast that was shown to all of humanity. After the breakout, Bez, president of the VKFC, he begins the World Security Council meeting. On the screen is Shinha's background information. Below, people are sitting around the meeting table. She's the woman who attacked with the EMP, right? Is she on the villain list? We asked the Hero Association, and they said no. One of them is distressed. This is trouble. Unbelievable. Not long after the Justice Heroes were lost, something like this happens. The person next to him quickly offers their opinion. How are we going to handle this? Enhide slams his hand on the table. Before we deal with that, let's face a few issues. Head on. The warden of Lucas Prison, soon, gave herself the right to execute prisoners. She did as she pleased without reporting to her superiors. Enhide, leader of the Peace Party, was outraged. Since when can an individual arbitrarily pass a death sentence on another person? This has caused chaos and deep concern. A deep, warm voice spoke up in rebuttal. We are in a critical situation. Why are we harping on about such a trivial matter? Another voice cut in. Warden she simply made the wisest decision in this situation. If it were me, I would have done the same. Authority, two-term president of the Hero Association, and current leader of the World Party. Enhide looked at him. Even if the situation was urgent, was she really so busy that she didn't have time to report the incident? Authority stated his view. Not even a second could be wasted. That must be why she chose to find So Kang-ju. I can sympathize with that action. His eyes were sharp. He glanced over at someone who seemed calmer. Do you have an opinion, Elgido? Elgido, Minister of Justice. He seemed more amicable than the others, although I do not agree with allowing an individual the right to execute others at will. The circumstances were very special, so I completely understand. Boda, the fire commissioner, spoke up. It must have been a tough decision. Looking at the situation, I'm concerned that the other side will suffer a lot of damage. President Crumb, the police commissioner, cut in. Aren't we already suffering damage? Since Central Security fell apart after the broadcast, have we had a moment's rest? Guerra, Deputy Minister of Defense, continued. Is it time we realized we're in the middle of a war yet? Or are we still just messing around with the prison break? The authority angrily slammed his hand on the table. I'm telling you, those prisoners deserve to die. He pointed at Crumb. We put ourselves in this current situation because you insisted on clinging to those old sentences, didn't we? She shook her head. It wasn't me. Authority gritted his teeth and continued. If I were still the president of the Hero Association, those bastards would have been dead before we even needed to execute them. I can't understand how you people bring disaster upon yourselves, just because you won't kill wanted criminals. As soon as you catch them, ever since Lao Sha became the president of the Hero Association, the world has been a complete mess. Boda looked at Authority with a flat expression. You haven't changed a bit, have you? Enhide immediately followed up. Do you think the decisions you made, while you were still president, of the Hero Association, were the right ones? Take a good look at the heroes back then. Most of the heroes you led were never mentally stable. He turned angrily. So what? It's better to have them under control than to let them turn into villains. Is being a hero that important? Authority said immediately. Obviously. After Lao Sha took over as president of the Hero Association, people who could have become heroes turned around and became villains, causing trouble everywhere. Boda maintained his focused gaze, but shook his head slightly, enough to dismiss everything he had just heard. Authority, the image of a hero in your head, is completely different from mine. The meeting room fell silent. Only his heavy shouting remained. You people are just a bunch of daydreamers, with your ideals of a better world, without a care for the reality right in front of you. Bez, who had been observing until now, finally spoke up. Lao Sha. Everyone turned towards Bez, waiting for him to continue. Bez pursed his lips. If she were here, I'm curious what her opinion would be. In the distance, at the head of the table, a chair was empty. Hero Association President Vakin. Authority clenched his fists, breathing heavily. Outside, as the day drew to a close, the midday sun softened, giving way to a warm, honey gold color. Chijin was opening the car door for Authority. Did the meeting go well, sir? He replied in a heavy tone. Not at all. Those people are a real pain. I don't think there's anything to discuss here. Just kill off the criminals and be done with it. He looked at his secretary reproachfully. It's all that bitch's fault. That bitch, Lao Sha. She asked about Authority's next move. What do you plan to do from now on? He was silent in thought for a moment, then spoke. Ever since Lao Sha became the president of the Hero Association, the members of the VFC, the pro-rehabilitation faction, consisting of the Peace Party, the Fire Commissioner, the Deputy Minister of Defense, and the Hero Association President, the pro-punishment faction, consisting of the World Party and the Police Commissioner, and the neutral faction is the Minister of Justice. Because those four joined forces against the two of us, our opinions have always been ignored. Even the current chairman is gradually siding with Lao Sha. But now, the presidency of the Hero Association is vacant. We just need to help our person get that position, and we're done. If it's a 3-on-3, perhaps our views will be considered seriously. Therefore, Authority glanced out the car window. We will go and meet Seo Kangju, the former justice hero. I am sure that others have already started to make their moves. An image of lupus appeared in his mind. Chijin's eyes widened slightly. Isn't Seo Kangju quite close to Lady Lao Sha? Authority faced the car window, listening to what his secretary said. Yes, he was close. He tilted his chin up slightly, a smug look in his eyes. However, the current situation has changed quite a bit, hasn't it? Let's go see Seo Kangju. Inside the gloomy room, Kangju was lying in a hospital bed. 4 doctors surrounded his bed, preparing to do something. His lips were dry and chapped from dehydration. Kangju's gaze was weak, as if lifeless. Why can't heroes kill villains? In front of him was Ryu, arms crossed, smiling and showing off his pearly whites. When I first joined Equality, I had the same thought. So Kangju, you'll find the answer to that question. While working with Equality, Charu frowned and glanced at him, seemingly disagreeing. You want me to kill people with my own hands? I don't want to. He held up his hand as if rejecting the idea. If a hero has to kill people, I'd rather not be a hero at all. Tom, standing there, also spoke her mind. My sister was a death row inmate in prison. It's true that she committed a crime worthy of death, but I think she should have been given a chance to atone for her sins. Mago rested his chin on his hand, pretending to think. Why can't heroes kill villains, you ask? Let's think about it the other way around. Why must heroes kill villains? Because there's no point in them living? Or is it because they've given up on being human? What kind of person has value in living? What does it mean to be human? It's a tough one to think about. Let's think about it together. An energetic Lao Sha answered the question. A hero's job isn't to kill villains. Our job is to save people. She flashed a radiant smile and held out her hand in invitation. From now on, Let's save people together. Seo Kangju, I'm sure you will. The stream of memories was like a slow-motion film. Why did everyone leave? Without giving me the answer? After that thought, an image of Hong Jia appeared. A warden's job is to rehabilitate prisoners. I don't oppose the death penalty system, but as an investigator, I have a responsibility to tell criminals what they did wrong before they are executed. Opposite her was Kangju. He listened patiently to her answer. The law is what condemns people, and we are the investigators, who carry out the sentences that are handed down. That's why, before an execution, the memory fragment crumpled like a piece of paper and flew into the void. The duty of an investigator. Kangju looked up in shock. It seemed that all the memories terrified him. His body froze in place. Suddenly, someone called him. So Kangju. It was So Seung-hwan. He was holding the red orb in his hand. He smiled mockingly at Kangju. Even you find this interesting, don't you? After everything that's happened, they just keep blindly spouting nonsense, don't they? Hearing So Seung-hwan's words, Kangju could only stand there frozen, without blinking. His whole body went cold. He shot up from the nightmare. Beside the window, a pair of bunny ears sat against the sunlight, watching Kangju's every move. A clear voice rang out. Kangju, Lupus asked worriedly. You're awake. Are you okay? Kangju's eyes widened as he looked towards the window. Surprised by Lupus's appearance, she averted her eyes. I'm sorry, I should have come to help. But even though I knew something would happen in the prison, I couldn't know the details of everything, because the investigator covered up the riot. Kangju covered his eyes with his hand, unable to hide his exhaustion. It's okay. Even if you had come, you wouldn't have been able to help. Lupus lowered her voice, her worry evident in every word. Are you really okay? I heard about the mission you were given in prison. Executing criminals. Kangju slowly replied. Actually, I'm not okay at all. Lupus sympathized with him. Kangju. The anger inside him flared up. He clenched his jaw, the muscles standing out. I should have killed all of them, but I couldn't do it. Her eyes widened. He turned to look at Lupus. Lupus, are you also here to say that I shouldn't kill villains? If so, then go back. I'm not a hero anymore. I'm an investigator now. Lupus made her offer. We need to form a new hero association and choose heroes for a new equality. I'm currently serving as the interim president of the Hero Association, but with the changes that are coming, we need a hero to lead. So we're thinking of choosing you, a former hero of equality, to be the president of the Hero Association. Kangju cut her off flatly. I already told you, I'm not a hero anymore. Heroes should do what's necessary for heroes. As soon as I recover, I'm going out and doing what I have to do. Lupus shot to her feet. Kangju. Suddenly, someone's voice cut in. Hero. Seo Kangju. You're absolutely right. It's unknown when authority had entered the hospital room. He had his hands in his pockets, standing at the foot of Kangju's bed. A smile spread across his old face. You're investigator Seo Kangju now, aren't you? Lupus was surprised by his appearance. Authority. He slowly stepped closer. You've worked very hard to execute the criminals by yourself, but you won't have to anymore. I will soon become the president of the Hero Association, and I intend to have heroes execute criminals. Lupus's eyes widened, her face changing color in an instant. What? Kangju looked at him, confused. You're the representative of the World Party, right? What are you talking about? He smiled. I'll be stepping down from that position soon. Authority remained nonchalant, his hands in his pockets as if he had already won. In order to run in the election for the president of the Hero Association, he offered, I came here to talk to you and ask if you were interested in becoming the president of the Hero Association, but it's not necessary anymore. Just consider this. Me visiting you today and saying hello. He turned and walked towards the door of the hospital room. I hope you recover and get out of the hospital soon. Lupus, her breathing heavy and rapid, shouted, showing her anger. Do you think anyone will vote for you? Authority stopped without turning back. We'll have to wait and see, won't we? She was trembling violently with anger. Kangju. He grimaced slightly, showing his impatience. I'm tired. He looked at Lupus. You should go. Lupus's mind seemed to freeze. She stood still for a few seconds. Outside in the parking lot, the sunset seemed to be drawing to a close. Authority sat in his car and said to Chijin, just as I thought. Everyone is very busy. Many other people, including myself and Lupus, have probably all sought out Seo Kangju. He rested his chin on his hand, leaning against the door. Since the appearance of superpowers, many people have struggled. Organizations like the military and the police are all too reliant on a single individual with power. Yes. The VSC will probably soon discuss Seo Kangju's execution of criminals, and whether he should be given the right to execute them, or not. Under current law, Seo Kang, Ju's actions are wrong, she asked him. So what do you intend to do? Authority clicked his tongue. If that's what the law dictates. Back in the meeting room, Enhyde stood up to give his opinion. We need to punish the prison investigator. Lucifer Crumb looked his opponent straight in the eye, without flinching. Wasn't it a special situation? Even if my subordinate did that, I would let it slide. Enhyde roared. A direct confrontation. If that's the case, Authority cut in, talking over him. Not giving him a chance to continue. You haven't provided any information about what we can do, or any solutions at all. All you've said is just idealistic situations. Kang Ju called out. Professor, lying on the ground, his body trembling slightly, he answered. Yes. He glanced back and coldly uttered a single sentence. Get the children out of here. Prof informed Kang Ju, the power that was cast on us hasn't been deactivated yet. Kang Ju clenched his fist. He mercilessly punched Morris in the stomach. Professor, and the children watched this scene, bewildered. Morris's face was bruised, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The power was withdrawn. The nails that had been restraining the teacher and students slowly floated up and vanished. Kang Ju reminded them, run as far as you can. Prof grabbed the children's hands. All right, kids, let's go. He bent down and grabbed Morris by the collar. He lifted her up, looking her straight in the face. Kang Ju growled, I'll say it again. Bring that bitch here. Morris trembled as she opened her mouth. Lady's demeanor. A red circle appeared, surrounding Kang Ju and Morris. He let out a weary breath. Blood streamed down from the corner of Morris's mouth. She opened her eyes wide, looking at him expressionlessly. It's been a long time since I've taken this form. Kang Ju's eyes widened. Suddenly, two figures appeared from nowhere. They stood behind Kang Ju and grabbed him tightly, pulling him away from Morris. They were the gentlemen, clad in suits and hats. Ladies first. The other one followed right after. My lady comes first. Morris raised her umbrella high. She dashed towards Kang Ju. Lady's domain. The umbrella flew to a certain height and then sprang open. Morris let her voice drop. To think that you had to face me, you must be very unfortunate. Lady's demeanor. Morris's original form. Once Lady's demeanor is activated, those who acknowledge Morris as a lady will also possess the same superpower as her. At the same time, this ability is a typical power that targets the weak. That is why Morris never thought this power could stand up against Seo Kang Ju, the one who could break Shinka's space-time ability. She simply wanted to buy some time. Morris smirked. This place will be my grave. Morris's main goal was to help the remaining prisoners complete the mission Shinka entrusted to them and return safely. She was determined to stall for as much time as possible. Kang Ju moved closer. It seems you have no intention of bringing her here, do you? Morris was annoyed. I don't understand. If I were you, and also the one chosen by the Queen, I would be overjoyed. It's unbelievable that you would throw away such a precious opportunity. Kang Ju didn't answer. He coldly summoned his power, unleashing his technique. Morris was terrified. Wait a minute. She held her hands out in front of her, stopping Kang Ju's next move. Deep down, Morris thought, I have to stall for as long as possible. She looked Kang Ju straight in the eye, and said firmly, I know where the Queen is. Kang Ju didn't seem to care much. Well, I don't need to know that. I just need to bring your corpse to a telepath, and have them check. Then I'll know. That Morris was bewildered, thinking, I didn't think of that. As long as I die here, it won't be a problem. She asked Kang Ju, what are you going to do once you find the Queen? Even if you get there, you'll have to fight everyone. Do you think you have a chance of winning? This time, even the Queen won't spare you. Kang Ju said nothing, still using his power. Morris winced. I knew it. Her eyes seemed determined. I have to end my own life. I have to die without a trace. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. Kang Ju's eyes widened in surprise. It was Shinka, using her power, approaching where Kang Ju and Morris were. Her eyes were coquettish. You wanted to see me that badly? I guess your heart has had a change of heart, right? Morris, beside her, was stunned by what Shinka had just said. Queen! She screamed as a warning. It's dangerous here. Morris suddenly saw something, and had to look up. A bolt of lightning struck down from above. It was Kang Ju. He had transformed into his powered-up form. Shinka was delighted. She pointed a finger at her own face. Revealing all your power right after we meet? I guess your mind hasn't wavered after all. But are you okay? He clenched his fists and attacked forward. Shinka continued. My dear. Kang Ju used his strength to shatter the power circle. He roared furiously. I will kill you with every last ounce of strength I have. Every single bit. And Shinka was not afraid. She still looked at Kang Ju with eyes full of affection. How scary. But why don't I feel upset at all? Seeing your mind always obsessed with me, I really like it. Could this be love? Kang Ju stood before Morris and Shinka, seething with rage. She cheerfully gave an order to Morris. I'll take care of things here. You go and deal with those who have rejected our invitation. All right? Morris was startled and accepted the order. As you command, my queen. Before she could finish her sentence, queen. Kang Ju had already shattered the power circle and charged in. Shinka was cheerful, but her expression suddenly stiffened. In the classroom, a portal opened. A disheveled Morris stepped out of it. I'm a little late. She coughed dryly as she approached Prof and his students. The terrified children hugged Prof's legs. He quickly said, "Kids, run from here." Morris coughed up a mouthful of blood. She covered her mouth and continued, "That's not." A child from the group turned around in surprise. What? It was Hana. She pointed at Morris. That person. She's the one who appeared in the textbook, back at Shinka's location. She was being enveloped by Kang Ju's power. Shinka's voice was filled with surprise. We've only just begun. Aren't you overdoing it a bit? Kang Ju slowly approached. As cold as the winter wind. This place will be your grave. Shinka was truly stubborn. She still showed no fear. To be able to use this technique, you must have to revert to Form 0, right? She held out her hand, cheerfully rambling on. I think you shouldn't push yourself too hard. Kang Ju didn't waste words, and attacked her with his power. He glanced down. Shinka was controlling Kang Ju's power. With her purple orbs, she looked at Kang Ju cheerfully. Just as I thought. This power is still not worthy of you. Kang Ju silently looked at Shinka. She turned around and called out, Canis and Kato. From behind, from a portal, Canis and Kato flew out. Both of them were bewildered by the recent situation. Canis asked, Lady Shinka, what is the meaning of this? Kato continued, we shouldn't have shown ourselves. Shinka covered her mouth and laughed. What a tough case, huh? She raised a hand to touch her hair. Instead of killing him, we should have been stalling. For time, shouldn't we? He used his finishing move right from the start. We can't withstand that. We can't do it. She turned back and waved at Kang Ju. Well then, let's run. She held out her hand, but no power appeared. A look of confusion was clear on Shinka's face. What's this? He interrupted her. I already told you, didn't I? This place will be your grave. Black Heaven Prison. A space created from the power of Seo Kang Ju. Once you enter this space, there is no chance of getting back out. Shinka, who was originally outside the space, during the battle between Seo Kang Ju and Huang Xiong Huan, was therefore able to use her power to pull a trapped Huang Song Huan from the inside to the outside. But now that she is inside Seo's space, Kang Ju, she will never escape. Shinka placed a hand on her chest. What a ridiculous power. Power surged from Kang Ju's fist. He was rushing towards Shinka at a dizzying speed. Kang Ju punched Shinka's shield hard. His power was so great that it shattered. Canis called out worriedly. Lady Shinka, I think it's time you took off our leashes. For us. On the contrary, she wasn't angry or scared at all. I already promised Sung Hoon that he would be the one to finish off Kang Ju once he becomes an adult. Canis advised her, I don't think we'll get out of here alive if we don't kill him. Shinka didn't seem to care. That may be true. But I believe Sung Hoon will understand. Canis and Kato tried to remove their leashes. She spoke up. All right, the leashes. At that moment, Canis and Kato seemed to lose control, looking up and screaming. Shin. Ka turned her head and asked with a confused look. What's wrong? She herself was also surprised. High above, it looked as if something terrible was about to happen. At the very top of the domain, Kang Ju created a deep, resonant sound. He was silent for a few seconds, unrivaled under the heavens. Everyone present was staring intently. In the direction the sound came from, Kato and Canis screamed as if they were going mad. No, who in this world can stand against me? Even if there are tens, hundreds, or thousands of enemies, they cannot stand against me. Once someone considers me an enemy, the entire world will be their enemy. Who dares to make an enemy of me? An old face appeared. That's what it means to be unrivaled under the heavens. That person looked at Kang Ju and asked, What do you think? In front of him was Kingston. He sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at Kang Ju. Kingston raised his eyes and asked, Don't you want to become unrivaled under the heavens? He looked at him, silent and confused. Kingston continued, You are strong, but not yet unrivaled under the heavens. He laughed loudly. But I can make you so. Kang Ju listened to him in silence. Shinka was flustered. What nonsense is this? Are you senile? She angrily screamed. Where the hell did this old geezer come from? Kingston didn't waste words and threw a punch forward, flying towards Shinka. She flew into a rage. Someone is talking, he reminded Shinka. When men are talking, women shouldn't interfere. She said coldly. An old man like you should. Suddenly, blood dripped from her nose. Just disappear. Her face contorted, whether from pain or anger. Canis and Cato rushed worriedly to Lady Shinka. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. Damn it! That old geezer with 1 foot in the grave. Kingston looked at her arrogantly. 1 foot in the grave? But I'm still standing here just fine. However, for a whore like you, that's impossible. Shinka angrily held out her hand in front of her. Using her power, she was furious. She screamed, "Go to hell! Go!" Many purple orbs flew towards Kingston. He didn't flinch in the slightest. Kingston still stood there, his hands clasped behind his back. Shinka's power emitted a dazzling light. She gritted her teeth in rage. You're just an old man on the verge of death. It's unknown when Kingston moved. Now he was standing right behind Shinka. You do possess a powerful ability. At that level, you're not inferior to that white-haired brat. Shinka was startled and whipped her head around to look. You! She attacked Kingston again. Kingston replied to her, however, both you and that brat have a big problem. He shattered Shinka's power circle. Shards of glass rained down. Shinka was thrown back in pain. Now there was another wound on her body. Kingston clenched his fist. You trust in your ability too much, to the point where you don't even train yourself at all. Your body. Shinka was bent over, coughing dryly. She gritted her teeth. Kingston also looked straight at her, his tone full of challenge. I'll show you that the body I poured my soul into is true power. Above Kingston's head, spatial portals appeared, overlapping one another. Something caught his attention. It was Canis, frantically rushing towards Kingston. He used his hand to block the man's kick. It seemed to have no effect on Kingston. Oh, he countered, knocking Canis back. Kingston curled his hand, his lips slightly smirking. Even so, your underlings have trained themselves. Both Canis and Cato flew towards Kingston at the same time. Their eyes were completely white. They seemed to be out of control. Kingston took a stance, his 2 hands clenched at his sides. He looked up and smiled. Shinka, on the outside, was also using her power to restrain Kingston. Seo Kangju, you are an outsider. He was watching Kingston and Shinka fight each other. He was a bit surprised by the appearance of an unexpected character. But after observing the situation, he quickly decided what to do next. He would cooperate with Kingston and kill that woman. Inside the meeting room, Bez spoke up in surprise. Kingston appeared. Standing right in the middle was Unji, reporting. Yes, we received a communication from Officer Seo Kangju. Buddha spoke up. Kingston has always been eccentric. Vera, next to him, added, it seems he has found a new person that he finds interesting. Bez's face darkened. Doesn't that mean Officer Seo is in danger? After hearing that, Vera quickly replied, it's fine, although we don't know how strong Kingston is, but we know what he will do. Groom sighed helplessly. Seriously. Boda also turned his head. I agree. He won't be hostile towards Officer Seo, and you will act in an unexpected way. He glanced in another direction in the meeting room. It was another AI. The chairman's seat, of the Heroes Association, was still vacant. In the vast meeting room, notebook entry. Morris laughed in disbelief. Why would a textbook have information about me? It's ridiculous. And it really annoys me. Prof growled. It's not just you. All the criminals in Lucas prison are recorded in there. Morris asked in surprise. What? To mock the failures? Prof explained. No, not like that. To understand all of you. After hearing that, Lausa and Mago established the academy. A prison officer had come to see them. It was Lausa and Mago. She spoke up. Nice to meet you. Opposite them was an officer. He pulled his hat down low to greet them. I am an officer of Lucas prison. My name is Seo Kangju. The 3 were sitting in discussion. Mago asked Kangju, you want to add criminology to the required subjects? That's why we need to understand them. After hearing Prof's story, Morris still refused to believe it. That's absurd. She asked Prof. So what do you think? How do you feel after reading about my past? He was still very calm. Morris, suddenly, a voice rang out. Why are you trying to talk to an animal? Prof? You haven't changed a bit. Both he and she turned towards the direction of the voice. Authority slowly walked in. I should have fired you. Prof was worried. Authority. He began to speak. Listen here, you all. What you've been taught is wrong. Authority looked down at the children, frightening them. I will teach you that. So take this opportunity to remember it well. Criminals do not become criminals. He loosened his tie. Because of their circumstances, those who are buried in their emotions will say that they became criminals due to their upbringing or society. They try to stir up your pity, even though they are criminals simply because they were born that way. They are merely variations of society, like cancerous tumors, and cancerous tumors must be completely removed. Authority clenched his fists, veins bulging in anger. He declared, "I will give you all a demonstration." Looking at Authority's grave, stern face, with his ice-cold eyes, behind him, Proof was trying to protect the young students. Morris felt humiliated by his recent words. "I am a cancer of society?" She clutched her stomach. The severe wound had soaked her clothes red with blood. Her eyes were filled with rage. "What's wrong is this world?" But Authority interrupted. Silence. The two faced off, in the middle of the vast, light-filled library. He stood at a distance, replying coldly with sarcasm and contempt. Such a disgusting, empty excuse. "I'll say it again." Authority raised his fist, the veins running along his arm clearly visible. He stated firmly, "No matter what era or society you were born into, you would always be a piece of scum. You are simply," he growled. "Your very existence was a mistake from the start." Morris screamed, "Shut up!" Standing under the brilliant light pouring in from the dome, Authority calmly replied, "Morris." He slowly stepped forward. "Although the pain you endure cannot compare to what countless victims and their families have been through." As he spoke, he reached into his pocket and took out a watch. From his jacket pocket, the light glinted off the glass. Authority's face showed a cruel expression. He strapped the watch to his wrist and declared, "But I will bring you the greatest pain within my ability. Now, watch what I do." Morris was somewhat fearful of what was about to happen. Sweat beaded on her forehead. The hands of the watch began to move. He glanced at the watch and coolly stated, "About 10 minutes should do. Authority, special body type." Morris braced herself, raising her umbrella high. Her eyes were full of defiance. "Bring it on." In an instant, Authority immediately rushed in with terrifying speed, punching her straight in the stomach. His power stretched out, creating a streak of blue light that tore through the air. Morris was knocked backward, blood spurting from her mouth. Intense pain shot through her entire being. Gritting her teeth, she suppressed the excruciating pain. Morris bent over, planting her feet firmly. She created circles of burning red, magic floating around her. "You old bastard." As soon as the words left her mouth, Authority blinked and flew over, delivering a powerful punch to her stomach. The impact tore apart the surrounding space. The sound was deafening. Blood poured from Morris's stomach even more heavily. Authority's eyes widened as he activated his energy, creating a blue aura that enveloped his body. "Accelerate." He rushed forward and unleashed a continuous chain of attacks, like a storm. Morris was hit repeatedly, her body dented with each impact. Morris's face was distorted and contorted in pain, as she continuously received brutal punches from him. Blood splattered from her mouth. Suddenly, Authority spread his hands wide. He grabbed Morris's head tightly in midair. Using all of his terrifying strength, he crushed her head. Morris's entire body was covered in injuries, contorted, from the bone-deep pain. A series of deep gashes on her face. Her eyes no longer had the strength to stay open. She continuously coughed up blood, unable to control it. Authority held her tightly, and continued to deliver another extremely powerful punch to her stomach, making the space tremble. He looked at her, his voice sarcastic. "Does it hurt? Tom must have treated you very gently." Blood from Morris splattered dark red with each of Authority's blows. A weak moan escaped her lips. "Damn." Morris gritted her teeth in extreme pain. She screamed fiercely. A crimson barrier circle erupted, right under their feet, enveloping the entire space. Behind Authority, entities in brown suits with long beards appeared, wearing round top hats and monocles, but their faces were completely blank. The first faceless being, floating high up, spoke, "Ladies first." The other faceless entities repeated in unison, like a bizarre ritual, "Ladies first. Lady." But in a flash, Authority swept past them, so fast that he only left a blue streak of light, instantly crushing the faceless beings to pieces. Right before Morris, "Accelerate." He continued to unleash his energy. The blue light surrounding his body quadrupled. Another direct punch landed squarely on Morris's face. The impact resounded. Morris's body was thrown backward. In midair, her eyes were wild with pain. But not giving her time to recover, Authority moved at wind-tearing speed, quickly catching up to Morris before she hit the ground. He delivered another blow to her back. The immense pressure sent Morris flying into the air. Dust and debris flew everywhere in pieces. She had now lost consciousness in a daze, slowly falling to the ground. While Morris's body was still suspended in the air, he rushed in again. Authority continuously unleashed brutal punches. Each blow landed on her body. Tears mixed with dark red blood splattered everywhere, creating a scene that was both violent and tragic. Golf and the children, standing at a distance, witnessed the scene. Everyone was horrified and scared. Before them, the energy from Authority's power was exploding with extreme violence in the center of the library, making the entire surrounding space tremble. He clenched both hands and raised them high, then he concentrated all his power, aiming. For the moment Morris's body was motionless, falling slowly from above. But instantly, Authority unleashed a finishing blow right into the middle of her stomach. Both of them shot down like a meteor. His punch dragged Morris, slamming her into the wooden floor. The impact created a huge explosion, sending debris flying everywhere. Thick dust and smoke rose. Authority stood in the middle of the wreckage, calmly looking down at the dying Morris. She could no longer utter a word. Observing Morris's body, now lying motionless and powerless on the cracked stone floor, he emotionlessly said, "You look like you're in a lot of pain. That's a fitting expression for you." Authority stood in the middle of the grand hall, slowly raising his leg high, right over Morris's blood-soaked body. But his face was calm. His foot stomped down hard on her chest. The wound was impacted, causing blood to splatter all around. He glared, his expression a mix of sternness and terror. "The victims and families you have harmed must have been in much more pain than you," Morris screamed in despair. Authority glanced at his watch. He calmly announced, "About 3 minutes left." Morris's body was limp. She managed to force out time acceleration ability? Authority confirmed, while his foot was still pressing down on her body. "Precisely." He raised his arm to reveal the watch on his wrist. "When I use my ability, I can control the flow of time of any object I touch, including myself." Suddenly, Authority held out his hand in front of Morris. "That means..." She trembled in fear, her eyes showing sheer terror. The muscles on his arm became clearly visible, every single vein. Authority touched Morris's face. He looked like a cold-hearted judge. "I can also slow down time." Then his face darkened. His eyes emitted a cold blue light. His final words rang out like a death sentence. "Just slowly feel the pain and die. Cancer of society." It was just a fleeting moment, but for Morris, it felt like a lifetime. Authority slowly lifted his hand. He stood up straight, checking his watch, while looking down at her body sprawled on the floor. "What a shame. If the situation were less tense, we could have spent more time together." Morris, weakly. She starts to laugh. "Ha ha ha." This makes Authority pause slightly and ask suspiciously, "Why are you laughing?" Morris lies there, motionless, her eyes wild. He grabs her by the lapels and pulls her closer, leaning in close to her face and asking with contempt, "Have you gone mad from the fear of death?" The movement aggravates her wound, causing Morris to spit up more blood. Morris gasps for breath, blood covering her body. But she still smiles brightly. "I won't lie and say I'm not afraid of death. But that's not why I'm laughing. I never thought I'd complete my mission this way. But it's fine either way." Authority frowns in surprise. "What are you talking about?" Meanwhile, the teacher, Prof, and his students are terrified, sensing that something is about to happen. Morris says, "When I die." Authority listens coldly. She continues, "Caught in my ability, everyone from Morris's special lineage." She lifts her head, her body covered in blood, and gives a menacing smile. "All of them will follow me to the grave. Death sacrifice." Prof, hearing this from behind, exclaims in shock, "What?" Authority glances back at him, his cold gaze utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, in another development, within Kangju's giant, gloomy, crimson barrier, amidst the smoke and mist, the prisoner Kingston raises both hands, getting into a fighting stance. From either side of him, Kato and Canis charge in. Their two streams of purple and red energy explode, clashing violently, attacked from both sides, but Kingston doesn't flinch in the slightest. He holds his stance firm, and begins to unleash a barrage of punches, in retaliation against them. Kato's face twists with ferocity and hatred. She lunges forward, claws out, with a scream, "No!" But just as she gets close, Kingston's hand touches Kato's forehead, decisively. The force of his power reverberates, shaking the space and creating a brilliant explosion. Canis screams in despair, "Kato, take off the collar!" But everything happens too fast. Kingston delivers a powerful punch, landing it on the guy's face. Dust and smoke fill the air. His cold voice rings out, "Arrogant fools." Kato and Canis lie sprawled on the ground, wincing as they look at Kingston, who is speaking. "Who do you think you are, daring to walk around with your powers sealed? Like that?" He glares. "You are far too complacent." And then, he continues to get into an attack stance. "I will make you." Instantly, Kingston flashes past, severing parts of their bodies, at a terrifying speed. Never think that way again. Kato and Canis are momentarily stunned. A second later, they scream in terror. He glances at their arms. "Have the healer reattach that for you. He's quite useful, after all." Witnessing the scene, Shinka fumes, "This damn old man." She grimaces, extending her hand to cast a spell. "You damn old bastard." But in a flash, Kangju flies in from nowhere and punches her straight in the stomach, shattering her power into pieces. Blood erupts from Shinka's mouth as she is thrown backward. Shinka clutches her stomach, groaning in pain. As she tries to struggle back up, suddenly, she panics. Kangju is rushing towards Shinka again at a terrifying speed. She trembles and cries out, "Oh, don't come here." But he ignores her and continues to charge. Kangju glares, gritting his teeth in anger. He becomes a streak of energy, tearing through the air. Kangju unleashes a kick aimed at her stomach again, applying so much force that the ground beneath their feet explodes. Shinka keeps spitting up blood, terrified. She watches him approach her. "Kangju, don't do it again." Shinka tries to plead. "Reconsider!" But before she can finish, Kangju immediately punches her repeatedly. The powerful impacts send blood flying everywhere. His eyes remain cold and emotionless. Kato and Kanes, seeing this, scream in terror. "Shinka-sama." Kangju raises his fist for a decisive blow. Shinka, panicked and dazed, "No, no." She sobs, "I can't die here." A ruthless glint appears in his eyes. But just as Kangju is about to strike, Kingston stops his fist. He glances at him in astonishment. Seeing his surprise and confusion, Kingston says, "That's enough." His eyes are sharp. "You can't kill her by yourself, right? A champion never accepts help." Back in the library where the teacher, prof, and the students are. In the desolate scene, chaotic and ruined after the battle, Authority looks at Morris dying in a pool of blood, and growls. The death sacrifice ability? With her face covered in blood, she smiles in confirmation, her tone full of defiance. "That's right. If I die, it will activate. What are you going to do now?" Authority's gaze darkens. "Listen here." He turns to look at Prof, and utters a very grave statement. "My apologies in advance." He is startled and confused. "What?" As soon as the words are out, Authority launches a surprise attack, piercing straight through Morris's heart. A cold, blue energy radiates from around him. The fierce punch stuns her blind. Blood spurts from all over her body. Her whole body is in extreme pain. He watches the scene with cold indifference. Morris slowly falls to the ground. A mournful scream rings out as Authority speaks. "If you take this girl back for treatment, make her undo her ability, and then kill her, you can survive." Looking at Morris, covered in blood, with a clear hole where her heart was, after the last blow, he continues, "But if she somehow escapes your grasp, you all, tens, hundreds of thousands of people will suffer again." Authority stands up straight and steps to the side. "So it's best to kill her right here, and it is most logical for you to sacrifice yourselves." The teacher, Prof, shields the students behind him. All the children are tense and panicked as they listen to his every word. To cure cancer, sometimes healthy cells must also be damaged. The air in the room is heavy. Amidst the rubble, Authority stands with open arms, his voice echoing coldly. "Sacrifice for the greater good is necessary." He gently removes the watch from his wrist, chillingly calm. "I thank you for your sacrifice." On the floor, where blood still stains, a mysterious blue light radiates around Morris's body, creating a strange mist, making the atmosphere unbearably tense. Authority glances at the corpse, extremely wary as he senses this energy. Very dangerous. This unsettling feeling. Luckily, it can only be used after death. Seeing Morris dead with her eyes wide open and white, her face frozen in horror, but her entire body emitting a strong, mysterious energy, he continues, "If it could be used while she was alive, it would be even more dangerous. So then, I will bid you farewell first." Authority continues to speak loudly to Professor, who is worried behind him. "Prof, I don't need to apologize to you, do I?" He says coldly. "Your body is quite sturdy, isn't it? Surviving is what you're good at." Suddenly, a voice rings out. "Now." Prof looks towards the woman who is speaking. The scene becomes gloomy and eerie. Morris has now become a giant, demonic entity, engulfed in supernatural blue flames, a cold smile on her face. "Let's go down to hell together." Instantly, long chains wrapped around her body fly out. The cold, sharp chains bind the students' hands. The children scream in terror. Prof stands in the middle, also surrounded by chains, but he gives a reassuring smile to everyone. "Don't worry. I promised I'd protect you." Morris is surprised. "What?" He continues. "Just as I said." He looks at the innocent faces, but filled with fear of the kids. "The children will be safe." Hearing that, she becomes a little uneasy. Now, Prof steps forward, his gaze becoming sharp, looking straight at Morris, his voice firm. "The only one here who can go with you is me." Meanwhile, the situation inside Kangju's barrier is also extremely tense. He raises his fist high, unleashing the next blow. Kingston raises his hand in a defensive posture. Kangju's punch tears through the surrounding space. The ground beneath their feet shatters from the terrifying power. He blocks and laughs. Just as I thought. Kangju turns to continue attacking Shinka, while he chatters on. If it were you, you would reach the true peak. Asterisk, boom asterisk. A loud sound rings out, shaking everything around them. His punch is quickly blocked by Kingston, in the nick of time. He looks at him and remarks, "And an old man like me gets left behind? Let's talk." Kangju is surprised, but he quickly grits his teeth, and angrily unleashes the next blow. "Get out of my way." Kato and Canis watch them in horror. Kingston continues to speak. "Now, young man," he says while blocking the blows from him, "I understand how you feel." Then his hand clenches, but to resolve this situation, he pulls his hand back, gathering strength. "You can't let your emotions take over." Kingston aims straight for Kangju's face and throws a punch. He holds his breath, his eyes wide as he watches the fist approach. A second later, Kangju quickly dodges the blow, but the force of the punch is so strong that it shatters his barrier, and the ceiling also explodes. A patch of sky is visible through the hole. Shinka watches in horror for a moment, then she glances at Kingston, who is posturing beside her. "If you want to run," he advises, "now's the time." The girl, Shinka, thinks in silence, and she immediately casts a spatial magic circle for herself, and pulls her two minions along to escape from this place. The scene gradually falls silent. Now only two people remain. Kangju looks straight at the old prisoner, standing before him. He lifts his head, glares, and smirks. "Let's sit down and have a talk." But he ignores him and continues to charge, causing him to let out a single "oh." He raises his hands into a fighting stance, smiling with great interest. Very well, the body can say a lot. Back in the library, where the gates of hell behind Morris have opened. What? Prof is facing her great, massive entity. He speaks calmly, like authority. "Besides my defensive ability, I have nothing special. At first, I didn't like my power either, but after talking with Lao Sha, I realized my power is also necessary for this society." Then he glares and begins to unleash his power, channeling pressure into his hands, making his muscles and veins pop. "I will use my full power to take all the damage for the children." The young students tremble. "Teacher," Morris laughs. "Why do you have to go that far?" Prof replies, "I've already told you." His voice is incredibly resolute. "Because I am a teacher." Morris is somewhat annoyed. "What does that have to do with you? Walking to your own death?" Prof replies to Morris, "You wouldn't understand, because we live in worlds that are completely different." He is incredibly resolute and determined, raised by the wrong people and turned into a killing machine. Morris, hearing this, grimaces. "Shut up." The teacher continues to speak. "In this life, you had no choices of your own, manipulated like a puppet." She grows more and more enraged. "Shut up." Prof ignores her. "Walking down the wrong path, for the sake of others' futures." Morris immediately screams in fury. "Shut up." But he is not afraid. "No, I can't do that." He still steadfastly protects the children. "I will go down to hell with you, and correct all the wrong things you have learned." Morris is furious. "Damn you." Prof fearlessly continues to speak. He looks fondly at the students, tears now streaming down his face. "Teaching is a job dedicated to the future of the students. So, since I was appointed as a teacher at this school, I have been ready to sacrifice myself for my students." A little girl shouts worriedly, "Teacher, no!" But Prof reassures them, "It's okay, kids." He bows his head and smiles gently. "Become wonderful adults, okay? Because you are our future." The children look at their teacher, confused and scared, while Morris is agitated. Future. She remembers a scene from the past. "Hello, students. From today, I will be the one to guide you." She is a charming woman wearing a wide-brimmed hat. She slowly lifts her hat. "I am Teacher Talum." She smiles, mysteriously, her sharp, cold eyes hiding power. "From now on, you will be my future." Morris at that time could only stare wide-eyed at Talum, 12 years old. "Are you ready to sacrifice yourselves for me?" Talum had selected children with special abilities from an orphanage and enrolled them in the school she created. "Hello, students. Please call me Teacher Talum." She lifts her head, a smile full of ambition. "I will become the queen of this world in the future, and you will receive lessons." Morris at this time is just a little girl with a worried expression, sitting in the classroom, listening to Talum's every word, to become loyal warriors. In this school, she looks straight at the students, placing a hand on her chest, a mysterious smile still on her lips. "So try to keep up with the lessons." Morris looks at that teacher with a troubled expression, seemingly not understanding the meaning behind those cryptic words. As time went by, Morris and the other children spent many years studying under Talam's guidance, learning to use their special abilities to kill easily. Etiquette education, under the guise of brainwashing, loyalty tests, and many other things. And Morris developed her abilities faster than any of the other children. Thanks to that, she received Talam's favor and became the class president. The class president's authority was to, on Talam's behalf, punish other students. Morris followed Talam's lectures more seriously than anyone else. One night, while Morris was walking through the school, a voice from behind her started a conversation. "How was it, Morris?" Talam walked down the stairs. "A day as class president?" Morris turned her head. "Ma'am," the little girl thoughtfully recalled the morning's events. "I don't know why, but when I punish the underperforming students," her face showed a hint of doubt and confusion. "I feel nauseous, and I can't control it." Talam half smiled. Morris wondered. "Why is that?" "Ma'am," she replied to Morris. She asked coldly, "Do you like insects?" Morris, with a look of terror, answered firmly, "No. I find them disgusting." Immediately, Talam interrupted. "Exactly, that's the problem," she explained. "Human nature, when seeing creatures inferior to oneself, is to feel disgust." Talam placed a hand on Morris's shoulder, affirming, "It's a completely natural emotion." Every word was cruelly implicit, but as time passes, and your friends learn to do their part well, that feeling will gradually fade. Then she gave a blood-chilling smile. "So keep up the good work, Morris." Morris looked at Talam, her eyes still a little confused and uncertain as she smiled with satisfaction. "It's a good thing I gave you the role of class president." In the following days, Morris continued to punish other students and watch them writhe in pain. Afterward, Morris still felt an unexplained disgust. But just as Talam said, over time, that feeling gradually disappeared. Talam continued her lecture in a classroom full of students in suits, their faces as emotionless as machines. "Time has passed so quickly since you all came here." She stood at the lectern with her subordinates on either side, declaring ambitiously, "In 5 years, when you are adults, I will become the queen of this world." And so, even in harsh, rainy weather, the students continued to brawl fiercely with students from other classes. They all trembled with fear when facing them, and so the students became effective and loyal tools. In Talam's hands, everyone wore a cold, emotionless expression. Talam's plan went smoothly. She smiled with great satisfaction, seeing the success of this brutal education process. Until that incident happened. One afternoon, the man in the hat and smart clothes was now covered in blood, groaning weakly. A disappointed voice exclaimed, "What? Couldn't kill him in one go?" That voice came from a man with sharp features. He thought to himself, "Maybe I overdid it last night." Then he hugged a little girl with red hair. "I should rest tonight." The little girl's face showed clear hesitation. Let's see, those were the heroes Clark and Yahello. In the past, both had sharp, cold eyes. Their powers held many mysteries. Clark and Yahello. Special type. Back at the school where Morris was studying, however, a bloody massacre had taken place here. Pools of fresh red blood were everywhere, and Talam was dead. Her eyes were wide with terror, her whole body covered in blood. Clark pulled his hand from her chest. Blood gushed violently from the wound. He wondered to Yahello, who was standing beside him, "What's this?" Looking at Talam's motionless corpse on the wooden floor, he was surprised. "This girl is so weak." Clark remembered Uncle Authority. "He definitely told us to be careful." Yahello replied arrogantly, "Could it be that we've become too strong?" He agreed. "Maybe so." Clark knelt on one knee to get a better look at the corpse. But anyway, the fact that she intended to establish a school and raise children as rebels is a pretty big dream, huh? Yahello also turned to ask him, "Should we go to the school?" But he replied tiredly, "Too lazy." She immediately frowned. "But if we don't go, Uncle Authority will nag." Clark reluctantly agreed. "Fine. Let's make a trip. Let's get it over with quickly." At the school's main hall, where Morris and the other students had been gathered. For this reason, Clark stood with Yahello on the stage. He held up Talam's corpse and announced, "This school will be closed from now on." Witnessing that, the students covered their faces in utter horror and screamed. Morris was also terrified. "Teacher!" A loud scream. "What?" The students immediately rushed forward to fight Yahello and Clark. The whole school erupted in chaos. Yahello calmly looked straight at them and raised her hand. She snapped her fingers. A powerful energy burst out around them. In just a flash, Yahello had unleashed a wide area attack. A terrifying, invisible force sent all the students flying backward. The kids were all knocked down. Looking at them lying scattered on the floor, Clark spoke softly. He was dejected. She taught them too well. Yahello hesitated. "Is it right to take these kids with us?" At that time, Clark was also wondering, if we re-educate them to integrate into society, it will take a lot of time and resources. Both heroes hesitated. Even with education, they are still walking, killing machines. They are clearly time bombs. Who knows when they'll explode? Then Clark turned to look at Yahello. Have these kids killed anyone yet? She replied. We caught them before they could act, so probably not yet. He continued to ponder. Were we too hasty? This situation is really tricky. He was confused. What now, Yahello? She wondered. What now? She said decisively. To avoid trouble later on, dealing with it now seems more effective. Yahello continued with a cruel conclusion. They've been brainwashed. They already live in a different world. These children, when they grow up, will definitely become villains. He immediately supported her. Right. I agree. Looking at the students in front of them, struggling to get up, Yahello uttered coldly, better to put in a little effort now, than to let trouble happen. Later, Clark agreed. All right, we can make up a reason. Then they slowly walked towards the students. Yahello smiled wickedly, her face losing its humanity. Save your energy for tonight. Clark's expression also became ruthless. Well then, the school now descended into a chaotic scene, more frantic than ever before. Terrified screams echoed everywhere. Fresh blood splattered across the ground. All the students were brutally attacked, blood pouring from their entire bodies. Clark coldly walked towards the panicked and terrified student, crouching before him. The little girl looked up and asked in despair, why? She lay on her back on the floor, trembling violently and resentfully. Why do you want to kill us? Besides being taught here, But his face remained emotionless. Very dangerous, aren't you? He brings up the student's past. Born in a school, abandoned by your parents, grew up in an orphanage. Clark recalled the painful images of the children's childhoods, then raised by a villain. He continued his haunting narrative. Learning to kill to grow up. Just hearing about it is dangerous enough, isn't it? He raises his hand high, preparing to deliver the final blow, terrifying the little girl and making her sob. Sorry, but you, from the moment you were born, shouldn't have existed in this world. Clark glared at her, his cruel words echoing. In your next life, be born into a decent family. Blood splattered everywhere, creating a gruesome scene. The brutal sound of the blow rang out. Yahello watched the scene, her face extremely satisfied. The violent sounds of the continuous attacks, along with the increasing splatters of blood. While observing, she laughed until her face turned red with excitement. And finally, Morris, drenched in sweat, was slumped on the ground, weak and terrified. Clark leaned down, raising his blood-soaked hand to deliver a final blow to the little girl. Suddenly, a sound rang out in the tense space. Yahello pulled him back. Her eyes were wide open, full of a crazed excitement. Clark, I can't take it anymore. Clark restrained her. Wait a minute. Let's deal with this one. But she interrupted. No. This one has to be left behind. They looked around the dusty, blood-soaked classroom. Many student bodies were scattered on the floor. Blood was everywhere. The kids are about to die. Yahello's gaze stopped on Morris. Now, with eyes full of terror and fear, the only child to survive among them, she exclaimed with a demonic smile, her face ecstatic. Isn't this situation so stimulating? She urged. Huh? Hurry up. Clark, helpless against her madness. You're a lost cause, he dejectedly accepted. Turned to kiss and hug Yahello, right in the middle of the blood-stained corpses, lying scattered on the floor. All right. I guess I'll just give a general report to Mr. Authority. Outside the school, the sky was filled with a brilliant sunset and sprawling clouds, creating a majestic, but also somber scene. And so, Morris fled the massacre, ending up in a field of dry grass. Due to a momentary, strange transformation from Clark and Yahello, Morris survived, exhausted, her shoulders slumped. Afterward, she lost her way and wandered. For a long time, wandering aimlessly, she walked soullessly through the desolate, ruined city. Suddenly, a voice called out, Are you a disciple of Tai Lung? A mysterious man appeared, and beckoned, Follow me. He concealed his face with a metal mask and wore heavy combat armor, standing imposingly before Morris, calling out, We fight for the revolution. Morris was saved by Caracas, and joined the fight under his command. Morris caused immense damage to the world, and after Caracas's death, she was captured by Tom, and that turbulent life was the consequence that turned her into a villain, leading to her imprisonment in Lucas prison. Fragmented memories surfaced as Morris saw Prof in front of her. Though chained, he still exuded an entirely different aura. My whole life, I was taught this way. I thought that just acting like this, living like this, was the natural thing to do. Morris faced Prof and exclaimed bitterly, and yet now, she grimaced and shouted, Now you're telling me I was wrong? How can I possibly accept that? Morris, continued to think about the moment she was incredibly sad and disappointed in herself, when a gentle voice called out, "Morris." That's when Shinka appeared, smiling brightly and agreeing with her. "You're not wrong." Her face shone with a crazed look. She placed a hand on her chest and said arrogantly, "What's wrong is this world. If I become queen, I will change the world into a place that suits you." It was then that Shinka's offer felt like a release for Morris from the chaotic thoughts she'd had for so long. "Do you want to become my subject?" And she looked straight into the resolute, strong eyes of Professor. She urged, "Answer me, Prof." The students looked at Morris, confused and scared. She stammered, I. She recalled the scene of authority, looking at her with an empty, contemptuous gaze. Like authority said, and she recalled how Hilo and Clark had judged her in the past, like those heroes said. Morris looked up, her eyes filled with bitterness. Should I really not have been born? In the midst of that despair, a comforting voice rang out strongly. "Morris," Prof emphasized, "no one in this world shouldn't exist. What you've been through is terrible. I completely understand. But that doesn't mean you are forgiven for the sins you've committed." She listened silently to every word from Prof, who was incredibly firm. "Up until now, you have committed too many crimes," he declared without hesitation. "I will walk with you to soothe the pain you had to endure as a child, and I will demand that you take responsibility for the crimes you have committed." And he emphasized, "As a teacher." Prof made one final request. "Morris, before that, I have one request." He looked at the gates of hell that had materialized before them. "Could you help block the view, so the children don't have to witness this?" A final request before death. But Morris, furious, screamed, "Shut up." Prof walked through the gates of the underworld, while her screams still echoed. "Shut up." He turned his face to look at the young students behind him, gently saying, "Everyone, please turn around." The children cried out in pain. "Teacher!" Despite the heavy shackles around his neck, he still smiled, serene and warm. "It has been an honor to teach all of you during this time." The children cried out, some turning away, others with teary eyes. Morris grimaced in anger as the gates began to move. Prof closed his eyes tightly, accepting his fate. And then, the gates slammed shut instantly. A violent sound echoed. He vanished into the endless void. At that moment, Prof slowly opened his eyes. Morris was still right in front of him. He was completely stunned. "Morris," she replied bitterly. "Someone like me," she said, in anguish, "doesn't need to be followed. I know I was wrong." Her eyes widened as she admitted in torment, "I've known for a long time. I just didn't want to admit it, because once I admitted it, I realized I had gone too far. Those past actions were so disgusting." After punishing her friends, the children still reassured her, "Morris, we're fine." Even though her friends were grimacing in pain, they didn't blame her. "If you didn't do it, that Talum woman would have scolded you, right? We'll be fine." In those moments, she was soulless, looking at her own reflection, in the pools of blood on the floor, the image of me, stained with my friend's blood. Until Morris grew up. It was disgusting. When she was captured by Tom, "Morris," she said forcefully, "it's time to stop living like someone's puppet." Looking into Tom's eyes, I saw how disgusting my own image was. Then, when she was taken to Lucas prison, someone greeted her. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Morris." Hongjia smiled brightly, looking at her with worry and care. "I'm Hongjia, the warden here. Are you feeling any discomfort?" In the dark prison cell, seeing her reflection in the bowl of soup, the warden gave her, "I feel disgusted with myself. It's too painful. That's why I can't admit it. I'm not disgusting. The things I learned were not wrong. What's disgusting is this world, and what's wrong is the world itself." I tried to believe that, to keep living. She saw the scene of the beloved young students, gathered around Professor. They were all smiling, and looked happy, in his arms. Morris suddenly felt like an innocent child again. The way that Prof. So taught the children with a bright, radiant smile, hugging them with such warmth and peace, was a stark contrast to her own brutal childhood. It surprised her and made her yearn for it immensely. Suddenly, there was a flash of light that caused Morris's chains to shatter. It was that brilliant light gradually dispelled the empty, tragic look in her eyes. The image of Morris now gradually faded along with the cracked mirror shards. She gave a distorted, pained smile. It was such a disgusting life. Prof looked up as she slowly disappeared. Meanwhile, the students all ran to hug their teacher. Kingston, in a superior position, blocked the blow. "Even if you're angry with me, the situation won't change," he said to Kangju. "If you don't get stronger from now on, you won't be able to kill that kid or that girl either. In the end, the problem," he repeatedly stabbed at his pain point, "still lies with you." Kingston recalled the moment he blocked Kang Ju's attack on Shinka. It was the same just now. If you were stronger than me, you could have ignored me and killed the girl. His words continued to bore into his mind. Anger is just a stage of denial. His eyes were furious and annoyed at Kingston's words, hitting his weak spot. You're only angry because you can't accept your own shortcomings. Angry at yourself, right? Kang Ju furiously ran to attack him, and while he remained calm, it seems you don't want to admit it, do you? But I understand. Admitting your own shortcomings isn't easy. Kingston was approached by him, who raised his sharp, crimson demon claws for a slash. He easily dodged it. But you have to accept it. He dodged every one of Kang Ju's punches, with incredible ease, and continued patiently, explaining, shortcomings are also a part of you. Only when you accept and acknowledge that, can you move forward. And only then, will you be able to achieve your goal. Kingston frowned seriously. I'll ask again. Kang Ju froze when he heard his question. What is it that has made you so angry? A series of fragmented memories appeared in his mind. It was the image of a desolate battlefield. His comrades had fallen. Corpses lay everywhere. The survivors were covered in blood, sobbing in terror. The painful memories flooded back continuously, enraging Kang Ju, gritting his teeth. The anger, the pain, and the desire for revenge helped him create a terrifying surge of power. The past moments from the battle with Sung-hoon gradually replayed in Kang Ju's mind. And the reason? Kingston slowly closed his palm, concentrating his energy. His serious face questioned him. That led to all of this is what? Then, he threw a punch, with terrifying power right into the center of Kang Ju's stomach, sending him flying backward. He snapped back to reality, remembering the fight with Sung-hoon. He was no different from a demon, but in the end, he was still weak, and was taken down by him and the other prisoners. The familiar face of Kang Ho appeared. Kang Ju opened his eyes wide, looking at the clear blue sky, revealed in the ceiling. Warm light gradually shone in, dispelling the gloomy, dusty space from before. He lay motionless on the ground, his face listless. After the fierce battle, Kingston looked down, smiled, and asked, how about it? Have you calmed down a bit now? Kang Ju remained on the ground, responding with silence. He raised a hand to cover his face, trying to suppress his feelings of confusion and helplessness. So, what should I do? Kingston smiled. What should you do? He stood right in front of him, in the sparkling light of the blue sky, holding out a hand as if to pull him up. Don't you already know the answer? Kang Ju resolutely gripped his hand, committing to a partnership. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Shinka's spatial gate opened. In front of the portal, Hiro was stretching and pouting. It's been so long since I've seen that familiar face I like so much, and yet you tell us to go back right away? Hun smiled, and replied cheerfully, we have to follow orders, don't we? His eyes narrowed further. He looked at the woman with long hair and a blazing red outfit, who had appeared before them. Looks like this isn't ending anytime soon. Her face was hidden by a scarred white mask, forming a chilling smile. Myungji? Power system. In another ruined corner of the city, where the sunset light had not yet reached, making the atmosphere incredibly gloomy. Here, Lupus was holding out her hands to block the attacks. Agrith, right below her, raised both hands, summoning magic circles that continuously shot straight towards her. The intense energy blasts created a shocking explosion. Shinka stepped out of the magic circle behind her, urging Alfred. I've clearly opened the spatial gate. Why aren't you coming back quickly? What are you still doing? Alfred turned to look at her. I still have things to do. But she immediately screamed. Alfred! Alfred flinched slightly in fear. Shinka glared angrily, veins popping on her forehead, and commanded in a growl, come back now, or I'll kill you. The incident with Shinka's invitation letter has been resolved. Kingston returns with Seo Kang Ju, requesting a meeting with the world government. In the meeting room, looking at the people sitting around the large table, he exclaimed with amusement, so that's how it is. Kingston smirked. I was wondering, why we're meeting without any restrictions. He looked at the meeting participants. Turns out it's because of some familiar faces. Vera greeted. Long time no see. Kingston. Boda also smiled and asked, are you still well? Kingston was a bit sarcastic. Finally climbed to that position, have you? Such greedy people. Vera retorted. I think it's less ambitious than your goal. Boda laughed heartily in agreement. Ha ha ha, that's right. Bez interrupted. So, Kingston. He clasped his hands together, getting straight to the point. What is the reason you requested this meeting? Kingston was flippant. You're the president? Quite young, aren't you? Actually, I'm not here to talk. I'm here to make a one-sided announcement. The entire meeting room fell silent. All eyes turned to Kingston, as he declared firmly, Seo Kang Ju is now my disciple. You all will not interfere. That is all. After Kingston left, Bez asked for opinions. For or against. Kingston's proposal. Against. Crumb, Boda, Vera, and Hyde. For. Authority. Neutral, Elgido. Seeing so many dissenting opinions, Authority angrily questioned in a low voice, "Is this all you people in power amount to? Why do you object? Overwhelming power is on our side. Are you planning to pass up this opportunity?" He turned to Crumb, disappointed. "Especially you, Crumb. I don't quite understand your choice," but she frowned and replied, "A criminal is a criminal. We cannot accept any of their demands. The government agreeing to meet was annoying enough." Someone else interjected sarcastically, "That's hilarious, Authority. Isn't Kingston the criminal you once insisted on executing first? So why are you now trusting the words of someone you thought was that dangerous?" Authority was annoyed. "You people. Seriously. The situation is different now, isn't it?" Bez held his head in his hands, helplessly cursing under his breath. Damn it, he was lost in thought. This must be the bad luck of my term. Meanwhile, Shinka was also troubled. She soaked in a hot tub, extremely worried and tense. "I thought that old man would have weakened a lot, after being imprisoned for so long." Recalling the image of a younger Kingston, Shinka grew gloomier. But has he really weakened? Just how strong was he in his prime? As she was terrified with these thoughts, "At this rate, my plan." Seung-hoon suddenly appeared. Shinka. He stood in the middle of the bathroom, where steam was billowing, wearing a thin towel, and asked in surprise, "You invited me to bathe with you, but really, is this necessary to defeat Seo Kang-ju?" Shinka smiled brightly, spreading her arms. "Of course. This is an essential step to mature, and no, my plan won't fail." A spark of hope flashed in her mind. "I have Seung-hoon." She gave a self-satisfied smile. The thought flashed by. And many other secret cards. As Shinka relaxed, cuddling Seung-hoon in the tub, Time will solve everything." He complained about the discomfort. "It's hard to breathe." At that time, in another high-rise building, the Hero Association, a voice rang out, "It seems everyone has arrived." Myungji, Authority, and many others were attending the meeting, listening seriously to the speech. Lupus was moderating the meeting. "Now then, regarding the election of the third generation of equality, Interim President Lupus." All participants were silent, focusing on her announcement. "I hereby call this meeting to order." On the podium, Lupus spoke solemnly. "The election process for equality is as follows." She began to explain. "The association president proposes 5 candidates. If 2/3 of the heroes agree," Lupus continued to describe the process. "Each individual will be vetted by the government. If no disqualifying reasons are found, they will be selected as an equality. The equality candidates I wish to propose are." However, her words were cut off by someone from below. "Who gave you the authority to decide the candidates on your own?" Authority sat at a distant table, resting his chin on his hand, and looking at her with contempt. "You're just the interim president, Lupus." Lupus questioned Authority, "Then why are you here? Your hero status was revoked." But he immediately replied, "I am attending as a representative of the leadership." She said loudly in anger, "Then you just need to sit still and observe. You have no right to discuss association matters." Authority interrupted. "I'll say it again. I do not recognize you as the association president." Lupus snapped. "I don't need your concern," he interjected. "Therefore," Authority's gaze turned icy, "our world government will boycott any equality candidate selected by the interim president, Lupus, for any reason whatsoever." Lupus was flustered. "What?" he repeated. "You are not the official president, only the interim one. A momentous decision like choosing an equality, who will decide the future of the association, cannot be made by an interim leader. It must be done by a formally appointed president." Lupus objected. "Authority, are you even aware of the current situation? We need to choose an equality as soon as possible to resolve this crisis." Authority sneered. "Resolve the crisis? Funny hearing that from you. Tell me, Lupus, what did you do in Portugal? Instead of catching the criminals, you just stayed there playing around with Atwater." Lupus was annoyed. "You think if the target isn't killed, it's all just a game? I prioritized protecting the civilians first." She also retorted, "And what about you, Authority? I heard you were planning to sacrifice the children taken as hostages." Lupus continued to criticize. "Why do you always make others sacrifice themselves? You haven't changed at all." Authority cut Lupus off, glaring angrily. "Why should I change? You're the one who needs to change." Hearing those words made her grit her teeth in anger. Then, amidst the tense atmosphere in the auditorium, Authority smirked. "No, I should say." He turned to look at everyone participating, and growled, "All of you need to change." Authority stood up, raising his hand in a challenging and mocking gesture. "What I did in Portugal, you say? I made a decision appropriate to the situation. In the end, there were no casualties, were there? Lupus was stunned, gritting her teeth in anger. Authority, Authority continued. Sacrifice? Well said. He raised his hand and pointed at her. You're the ones sacrificing this society to protect criminals, using the people's precious tax money to feed and shelter countless murderers. Authority accused. Then, you make excuses about social responsibility and rehabilitation. All just nice-sounding words. Rehabilitation? How ridiculous! He grimaced and shouted. They'll never change. They're all scum. Look. They just escaped and are already preparing. Authority's voice was filled with disgust. To hide under that crazy woman's wing to prepare for another massacre. In a situation like this, someone like you, a former disciple of Mago, can choose an equality on her own and run the Hero Association? I don't even need to look to know what will happen. It'll just be more nonsense. Like, heroes can't kill people, acting all righteous and noble just to console yourselves. His expression was resolute. Lupus, no one wants you to be the president of the Hero Association. You are not the president of the Hero Association. Stop acting like you are. Lupus pressed her lips together, her eyes full of displeasure as she stared at him. The entire auditorium was silent before the tense dialogue between the two. She spoke up. All right, Authority. So, what you're saying is, if I become the official president, I can proceed according to the proper procedure? Is that right? Authority agreed. Yes, that's right. Lupus looked out at the seats below. In that case, she frowned and declared, let's have a vote. He looked up. You mean a public vote? Fine. Then Lupus interrupted. No, she continued. Because time is short, Lupus's voice echoed with power, will take a vote from the heroes here. The decision will be based on a majority vote. She challenged. How about it? Authority. Authority turned to look at the crowd behind him. A majority vote? Aren't all of them heroes who were carefully selected by Lao Sha? He felt it was unfair. This is too biased, Lupus conceded. Then, just like the process for choosing an equality, a 2/3 majority vote will be required to pass. Authority silently agreed to her proposal. However, his gaze swept over the crowd with a hidden agenda. Hero Society. Voting topic. Do you accept the results of Lupus's equality selection? Approve. 52%. Disapprove. 48%. Not enough. 2/3 approval votes. Result, not passed. Lupus was shocked by the notice on the screen. She read it carefully again. Disapprove. 48%. Not enough. 2/3 approval votes. Result. Not passed. Authority was sarcastic. Well. He smirked. Didn't get the majority you were hoping for. Looks like we'll have to elect a new association president, won't we? As Authority had said, the heroes here had all been selected and active since President Lao Sha's time. Lupus could not have foreseen this result. The reason for this result was not enough. 2/3 approval votes. Result. Not passed. Authority. As soon as the incident at Lucas Prison occurred, he quickly approached all the heroes and carefully presented his point of view. Initially, most opposed Authority, the second-generation president. But in this situation, more and more people were gradually persuaded by him. The important thing is, even if they disagreed with Authority's ideology, quite a few heroes agreed that a new president needed to be elected, according to his point of view. The reason was that to lead her policy, Lao Sha had overwhelming power and a track record that proved her ideals, while Lupus lacked both compared to Lao Sha. The legitimacy to inherit Lao Sha's ideals seemed to fit So Kang-ju, a former member of Equality. But because So Kang-ju had changed his views and killed the prisoners, opinions among the 5 heroes began to divide. Authority provoked Lupus. It seems your comrades also doubt your ability to be the president of the association. What will you do now? She hesitated. Vote. He questioned. A public vote? Lupus immediately explained, but time doesn't allow for that. We can select the candidates and let the heroes decide. Authority cut in. No, that's not it. His words were slightly mocking. You know very well. Your esteemed third president, Lao Sha, specified that the position of association president must be elected through a public vote, and in case of an emergency or natural disaster, the government can shorten the election period. Lupus was at a loss for how to respond. Authority intentionally asked, You knew this, didn't you? He sneered. Anyone, even if they are not a member of the association, can run for the presidency of the association. That was also a rule established by the esteemed Lao Sa. The heroes attending the meeting all listened in silence as Authority spoke. Hey, interim president, What are you still standing there for? He gave an arrogant smile. Hurry and inform the government that a presidential re-election will be held. Let them set the date. You have to fulfill your duty as president, don't you? Lupus was bewildered, and Authority concluded with a smug remark, even if it's only temporary, right? Authority resigns as a world leader, and announces his candidacy for the association's presidency. A hero in another office. Bez was leaning back in his chair, his face looking quite tired. His eyes were closed, deep in thought. Bez was recalling a conversation from not long ago. On a beautiful day with blue skies and golden sunshine. That day, he stood amidst majestic mountains and forests to meet Kingston, but he was met with a taunt. You've got some nerve. He was sitting on a cliff, a huge, precarious one. Looking down, smiling defiantly. Requesting a private meeting? Is it okay for the president to do that? Bez expressed his trust. I've heard a lot about you from Boda and Guerra. I don't think you would harm me. Kingston grumbled. These old folks have no shame. He continued sarcastically. I heard you don't have a special ability, and yet you still climb to the highest position. Quite impressive. But Bez interrupted him. Mr. Kingston, it's just the two of us now. I'll ask you straight. He glared, questioning him. What is your purpose? Kingston smirked. Hey, President, do you understand the development of special abilities? Bez answered. When it comes to the development of special abilities, for the summoning type, the clearer the visualization, the greater the power. As for the unique and physical types, after passing puberty, then, they become strongest during their physical peak. Kingston countered. Half right, half wrong. That surprised Bez. What? He looked up in surprise, listening intently to his explanation. Both the physical type and the special ability type do indeed get stronger as they mature. Kingston's finger twitched, emitting a wisp of black smoke. His eyes glinted sharply. But the physical type can break their predetermined limits through arduous training. He silently looked at the peaceful blue sky, the sound of rustling leaves falling. He paused for a moment, then asked, Aren't you curious? If a person reaches the highest level of the special ability type, and at the same time, upgrades their physical type to the highest level, what would happen? Bez rested his chin on his hand, thinking, his expression more worried than ever. Then the nation would have a hard time controlling them. Kingston called out, Hey, President. He gave a cold laugh. You should be asking Sel Kangju about this. I'm not the one who can answer that question. I simply want to see where humanity's ultimate limit lies. Bez was quite hesitant and bewildered as he listened to Kingston speak calmly. That's all. Every word brought back memories of the past, when he was sitting in his office, talking to Lao Sa. With my authority, you want to add someone to equality? Bez was surprised. I really didn't expect this. Isn't a procedure as important as this supposed to be approved? She affirmed. He's worth it. He thought for a moment, then said, If you say so, his skills must be very good. As a teammate, is he trustworthy? Lao Sa smiled confidently. He's as trustworthy as he is skilled. Her gaze was extremely resolute. I consider him a reliable teammate, because of Lao Sa's assurances back then. Now, facing Kingston before him, Bez decided to speak up. As for me, then he looked up at him, strong and decisive. I believe in Sel Kangju. Kingston observed Bez's somewhat anxious expression. Then the answer is already clear, right? He smiled with interest. Besides, protesting won't change anything anyway. Then, back to the present. As Bez was in his office, Finally, he stood up, his face relieved. An important decision had been made. I can breathe a little easier now. Suddenly, Yoongi opened the door and entered. Mr. President. She approached Bez. I heard the Hero Association is electing a new president. He was quite surprised. Eungi hesitated. And her face was panicked, sweat dripping down. Authority just announced his candidacy for the Hero Association presidency. Bez frowned, so surprised he was at a loss for words. Bez had accepted Kingston's condition. This matter was only known to the officials who attended the conference, the world government. This matter was kept top secret. At the same time, the Hero Association presidential election would also be conducted, with a framework provided by the government. After a 3-day candidate registration period, there will be 3 public debates over 2 weeks. The chairman of the Hero Association will be elected, through a popular vote. However, the term of the elected president will be a maximum of 4 years this time. If the Lucas prison break incident is resolved, the term will end. Additionally, in principle, anyone can register as a candidate, but if that were the case, there would be too many candidates, which could easily lead to chaos. Therefore, only those endorsed by the heroes, representing their respective regions, are allowed to run. During the candidate registration period, Authority and Lupus have respectively declared their candidacies. At the election, A young woman moderator began to speak. Hello, members of the Hero Association. I am Mute, and I will be the host for this presidential election. Mute, special ability type. All participants listened attentively. The candidates will have the opportunity to address the entire association. As Authority stepped up to the podium, she introduced him. First, a speech from candidate Authority. He looked at the other heroes below. His voice was firm. I'll keep this short. Authority turned on the projector. Look, he pointed. A list of prisoners appeared on the screen. Because you all kept chasing ideals, these monsters were released. What are you going to do? Capture them alive, lock them up, and then release them again? I trust you won't repeat such a foolish act, ever again. Lupus's speech. During Authority's time as president, he condoned the slaughter of civilians by heroes. Perhaps the number of civilians killed by heroes is no less than those killed by villains. I know the current situation is critical. A fanatic preaching a life-loving doctrine is threatening the human race, but Authority is no different from that madman. She looked down at the auditorium where each hero sat, listening in silence. He places a high and low value on human life, using the name of justice to force the minority to sacrifice. Then Lupus frowned, loudly calling for agreement. Friends, everyone is equal. Please don't forget the duty of a hero that Lao Sa emphasized. The initial strategy of both candidates was as follows. Consolidate their support base. Both were busy, attracting the representative heroes from each region to their side. Heroes supporting Authority. North America's Anguna Suti, India's Egyptia. Heroes supporting Lupus. Representatives from Europe, Oceania's Bokit, China's Miengi, the Middle East's Kafega, South America's Hassan, Africa's Antorigo. After consolidating their support bases, both candidates continuously launched public opinion campaigns. Until the last day of the election period, they used negative attack strategies to undermine each other. And on the final day of the candidate registration period. So the registration period has ended, correct? Mute looked at the results on the screen. Now we will go through 3 debates. She and everyone else at the meeting were surprised. Huh? What is this? Authority wondered, looking at the screen, while Mute announced, one more person has just unexpectedly registered to run. Lupus was also extremely bewildered by this information. Amidst the silent auditorium, a voice rang out. Ahem. Everyone sitting there was startled. They looked anxiously towards the stage where the voice came from. Hello, members of the Hero Association. There, a young girl had taken the podium. I am Medius. Medius introduced her current occupation. High school student. Lupus's eyes widened in shock as she looked at her. What is happening? Authority was also incredibly amazed, frowning in confusion. What the hell is this? Sunlight streamed through the auditorium, shining directly down on where Medius was standing. She wore an incredibly arrogant and smug smile. After the speech, Authority angrily objected. What is this situation? Do they think the Hero Association presidential election is a class president election at a high school? It's clearly stated that only those endorsed by the regional hero representatives can run, but someone else interjected. That's right. A young man sitting beside him replied with a serious face. I will endorse her. Kafega, the hero representative for the Middle East region. Authority was stunned. Lupus was also extremely shocked. What? She stood up to object. Sir Kafega, you used to support me. But Kafega replied calmly. I've changed my mind. He looked straight at Medius, his gaze resolute. Now, I support Medius. That girl. And so, candidate number 1, Lupus. Candidate number 2, Authority. Candidate number 3, Medius. The 3 candidates have officially registered. Authority read the news on his laptop screen. High school student joins the association's presidential election. Tsk. He clicked his tongue. Every article is about that high school student. Chi-Jin agreed. It's really causing a stir. But there's also a lot of criticism. Of Kafega and that girl, saying that an election is not a joke. Authority wondered. So, have you investigated that girl? Chi-Jin commented on Medius. She's just an ordinary high school girl. Nothing special about her. Hearing that, he immediately looked up. The blue light from the computer screen reflected off his emotionless face. Is she a special ability user? She hesitated. That's not clear yet. It's probably some kind of assumed ability, right? Then Authority continued to read the news, bowing his head, silently thinking, Elsewhere, Lupus was also grilling Kafega. Explain yourself, will you? Kafega was sitting at his desk, resting his chin on his hand, perfectly calm. Ask me anything. She questioned him relentlessly. Did you know that girl from before? Even if you did, you can't let personal feelings influence such an important matter. But he answered, no. I've never met her before. That surprised Lupus. What? A few days ago, when I walked into my office to work, I saw her sitting in my chair. At first, I thought she was an intruder, sent by the villains, and I was about to subdue her. But after talking a few times, tens of times, hundreds of times, no, countless times, I felt as if I had spoken with her, many times. And then, I don't know when, I became certain that I had to support her. Lupus was confused and bewildered. She held out her hand, hesitantly asking, "With your permission, sir, may I?" Kafega agreed. "Sure. Go ahead." From Lupus's hand, a pink energy swirled around. She summoned her familiar to check his mind. After she was done, Lupus was utterly amazed. There are no signs of hypnosis, or mind manipulation. But what is this? She worried. Even so, deciding on such an important issue, based solely on a feeling. Kafega interrupted. "This isn't a feeling, Lupus. How many times have I said it?" His gaze was incredibly firm. "It's a conviction, I believe, that she must become the president of the association." Lupus was dazed and flustered, unable to utter a word. A mysterious figure has appeared, but only to the extent of being mysterious, not a threat. Authority and Lupus were still full of suspicion, but they decided that this wouldn't significantly affect the situation, so they focused on each other. On the day of the debate, Mute smiled brightly. "Greetings, ladies and gentlemen of the audience. I am Mute, the host of this debate. Before we begin, I would like to explain the rules of the debate," she announced. "First, each candidate will have a 10-minute speech. The participation rules appeared on the screen. The speaking order is by candidate number. During these 10 minutes, candidates can present their platforms, or ask questions to their opponents. The time for answers will be deducted from the time of the person asking the question. Therefore, they can interrupt if they feel it's unnecessary to hear the full answer. Additionally, during an opponent's speech time, each candidate is allowed 2 rebuttals," she announced cheerfully, "and each time, they will take control for 1 minute. Now, we shall begin the debate. Candidate number 1, Lupus. Hello everyone. I am Lupus, a student of Mago and a member of Equality. Candidate number 2, Authority. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Authority, the former second president of the Hero Association. Candidate number 3, Medius. My first time meeting you all. I am Medius. It's time for candidate number 1, Lupus, to speak." Lupus began. "We have been through many wars. Since special abilities appeared, centuries ago, wars between nations broke out. After the world government was unified, there were countless civil wars. And after the Hero Association was established, society was again divided between heroes and villains. We have spent most of our time in the collapse of such a society, but thanks to the efforts of Lao Sa and many other figures, the foundations of society were rebuilt," Lupus declared eloquently. "And now, society is just beginning to function properly. Think back to the era of authority. Back then, heroes were like outlaws. With inconsistent beliefs and methods, they slaughtered indiscriminately, villains and civilians alike. If authority becomes president of the association, those things will happen again, and the society that we worked so hard to build will collapse." But her speech was interrupted. She turned to see Authority, who spoke up in rebuttal. "Society is already collapsing." Authority requested the right to rebut for 1 minute. "Can't you see the current situation? I really can't understand why the sacrifices I endured through tears are considered slaughter, but you people sacrificing society for criminals is considered moral. You need to understand that this world cannot achieve any noble goal without sacrifice. If sacrifice is unavoidable, then we must ensure that the sacrifice is not in vain. All seeds of evil must be completely eradicated." Authority pointed at Lupus. "Look, it's precisely because we left these seeds of evil that they have caused this situation," she argued. "Wait a minute, Authority. Done?" he asked provocatively. "The 1 minute isn't over yet." Lupus was furious. You! She shouted furiously. "Get your hand off that clock now. How can 1 minute be this long?" Authority smirked sinisterly, his hand still gripping the clock that was timing him. "What are you talking about?" Lupus threatened. "If you don't take your hand off." He remained defiant. Mute raised her hand, using her ability to interrupt the argument. "That's enough. That's enough." A mute symbol appeared right above her head, preventing Lupus from uttering another word. Mute frowned. "Lupus, you are only allowed to speak when your opponent's rebuttal time is over." Mute. Special ability type. Mute. Then she turned to the gloating Authority. "And Authority, please refrain from using your ability. Image in elections. Public image is extremely important. The current situation is a state of semi-war. Authority and Lupus tried to build a strong public image, continuously raising their voices and attacking each other. During their time, instead of emphasizing their platforms, Authority and Lupus only focused on attacking their opponent. But of course, a strong image is. Authority spoke. But this is really suspicious. He mocked Lupus. A girl who can't even handle one villain. How can she resolve this situation? Or are you trying to say you're stronger than Lausa? Lupus was no match for Authority at all. He thought smugly, her running for office is really lucky for me. Because in the public eye, she's only remembered as Mago's student, so she's still in a position of needing to learn more. Most importantly, her rabbit-like appearance makes people associate her with a weak image. So, if I just crush that variable, this debate will end as I wish. In an atmosphere leaning in Authority's favor, Medius's turn arrived. Medius glanced over at Authority. Authority transformed the Hero Association from a small organization into a global corporation, with excellent decisiveness and drive. Then she commented on Lupus. Lupus, the successor to Lausa's will, has strengthened this corporation with strong ideals and beliefs. Therefore, she raised her head, her gaze smug. Therefore, I want to combine the strengths of both, to resolve the current situation. As Medius continued her speech, my platform is, Authority interrupted. Kid. He retorted, this isn't a student council election. Go home and study. This debate is not a place to discuss policy. Authority looked at her, annoyed. He asked provocatively, or maybe you're bad at school. So you ran here? It's a place to impose prejudice on the opponent. Mute warned. Mr. Authority, your time is up. Please don't interrupt anymore. But Medius raised her hand to express her opinion. It's okay. I'm willing to use my time to talk. Authority turned and sneered. Then talk, kid. She began. What do you want to talk about? Medius spoke calmly. I am a special ability user. She introduced herself. The ability training school that Lao Sa built when he was president is where I grew up, so you can't know what ability I possess. Lupus was quite worried by that information. While Authority continued to taunt, is that so? Well, what special ability does this kid have? Medius glared. In her eyes, a cold purple light flashed. I have no obligation to reveal that. Seeing that, he became even more interested in provoking her. No, kid, you have to tell. If you want to become the leader of the association, you need to have a suitable ability. Authority spread his arms to explain. No, hero in the association will follow a leader who isn't capable. She replied calmly. In that case, Medius looked up at him, a strange, sinister smile on her face. Then pick a place, Mr. Authority. We'll fight as soon as possible. Authority was stunned. What? The meeting was broadcast live on the news. This news spread quickly. Everyone watching was completely shocked. The image of Medius, with a challenging smile, took over every information display device. Information display. Crowds of pedestrians also gathered under the building, looking up at the large screen broadcasting her public challenge. A direct challenge? In the auditorium, Authority was stunned and amazed, unable to speak due to this sudden situation. Medius glanced at him arrogantly. The rules will be a mixed martial arts fight using special abilities. How about it? Authority fell into deep thought. An unexpected direct challenge. No matter how strong of an image he had always projected, hearing such an unexpected response made, Authority couldn't help but be flustered. Moreover, his strategy of labeling his opponent, Kid, was now becoming a trap for himself. If he accepts the condition, the fact that he had considered his opponent a kid from the start will make his image of fighting a kid seem bizarre. Furthermore, with his current overwhelming political position, if he actually faces off in the ring, Authority would be lowered to his opponent's level, damaging his prestige. Even if he wins, it would be a meaningless victory. But if he fails, it could affect him to the point of ending his political career. So what if he refuses the condition? He would be labeled as someone afraid to fight a kid, and be seen as a coward. A coward. This would severely damage his strong image. In a short amount of time, Authority's thoughts raced. He came up with a series of countermeasures. But no matter which option, Mute repeated. MMA? For now, the most important thing to clarify is this girl's special ability. What kind of special ability does she possess? While the whole world was shaken by the recent news, in a distant, remote mountain forest, it was incredibly quiet. Kingston was lying on his back on the grass. His eyes were thoughtful. Have you felt something strange recently? Beside him was Kangju, focused on meditating to train his strength. Hearing that, he wondered. What do you mean? He rested his head on his hands, pondering. I feel like the words I just said are constantly being repeated. He sighed. Well, I'm always like that. But how long will this last? Kingston rested his chin on his hands, worried. He seemed to feel that something bad was about to happen. Is it because I'm old? Or is there something unusual going on? Back at the debate, Medius turned to question, "Why don't you answer, Authority?" Authority glanced at her. Well, he was trying to de-escalate the current situation. It's true that she's a kid, so her actions are emotional. Daring to issue a challenge in the middle of a debate like this is not rational at all. He thought to himself, it seems I have to drag this debate into the mud to get through this situation. Authority frowned. His voice was firmer, with a hint of warning. Hey, kid, this debate is not a place to joke around. But Medius was persistent. I'm completely serious, Authority. She repeated the words he had used to mock Lupus earlier. To become the president of the association, the most important thing is skill. As you yourself said, Medius continued to press. Just now, while talking to Lupus, you even said that Lupus is weaker than Lao Sa, and therefore cannot be trusted, right? And during your time as president, Medius's gaze was sharp and decisive. You made the heroes fight each other to rank them, right? He was silent, facing her. But his expression was extremely annoyed with every word she uttered. Then you should try ranking me once. Medius gently gestured with her hand, as if inviting him. Her tone was confident and challenging. If you feel it's inconvenient to hold it here, then we can decide on a location after the debate. Authority frowned, starting to regret it. Damn it, I've gotten myself tangled with a real venomous snake. Watching her arrogantly declare war on him, he blamed himself. From the very beginning, I shouldn't have provoked her. She's not like me. She has nothing to lose. Authority sighed in concession. All right, you have a point. So, for now. Suddenly, a mute symbol appeared. Authority was forbidden from uttering another word. The host, mute, announced, Sir Authority, Medius has decided not to let you stall any longer. Please remain silent. He was stunned and annoyed. This brat just waited to hear the answer she wanted, and then cut my time short? Authority looked at Medius, who was smiling confidently, as if victory was in her grasp. What kind of special ability does she have to be so confident? A bold thought flashed through his mind. Should I? Authority clenched his fist. A blue energy emanated. Try a risky move? Maximum acceleration. If I strike without anyone knowing. Suddenly, he was shocked. Authority seemed to have sensed something. As he looked at the child before him, his eyes widened in astonishment. Medius faced him, cold and emotionless. Authority grew increasingly anxious. He had probably guessed her next move. Could she be? The first debate was nearing its end. Medius's speech began. She spoke of a time of desolation and chaos in the past. Having gone through countless wars, our society is like a tangled mess of knots, full of unresolved problems. As a result, those knots showed no signs of being untied. Medius's words carried weight, her tone tinged with a sense of helplessness, but were forcefully severed. She emphasized, I believe that was authority. But authority did not clean up the severed knots, but continued to slash relentlessly. Therefore, even the normal threads began to be cut. The one who took those threads and reconnected them. She asserted, I believe that was Lausa. Medius added, but among the knots that Lausa reconnected, there were also rotten ones that crept in. This is causing the current problem. However, we cannot just leave things as they are, but we also cannot sever everything as before. She clasped her hands in front of her chest, her voice resonating more. We need to cut them away carefully, so as not to damage the normal threads, and carefully reconnect them with care. Medius proposed a solution. This is a time when we should not lean towards an extreme, but must find a balance and move forward in harmony. All the citizens were focused on her presentation, on the large screen, in front of the headquarters. I, Medius, if I become the association's president, will petition the government to grant heroes the authority to execute on-site. The crowd's reaction was one of shock at this momentous declaration. The heroes granted this authority will be selected through a rigorous screening process. Moreover, some citizens were worried, trying to process the bold information. Medius continued to assert, in determining the list of villains to be executed on site, I pledge to make decisions with the utmost caution. Finally, she concluded. Of course, Medius declared eloquently, her eyes full of determination, the death row inmates of Alpha War will all be subject to on-site execution. I rest my case. The first debate ended. After the end of the first round of debate, Lupus's approval rating, 8%. Authority, 35%. Medius, 57%. The public poll has ended. Additionally, some heroes who previously supported Lupus have announced their switch to support Medius. Heroes who announced their support for Medius, China's Mianji, South America's Hassan. Faced with this situation, Lupus held a press conference. She wore a pink suit, standing at the podium, her tone serious. I listened to what Medius said during the debate. I spent too much time engaging in dialogue with authority, and could not refute Medius's points at that time. A high school student lacking social experience. By what standard? Does she decide the life and death of others? She is no less dangerous than authority. After criticizing Medius, Lupus continued. The sky had gradually turned to dusk. Lupus was standing and talking with the people opposite her. She spoke up. Everyone. Opposite her were Hassan, Kafega, and Mianji. He spoke first. Why did you call me here? Lupus, you. She stomped her foot in anger. Her voice was filled with rage. Don't pretend you don't know. Why did you choose that high school student? Hassan held out his hand, cutting her off. It's simple. I had a feeling. There's nothing more to it than that. Lupus questioned in a low voice. Whatever. That's just you. But Mianji, I didn't expect you to make such a choice. If your master, Mr. Rio, knew about this, he would surely be very sad. Mianji glanced at Lupus. She said, Our master. Mianji began to recall what Rio had once taught. He was standing amidst a swarm of sparkling butterflies, his two hands clasped behind his back. His calm, steady voice spoke. This world is complex, Mianji. Things that were once considered right and obvious can, over time, become wrong. And the reverse has happened countless times. In the past, I have killed many villains. The reason was simple, because at that time, I believed it was the right thing to do. But after meeting Laosa, my thinking has changed. Even so, I still don't think my current perspective is absolutely correct, Mianji. There is no single right answer in this world. However, no matter what circumstances arise, do your best to adapt to it. Just doing your best is enough. Mianji repeated what her master had always advised. He often said that. That's why after listening to the entire debate, and looking at the current situation, I think that not Lupus, but Medius, is the one suited to become the association's president. Kafega looked seriously at Lupus. He said, Lupus, we will not support you during the election. Please refrain from meeting with us. After hearing those words, Lupus lowered her head. Her hands were clenched in anger. After the first round of debate ended, the entire media began to focus their coverage on Medius. Articles about her student days, exclusive, the school years of candidate Medius. Articles about her family, in-depth Medius and her family. Articles about the confrontation with authority, clash. The collision between candidate Medius and authority. After the first round of debate, as attention shifted to candidate Medius, representative heroes like Mianji, of China and Hassan of South America, who had previously supported Lupus, announced the withdrawal of their support for her, and switched their allegiance to Medius. This caused a huge shock in public opinion, further solidifying Medius's position. Among the buzzing topics, the most prominent was, what exactly is her ability? Authority's gaze was fixed straight ahead. He was sitting on the sofa, watching the news about Medius. On the screen was Medius with a fresh, youthful smile. Authority continued to watch the footage. His face was pensive, as if deep in thought. He kept rewinding the tape over and over. Authority paused at one section. It seemed he had discovered new information. He snorted coldly. Authority spoke as if talking to himself. So that's it. At Shinka's base, Canis stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He spoke in a deep voice to her. Shinka-sama, lately, don't you find life has become repetitive and boring? Next to him was Kato. She also agreed with what Canis had just said. I agree. Shinka, standing opposite, asked, So, you all feel that way too? She rested her chin on her hand and continued, It's not just me who thinks so, right? The image of the familiar eagle logo cap appeared. It was Huang Xianghuan. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His face was filled with a pensive expression. The scene shifts to a devastated street. Friatur was writhing on the ground like a child. So boring. So boring. I can't take it anymore. I'm bored to death. Friatur, special type. His life only lasts for 1 week, and he relives his life from beginning to end, every week. Currently, he is in his vibrant teenage years. He stomped his feet and flailed his arms like a petulant child. His immature voice spoke up again. When do I get to go out? Natura, standing above, smiled. He gently coaxed. Shinka-sama said to wait a little longer because a variable has occurred. Be a little more patient. Vidi, standing beside him, was writing in a notebook. He also chimed in. What an interesting ability. I feel inspiration flowing intensely. Friatur suddenly called out, Natura. He was standing in front of him, his eyes full of anticipation. He said, Let's go out for a while. He chuckled. If Shinka-sama finds out, she'll be furious. Friatur wasn't scared. He still tried to persuade him. It's fine, as long as we don't get caught. We're just going to the nearby village for a bit. What's the big deal? Friatur looked at Natura with sparkling eyes. He even blinked with a look of coyness and anticipation, and Natura couldn't resist that adorable face. He cheerfully agreed. Alright, it's been a long time since I've felt nature. Friatur joyfully praised him. You're amazing. Absolutely amazing. Natura, you're the best. Natura turned to ask the others, what about you guys? Pekinel's face was full of worry. She said in a low voice, no, I'm scared of going out. I'm not going. Vidi shared the same opinion as Pekinel. I don't want to either. In comics, the characters who go out on their own are usually the first ones to die. Friatur looked at him annoyed. How unlucky. Natura turned to ask Atlas. What about you, Atlas-san? She answered calmly, I. Suddenly, she remembered Shinka's angry face. Atlas fell silent and didn't continue. A few seconds later, in a low voice, you guys go. I'm not feeling well. Natura smiled cheerfully. Is that so? Friatur, standing beside him, was a bit disgusted. So weak. Night had fallen. A vast field was engulfed in darkness. Suddenly, there was a slight tremor all around. A sapling was slowly growing. Sitting on top of it were Natura and Friatur, with extremely cheerful expressions. Then the two of them ran and frolicked under the tree. He spread his arms, joyfully enjoying it. It's been so long since I've smelled nature again. Behind him, with his running figure, he also laughed and said cheerfully, this ability is really convenient. Let's just go to the nearby village for a bit. Suddenly, something ahead caught the attention of both Natura and Friatur. Turning to look, in front of them was the appearance of Kafega, Mianji, and Hassan. Further on, there was also the appearance of Medius. Mianji's entire body radiated power. Hassan, holding a hammer in one hand, smirked. Kafega was also holding a longsword. It seemed Medius was using a time-related power. Friatur saw them, but said nothing. After a long pause, he finally asked, what are those things? The change of scene. A pair of shiny leather shoes was walking on the tiled floor. Behind Authority was Chi-Jin. She asked him, a press conference? He answered immediately, yes. I intend to accept the challenge that Medius proposed. Chi-Jin gasped in shock and asked again, what? Are you kidding? Authority answered seriously, I'm not kidding. This is the only way for me to win. She sighed. No wonder she. He smirked. It seems it's not her first time participating in a debate like this. It turns out she possesses such a cheating ability. How are we supposed to win? Chi-Jin didn't understand his meaning. What do you mean? Sir, on the other side, a fierce battle was taking place. Blood trickled down from the corner of Friatur's mouth. His body was covered in injuries. Natura, contrary to his earlier cheerful demeanor, was now also struggling to fight back. Medius was still watching the events from a distance. Authority looked at Chi-Jin. He said, she can reverse time. Medius's eyes flashed. Back in Authority's office, Chi-Jin asked him, she can turn back time? Authority turned his head and replied, yes. That explains why. The more we debated, the more I felt something was odd. This girl has repeated the debates countless times. It seems she has changed the future in her favor. Chi-Jin voiced her thoughts. Then it's impossible to win. But luckily, Authority had discovered the problem. She has a weakness. Compare the documents I just sent you carefully. Chi-Jin quickly opened her tablet to watch the footage. Authority sent. He reminded her. Hasn't something changed? After watching the footage, Chi-Jin also had her own observations. She said. Her hair grew a little longer. There's a certain feeling, right? Authority agreed with her. Exactly. He asked. Why do you think so? Chi-Jin voiced her thoughts. Because she's thinking too much about random things? Are you kidding me? Authority seemed dissatisfied with this answer. He continued. This girl, she can turn back the time around her, but she can't turn back her own time. That means that even if she's injured, her own time cannot be reversed, and she will return to the past with the wound on her body. So after accepting her challenge, the only way is to fight and win. Chi-Jin interrupted. However, for someone who can manipulate time, her physical abilities must also be very strong. Authority reminded her. But you seem to have forgotten one thing. I am also a time wielder. After hearing those words, Chi-Jin could only remain silent in surprise. Authority continued to share. In fact, the time I control is completely different from that brat's. I will win. Perhaps, this is the fate of those with time abilities, and to use my ability, I must trade my own life. Back at Natura's location, he was leaning against a sapling, panting. Natura, special type. He has a power that makes plants grow. Plant growth. The saplings that Natura created were attacking towards Kafega. He only needed one sword strike. That branch was cut into many pieces. He looked at Natura, a plant-related ability, a murderer possessing such an unfitting ability. Kafega, physical type. But I like this. It reflects the beauty of natural curves very well. By the way, my sword. Natura was stunned by the situation. Any tree that grew to attack. was completely cut down by Kafega. Natura was in pain. Blood had splattered on his body. Kafega looked at Natura and roared. A beautiful curve. Title. Amir. On the other side, a hammer flashed. A fiery red ray was slowly descending. The one holding that hammer was Hassan. He was holding the hammer from above, preparing to strike down. The hammer hit the ground, causing everything to shatter in an instant. Everything was affected. Only the hammer remained as it was. Kafega, Natura, and Friatur also watched the recent action. Hassan. Special type. If he hits the top of an opponent's head, he can seal their ability for 24 hours. Nickname. The Headhunter. Mianji. Kafega. He said, try to take off the hat of the guy in the back. I can't see the top of his head. Mianji was summoning her ability. She replied, all right. Mianji special type. Mask change, shape change. Depending on the color of the mask, the ability manifests differently. She placed her hand on a patch of grass. The grass flashed a vibrant, cold green. Natura's legs were being affected by Mianji's power, causing them to freeze solid like stone. She said, get him first. Current ability is Ice Blue. Natura turned his head worriedly. He shouted, Friatur, how long are you going to wait? Aren't you fully grown yet? Friatur was clutching his wounded chest with one hand. He replied to Natura, just a little longer. I'm almost at my peak age. Natura used his power to try to hold on. Before Friatur matures, in the sky, the moon had turned a fiery red. Friatur spoke. A little more. Just a little more. Time has passed. Natura seemed to be nearing exhaustion. He gritted his teeth and endured. Friatur reassured in a low voice. Just a little longer. The time seemed ripe. Friatur let out a shout. He was now in the form of an adult. His body rippled with muscle. All right. Friatur smiled with satisfaction. Yes, this feeling is great. Youth is really different. Friatur currently has the body of a 2-3-year-old. At his physical peak, he approached Natura and grabbed him by the collar. Now, time is on our side. Behind them, Medius covered her mouth with one hand and laughed loudly. Everyone was stunned by that action. Natura was silent for a few seconds. Finally, he decided to ask, why are you laughing? Medius laughed loudly as she answered, watching you misunderstand is so funny. It's an illusion. Natura asked Medius back, keep talking. Time? He frowned, in confusion. A feeling of unease welled up. She smiled. Her voice was steady. It's not your ally. A slow-motion flashback of the battle between those present here seemed to be playing out in Medius's mind. Her eyes flashed. Natura and Friatur were suddenly attacked out of nowhere, covered in blood and injuries. He was hit so hard that blood splattered from the corner of his mouth. The man beside him was in no better shape. Kafega attacked with full force. He slashed at Natura and Friar mercilessly. Suddenly, a red hammer appeared. Hassan was bringing it down, hard on Friatur and Natura. The hammer, with its incredible power, slammed straight into the top of Natura's head. Next was a blow to the top of Friatur's head. Medius spoke. As long as I live, Kafega and Hassan were watching Friatur and Natura fall. Medius's eyes were ice cold. She continued. Time will always be on my side. In the dark office, Authority was leaning back in his leather chair. Chi-Jin knocked and entered. In her hand was a folder. Her breath was ragged from stress. Candidate Authority glanced quickly towards the door. His voice was calm. Have all the reporters gathered? Chi-Jin interrupted. It's not about that. She was a bit tense. There's something important you need to see. This is a video that was just uploaded. Authority frowned skeptically, still not understanding what was happening. It was footage of Astro floating in the air, playing with Faye. The two of them were having a great time. The screen cut to a breaking news alert. A second later, Medius's face appeared on the screen. Hello viewers, I am Medius. Candidate Medius Emergency Live Broadcast. Tonight, I have apprehended the third-floor prisoners, Friatur and Natura. Both are currently under the supervision of 3 heroes, regional representatives. Initially, the plan was to deal with them on-site by means of termination, but since I am still in a civilian state, I have temporarily handed them over to the government for processing. The final decision will depend on who is the president of the association next week. She continued frankly, and one more thing regarding the duel with Authority. In the current situation, let's put that aside until after we've handled this incident. I will arrange a schedule with Authority. For now, instead of internal disputes, we should focus on apprehending the villains. I believe Authority will also understand this. That is all. I am Medius. She bowed to the audience. The news broadcast cut off. Authority was pensive, as if thinking about something. Chi-Jin, standing by the desk, continued. Furthermore, there's an invitation for a dialogue with Medius. How would you like to respond? Authority sat with his legs crossed on the sofa. Fine. What do they mean? The girl rewound time. Medius sat opposite, smiling. So you figured it out. Authority conversed with her. It's not just me. Other time-space manipulators have also noticed. Medius smiled and said, just as you say, I am a time manipulator. However, I cannot rewind my own time. Before she finished, Authority cut in and continued, and the amount of time you can rewind is also limited. 1 week. If extended, it would be 10 days. If you could rewind indefinitely, you would have rewound time before the prison break. Medius nodded, confirming. That's correct. The world government, to avoid social chaos, has kept that truth hidden, even after Shinka's broadcast ended. So at that time, I couldn't grasp the exact information. Her face darkened. As you guessed, I can rewind time by 1 week. That means I know information 1 week in advance, compared to others. Authority rested his head on his hand. The election results won't be out in a week, will they? Medius replied. That's right. Authority's face tensed. Tell me this information. What is your purpose? Is this process necessary for you to win? Medius tilted her head, looking at Authority with confidence. In the process of debating with you, I realized that clumsily probing you, or avoiding questions are all considered bad moves, so I chose to be direct. Furthermore, we are both time manipulators, right? She cheerfully shared her story. With a senior of the same ability like you, I wanted to freely share my story. Authority snorted coldly. That kind of talk. Seems like you want to form a bond with me, but I have no intention of doing so in the future. Medius was disappointed. Is that so? What a pity. She stood up as if preparing to leave. See you at the next debate. Before Medius left, Authority still wanted to ask a question. I have something I'm curious about. Why is your symbol a capybara? At first, I thought you had a physical-related ability. Medius answered him. The reason? She answered as she walked away. Just because it's cute. Thanks to Medius's achievements, a regional representative hero from Authority's side, India's Azetria, and a regional representative hero from Lupus's side, Africa's Antarigo, have switched to Medius's side. Furthermore, the second debate has been cancelled, due to the agreement of all 3 candidates. Shinka didn't feel angry with the unexpected behavior of the third-tier prisoners, but rather annoyed that someone with such a troublesome ability had appeared. Shinka's sense of annoyance towards Medius's existence only grew. Meanwhile, despite the appearance of Medius, those who quietly pursued their own goals, or tried to build a world they deemed righteous, were still busy taking action. Time passed, and it was now time for the third debate. In front was Mute. She was holding a microphone, solemnly announcing, "Hello viewers, I am Mute, the moderator for today's debate. This is the final debate, isn't it? Since it's the last session, each candidate will have sufficient time to speak. The speaking order for this round will be, in reverse order of the candidate numbers. Each speech is a maximum of 10 minutes, with 3 rebuttals. If the time for all 3 candidates runs out, the debate will conclude." Mute extends a hand to welcome the candidates. Now, please welcome the candidates. Number 1. Lupus. With a serious expression, she slowly enters. Number 2. Authority. He walks with his hands in his pockets, his eyes filled with calculation. Number 3. Lupus and Authority both turn towards candidate number 3. Mute breaks into a cold sweat at this appearance. Those watching the news are also dumbfounded. Her long brown hair sways gently. Medius begins the final debate. Crystal chandeliers sparkle brightly from the ceiling. Before we begin, I need to confirm something. Mute places a hand on the mic and asks, "You are Medius, correct?" Medius, standing at the podium, replies, "Yes, that's correct." "May I begin now?" Mute awkwardly says. "Of course. Let's begin the debate." Medius looks straight ahead, very confident. "Hello, citizens. I am Medius. Today, in this debate, I want to reveal my ability. I am a person who possesses the ability of time. Though you might have already realized by looking at me, I cannot turn back my own personal time, but I can reverse the time of the world. Before coming to this third debate, I have reversed time many times to gather information, and currently, I know the exact location of Alpha War's base, along with all information about the enemy." Authority glances over, deep in thought. Medius declares confidently, "If I am chosen as president, I will use this information to..." Lupus is surprised by what Medius says next. She says, "Attack the Alpha War base and open an all-out war. I promise to choose the future, with the least amount of harm to civilians, and even if I have to trade all of my time, I will try to end this incident in the safest way possible. That is all." After Medius's speech, it's Authority's turn. He looks even more unpredictable than Medius. "I have decided." He looks straight at the camera to support Medius and withdraw from the race. Lupus gasps in surprise at that decision. What? Medius smiles, satisfied. It seems she already knew this outcome. Flashback to Medius and Authority's conversation, the day before. She asks him, "Why did you call for me?" Authority. He doesn't beat around the bush. Don't play dumb. Haven't you already seen this future? Don't you already know what I'm going to say? You've turned back time countless times, haven't you? Thanks to that, I feel like with just 1 cup of coffee, I've drunk 10,000 cups. So what have you been doing all that time? Medius replies nonchalantly, "I will make it clear during the debate." After hearing this, Authority seems to be thinking something over. Medius, after careful consideration, I've realized that you are the most suitable person to handle this matter. He is serious. Therefore, I've decided to support you in the election and withdraw. If I support you, you will easily win the election, because that rabbit's approval rating is currently at rock bottom. But Medius already knows his thoughts. Of course, you have a condition, don't you? Authority doesn't mince words. That's right. As you know, this presidential term will end when the current incident is resolved. Therefore, my condition is that you do not run in the next election. Medius agrees readily. All right, Authority. I accept that offer. Authority tilts his head, not quite believing it. It seems you're hiding something else, aren't you? I don't believe you'd accept so easily. Medius shrugs. You're trying to help me. Why would I refuse? He speaks again. Finally, as a senior in the field of time abilities, I have a piece of advice for you. Don't mistake that controlling time means time is on your side. Time is always fair and terrifyingly cold. After hearing this, Medius's cheerful expression fades. I will remember that. Back at the election debate, Lupus shouts angrily, "Hey, Authority, if you were going to do that, then why did you even join the debate? You should have withdrawn right before the debate." Authority doesn't even glance at her. That's my business. And it's still my turn, isn't it? Lupus, standing behind, cuts in. You said you were going to withdraw. So what meaning does the time have for you? Authority replies, I haven't officially withdrawn yet. He annoyedly remembers to ask for the host's help. Host, could you please turn off that rabbit's mic? It's my turn, and she's making so much noise I can't speak. Hearing this, Lupus is livid. Making noise? No, I have the right to 3 complaints, and I'm using my time to have a legitimate conversation with you. Authority loses his patience and waves his hand. All right. Keep talking your nonsense. I'll give you all of my time. Host, give all my time to her and turn off my mic. And please, mute the surrounding noise too. I don't want to waste my breath on her anymore. Lupus points towards the door. This greedy old man. Are you messing with me? If so, then get lost. Authority retorts, if I were greedy, I wouldn't have withdrawn, nor would I have given my time to you, you stupid rabbit. Just then, Medius also raises her hand to speak. Well, I've finished saying everything. Can I leave now? It's better to spend this time gathering more information on the enemy. Then, Lupus gets another burst of anger. Where do you think you're going? My time isn't up yet. The two sides bicker back and forth disorderly, as the host can only stand there, silently holding the mic. You call this a debate? Time passes just like that, and the final debate finally comes to an end. The result, the 4th president of the Hero Association is Medius. The world government immediately confirms the election results, and summons Medius. Here, Medius shared all the information she had gathered, along with predictions about the future. The world government pledges its full support to Medius, sparing no assistance. At the same time, they updated her on Seo Kangju's current situation. Medius lowers her head. I see. After exchanging information, Medius is walking down the hallway, when someone suddenly calls out to her, 4th Association President, it's Elgido. He stands before Medius and speaks slowly. The ability to turn back time. Hearing the same words over and over must be tiring, huh? You've been through that countless times, haven't you? Although this is the first time I'm saying this, you've probably heard it many times already. Medius. This world has no room for neutrality. Please remember my words. After her meeting with the world government, Medius met with the heroes, calling on them to cooperate with her policies. Most of the heroes agreed to follow Medius, but the biggest problem was Lupus. Medius grabs her hair in frustration. She speaks impatiently. How many times have we had this conversation now? Opposite her is Lupus. Contrary to the day of the debate, today she's like a little fawn. Really? I feel like this is the first time we've had this conversation. Medius sighs, exasperated. That answer, I've refuted it countless times already. Someone as strong as you can't possibly not feel a little bit of déjà vu. Lupus asks her, so how are you going to persuade me this time? Medius bluntly refuses. Persuasion is no longer necessary. I respect your opinion, Lupus. Even so, you are a very important factor. Please hold fast to your beliefs, but I hope you will participate in this. Operational plan. Lupus replies, you don't have to say that. I'll participate anyway. At the Hero Association, Authority greets her cheerfully. Congratulations on your election, 4th Association President. Medius accepts happily. Thank you, Authority. With one hand in his pocket, he continues, judging by your expression, it seems you couldn't persuade that rabbit, huh? A weak woman, who can't even kill a single villain. Medius smiles and replies, you could say, she is very steadfast in her beliefs. The Authority exchanges a few pleasantries before ending the conversation. Let's get this over with quickly. 4th President, I'm really looking forward to your first speech. If you need advice, I'm always available. She places a hand on her chest and bows her head. Thank you. The first speech of the 4th President of the Hero Association. Medius stands at the podium and speaks clearly. Hello to all members of the Hero Association. I am Medius, the 4th President of the Association. The reason I have convened you today is to announce the selection of the Equality, 3rd Generation. Before proceeding with the campaign, these are the names I have chosen for the 3 Equality members. Amir, Kafega the Shapeshifter, Mienji the Alchemist, Alter Ego, Lupus the Rabbit. Medius scans the auditorium. And finally, Authority. And the leader of the group will be Mr. Authority. That is all. His face stiffens upon hearing the announcement, as if he doesn't understand what's happening. Medius's selection of the Equality team has thrown the heroes into a state of fluctuation. Lupus is surprised by the decision. What? Kafega seems more pensive. Medius from the stage asks, Sir Authority, after this speech, could you spare a moment for me? I need some advice. Authority looks at her, seemingly sensing that something is wrong. Inside the room, Authority sits on the sofa. He looks straight at Medius and questions her. It seems you were hiding something, and it turns out, it was this? Medius sits opposite him. I had no intention of hiding it. If you had asked, I would have answered. Hearing this, Authority scoffs coldly and says in a low voice, I have no intention of joining Equality. Working with people I don't get along with is nothing but asking for trouble. Medius advises him, that's why I proposed that you be the leader. You think they'll listen to me? Authority still doesn't understand. Medius provides a valid reason. Sir Authority, if you join Equality and shine in this campaign, your chances of winning the next election will be even more certain. Authority looks uninterested. That's not necessary. The winner of the next election is definitely me. That rabbit is no match for me. Medius interrupts him. How can you be so sure of that? If Lupus participates in this campaign as a member of Equality and achieves great merit, she could become a threat in the next election. Authority grits his teeth in anger. No way that's happening. Medius, unfazed by his words, continues. And what if another person with a variable ability, like me, joins the next election? Then what? Only then does Authority fall silent, pensively piecing things together. Medius proposes to him, if you help me in this campaign, I will use my abilities to support your victory in the next election. Those words startle Authority with surprise. Medius needs his power. Sir Authority, lend me your strength. If you stand with me, your power over the association will be strengthened, and that will be a great advantage for you. When you aim for the next presidency, Authority glances away, silent for a moment, then he speaks. Anyway, in the timeline you've already experienced, it seems I was already active in the Equality team. Judging by how you didn't turn back time, that must be the case. Understood. Our sitting here talking is just a waste of time. Alright, I'll support you. But remember, keep your promise to help me in the upcoming election. Medius replies to him, understood. The more we talk, the more interesting I find you. Authority looks at her and asks, what? Medius shares with him, most heroes, when they talk to me, ask if they will survive this campaign, or not. But you've never asked that, not even once. Authority is honest with Medius, because I can't imagine a future where I die. The only future I see is the presidency. He reminds her, hurry up and focus on planning the campaign, and let's get this over with, because the next president is definitely me. Medius once again explains the reason for her choice of the Equality team through her speech, while also gaining consensus from the heroes, and so, the 3rd generation Equality team was chosen. Medius named the campaign, this time Operation Annihilation. To counter the moves from the Hero Association, Shinka sent out invitations to the entire world. However, because Medius already had prior information about those who accepted Shinka's invitation, so before the letters arrived, she had already dispatched heroes to eliminate most of them. This resulted in very few people joining Shinka's ranks. Canis stands behind Shinka, reporting, fewer than I thought. Someone suddenly cuts in, hey, Alpha, 1. Why are we only ranked as 3rd class? Terra, physical type. So, physical type. Nucius, special type. Asila is also not pleased. We don't think we're any less than those guys. Asila, special esper type. Virus, with both hands on his belt, asks, "Where's Huang Sung-hoon?" Virus, physical type. Shinka cheerfully holds out both hands. Just achieve great things in this battle, and I'll raise your rank. She places a hand on her chest, standing close to Terra. If your achievements are truly extraordinary, you might even get a reward. As for Mr. Sung-hoon, he's training privately. Everyone in the room looks toward Shinka. No one says a word. In the dead of night, in the dark night sky, giant fireballs paint the space above Shinka's base red. Mienji holds out both hands before the red flames. Looks like my luck is in today. All around her is a sea of red fire. In the chaotic scene, a voice shouts, "Shinka! It's Canis." He warns her, fireballs are appearing in the sky. She is also looking up to observe. I'm looking too. Countless fireballs appear in the sky, looking like tiny suns. Shinka holds out her hand, summoning her power. Her power is attacking towards the fireballs. A shining sword appears out of nowhere. It's Kafega, flying high above, a sword. In one hand, he holds the sword before him, chanting some spell. Arabesque. In the next second, many thin rays of light appear in the sky. In just a blink, on the protective circle of Shinka, are filled with slash marks. Asterisk. Boom. Asterisk. With a loud bang, her protective circle shatters. The fireball swarm, now unobstructed, crashes down into the city. The entire desolate street is engulfed in flames and smoke. Someone, seeing this scene, is not pleased. He clicks his tongue. Authority raises a hand to his forehead to shield his eyes from the fire's light. If you summoned a meteor, then covered it with fireballs, the power would have been even greater. But you refuse to do that. Behind him, Lupus, with her hands on her hips, retorts, "How many times do I have to say it? Doing that would make the power too great, causing harm to our hero allies as well. If our teammates can die from something like that, then they might as well quit being heroes." Lupus fumes. "You're the one who should quit." "Hey, I'm the captain," he interrupts. Alter Ego suddenly approaches Authority and Lupus. "Come on, stop fighting. Let's move to the coordinates the president provided." Authority glances at Alter Ego and smiles coldly. All right. Is everyone ready? Let's go." Wipe out the cancer cells. Hero Association, move out. Operation Annihilation officially begins. In the meeting room, 4 people are present. First is Medius, followed by Mute, Prof, and Adibia. This is the advisory council that Medius established. Mute, special esper type. Mute is responsible for security. She can create a space that eliminates sound to prevent eavesdropping. Prof, special esper type. Protection is responsible for security, a measure to prevent any assassination attempts against Medius. Idibia, special esper type. Genius mechanical engineer, is responsible for communications, in charge of the communication devices used to relay directives. This advisory council has a meeting and comes to the conclusion that if we don't have information on where Shinka is heading, we can't act. Mute stands in the center. She crosses her arms and wonders, "That's strange. How did they manage to use that EMP attack at the Lucas prison in Indonesia?" Leaning both hands on the table, she answers, "Is there a mole?" Opposite her is Medius. She cuts in. "That information, after we kill Shinka, we'll use a psychometrist to find out. For now, let's focus on the mission." She obeys. "Yes, President." Medius spent 2 years of her life preparing for this mission. She used that time to think, sleep, eat, etc., all by herself. Sleep, eat, etc., all by herself. She picks up the document, reminding everyone, "Let's try to prevent the death of even a single hero." That is the motive behind this plan. So she plans to turn back time as soon as a dangerous situation arises. Medius puts a hand to her forehead and laments, "This ability is so inconvenient. It would be great if I could turn back my own time and keep my memories. It's truly an extraordinary ability. Aren't you being too greedy, Medius? Just keep turning back time and create the future you want with the advisory council." In the midst of the battle, a question is raised. She has turned back time too many times. Is she dreaming of a perfect future? Authority is standing in the middle of a desolate street. His hand is in his pocket. "But I told her that time is fair. But just keep turning back time. However, the future you want will not appear." Medius has dispatched strong heroes to fight the enemy. The communication sound rings out. "Hero, regional representative, please handle the level 2 villain who has accepted the invitation. With level 3 villains and above, Someone wonders. What? Lupus is bewildered by what authority just said. Her face shows a worried expression. You are a villain? I have to take charge of the members. Equality will handle them. Nucius's mouth twitches. How indecent. Censura. Special Esper type. Censor. She believes the world needs a healthy mindset. Anything she deems indecent, she will take a picture of and trap them in the pictures. Nucius scowls and yells, so indecent, so indecent, so indecent. Lupus clenches her fists and looks at her. Didn't Medius place me here to deal with her? Because I would have an advantage against her? She's clearly a terrible matchup for me. She uses her power. Outside, Lupus is wearing a long cloak with bunny ears. She asks Nucius, hey, this should be fine, right? She takes a step back. No. Lupus puts a hand on her chest and asks, puzzled. No? Why not? Standard. She probes Nucius. What is the standard? She opens her mouth and yells, it's what I think. How would you understand? It will change depending on how she feels. In different situations. She angrily puts her hands in front of her chest and summons her power. Nucius's eyes are full of anger as she looks at Lupus. You simply have the body of something that needs to be censored. Why do you wear that kind of outfit all over the place? Huh? Are you a pervert? She grinds her teeth. You damn brat. Lupus, annoyed, uses her power to strike at her. This is what I want. I like rabbits, so what? Lupus raises her hand and speaks into her communication device. Medius. Are you there? On the other end, Medius replies immediately. Yes, Lupus. What is it? She shouts angrily into the device. Didn't you say I would have the upper hand here? Are you trying to put me in a disadvantageous situation? To get me killed? Or what? On the other end, Medius scoffs. You're a member of Equality, and yet you complain so much about handling just one level 3 villain. Lupus loses her patience. Shut up. Medius asks her. You won't kill villains, right? That's why I put you in charge of a villain who can hardly kill others. She is someone we won't have a problem with, even if you let her slip away. Lupus won't back down. Are you messing with me? Medius doesn't answer her. She continues. Furthermore, in her pictures, there are civilians imprisoned. If we carelessly kill her, there's a high chance those civilians will die. That's why I chose you to deal with her. Do you understand now? Lupus lets out a curse, showing her impatience. This annoying brat. Medius drones on. But I'm an adult now. Shut up. Lupus cuts her off. In the sky, the full moon shines brightly in the night sky. Cafega, weapon in hand, is slowly approaching. Suddenly, a voice calls out, catching his attention. How lucky. Cafega's body freezes. He looks up. What meets Cafega's eyes is So, sitting perched on a rooftop. She looks at him and continues, I've been wanting to meet you. Cafega looks at her, his face still showing no expression. So jumps down from above. I never expected to meet both individuals. Known as sword gods, today is surely a special day. A good day to die. Although I asked to learn from that other sword god, I was rejected, because she said she hasn't yet achieved the swordsmanship she wants. Cafega's face darkens. So is brimming with killing intent, and her red eyes glowing as she slowly approaches Cafega. She asks, what is a sword? I have slain countless lives, but I still don't understand. If I slay even more lives, will I be able to know it then? Cafega looks straight ahead, his voice deep and warm. I too have slain countless enemies to gain enlightenment, just like you. I have slain even those who begged for their lives without mercy, because I wanted to gain enlightenment. However, I achieved enlightenment from an unexpected place. His lips move. A sword. So holds her fiery red sword forward. Her eyes are filled with killing intent. Cafega also draws his sword. He shows no fear at all. The whites of So's eyes turn black, and in the center of those eyes are terrifying red pupils. In just a flash, Cafega swings his sword across her neck. Blood sprays from So's neck. With a tense face, he begins to speak. Is not a tool you swing for yourself, but something you swing for others. In the desolate night, the darkness deepens. An old hand is covering the center of his forehead. Authority shields his eyes with one hand, the other in his pocket, as he walks forward step by step. High above, Terra is watching his every move. That must be the one I'm in charge of. He raises his voice and asks, Are you Authority? You're a bit old. But despite that, your fighting spirit is pretty good. It's a shame Amir didn't come here. But you'll do. Authority looks up and interrupts. Hey. Terra freezes. He reached up to loosen his tie. What I hate most is trash. That talks insolently as if they're some big shot. Words are a waste. I'll kill you, trash. Authority was furious. He clenched his fist and punched Terra straight in the gut, causing him to double over in pain. A pair of sharp, clawed hands reached out. Terra swiped at authority. Seeing this, he took a step back. Terra smirked provocatively. That was a heavy punch. A good punch, indeed. And just as expected, the speed increases when time accelerates. So fast. So fast. Authority's face was grim as he looked at Terra, as if he didn't understand what he was saying. Terra was brimming with power. In his hand was a long, sharp sword. The feeling of cutting something worthwhile. Authority scowled. What the hell is this trash talking about? I haven't even used my time power yet. Terra, with his dark, sunken eyes, tilted his head and asked, What? Authority continued. Just now, he used his knee to punch Terra straight in the face. I simply dodged it, you piece of trash. Tara was sent flying backward by the punch. He raised a hand to his bloodied face. Authority asked him flatly, even after transforming, you still couldn't dodge that? Even the Manhwa has its own levels, you piece of trash. If I really used my time power on this, Terra held out a hand to stop him, shouting, Wait, hold on. Authority didn't bother. Quadruple speed. He held out his hand, and flew towards Terra, taking his head in one swift motion. He asked, Wait for what? Do you think, if you had more time, you could have counterattacked? Get lost, you piece of trash. The three great Equality members have successfully defeated the prisoners of the third floor. Lupus stood with his hands on his hips below, while Nucius was being restrained by his power above. A voice called out, Hey! Someone called out, catching Lupus's attention. Authority's bloodied face appeared, frightening her. She screamed, which also startled him. It took a moment for her to recognize his presence. Authority. He didn't waste a second before scolding her. You crazy rabbit, I knew it. Lupus took a step back. Knew what? Authority asked her. And what about that bitch holding the camera? Why didn't you kill her and just dragged her along? He rolled up his sleeves. Take down the shield. I'll send her to hell. She stomped her foot angrily. Nonsense. Authority raised his bloody hands, tensing up. Then I'll just blow away the shield too. Lupus held out her hands, summoning her power. She challenged him. Try it. From the communication device, Medius's voice came through. Lord Authority, please calm down. There are civilians trapped inside her shield. Just take her to the detention center and deal with her later. Authority asked her, What if she escapes? Medius immediately replied, Lord Authority, in all the futures I have experienced, there has never been a case where that camera-wielding bitch became a variable. He asked again, Will she be dead within a week? I haven't seen that yet. Right now, I'm not monitoring day by day, but hour by hour. Authority yelled in frustration, Hour by hour? Medius, what kind of future are you painting? If you've already sketched out a big picture, then no matter where you go wrong, you have to keep drawing until it's finished, as quickly as possible. If you just draw a little and then erase again, when you make a mistake, when will you ever be done? From the communication device, a voice echoed again, Even if it takes longer, I won't let a single hero die. He raised the hand wearing the communication device to his mouth, closer. Medius, no future is perfect. Don't try to carry it all on your own. The deaths of heroes are inevitable. Medius was determined. Even so, I will do everything I can. He glanced up at Nucius, who was suspended in midair. For now, you are the chairman, so I will follow your orders. But in that case, look into the future a week from now. From this point on, based on that progress, we will decide this girl's fate. Medius lowered her eyes and replied flatly, Understood. On the ground lay the heavily injured Hassan, his eyes wide with terror. Opposite the blood-stained sword stood Tatsujin. Horrified expression. Eyes. Smile. Explosion. It was all like a film playing out. Medius opened her eyes wide in surprise. With that memory from the communication device, she continued, Lord Authority. According to the results, after I return from experiencing the future, she does not become a variable. After being escorted, she will be imprisoned. In the prison without any problems. He cut Medius off. Alright, let's just drop this. So, will we win the war? Medius continued to report to him. Victory seems likely, but if things continue as they are, some heroes will be killed. Authority replied, That's unavoidable. Medius advised him. Authority, if there's a way to save them, I should at least try, even if it consumes all of my time. Authority wasn't concerned with the matter at hand. He turned and walked away. Even so, you have to leave some time for my election. Understood, Medius replied. Behind her, Lupus's face was full of worry. Election? What are you two talking about? He glanced back, smirking. Shut up, rabbit. Prepare to move to the next area. Inside the meeting room, after listening to Medius's conversation with Authority, Proof asked, Chairman, are we certain to win? Opposite him, Ethiopia answered. Victory seems certain. Mute also joined in. Then let's focus on reducing hero casualties. Media suddenly remembered something and looked at him. But there's something strange. She raised a hand to her mouth, deep in thought. Even if all the villains of Oster, Alpha War are eliminated in this battle, Steven Universe, Asura, Shinka, and Hwang Sung-hoon are all nowhere to be found. Everyone was stunned. Prof asked, "What? If that's the case, then nearly half the main force hasn't even joined the fight." Nu continued. "Have they deserted?" Idopia continued. "This is suspicious. Luckily, we listened to authority this time." She ordered, "We should push the process forward, and then look further into the future." The heroes followed Medius's instructions one by one, clearing out every villain in the dark neighborhood. Shinka stood before everyone and asked, "Are you all ready, my dear executioners? You must have felt it too, right? There's something unusual about the flow of time." Medius. "She's mistaken in thinking that time is on her side. Ladies and gentlemen, but time is truly our ally. Let's go forward and teach them a lesson." Asura replied coldly, "Yes, sir." Varus, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, continued, "Seo Kang-gu, the one who defeated Hwang Sing-hoon." Maledict, stretching, asked, "When is he coming?" Tatsujin joined in the fun. "It's been a while since we've had a proper fight." Shinha looked towards the spatial gate. "Has Amir arrived yet? For the glory of Alpha War, the 4th floor special task force, move out." In the dark alley, a deep, hoarse voice echoed, cold and decisive. "All right." Hassan stood there, a self-satisfied smirk on his face. Contained. Next to him was Pocket. She spoke up. "That went smoothly, didn't it?" Oceania's hero representative, Pocket. Physical enhancement system. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and pressed Hassan. "Do I really not have to do anything?" Hassan smirked. "Yeah. It's best if you don't use your power. It's hard to hold back." Pocket pouted and stomped her foot lightly. "You're so mean," Hassan continued. "By the way, the 2nd floor guys are really easy to handle." The doll replied to him, "I guess the equality people will take care of the 3rd and 4th floors, huh?" Hassan agreed. "That's right." His eyes drooped slightly. "As for us, we'll probably just stop at the 2nd floor." From a distance, the figure of Varus slowly approached. He exhaled a puff of smoke. His deep, steady voice spoke up. "It's a pleasure, heroes." Hassan was surprised by this appearance. Behind him, Popcorn's eyes widened. She covered her mouth with her hand in shock. "Oh, an enemy. Varus. Physical enhancement system. Member of the villain website. Tragedy. A hero bounty hunter, known as Tragedy." Pocket, hearing this, trembled and asked, "The 4th floor?" Hassan glanced over, a hint of annoyance in his voice. "Calm down, Pocket. We still have Medius on our side. There must have been arrangements made beforehand. Whether it's the 4th or 5th floor, all it takes is one swing of my hammer." Varus smirked. He narrowed his eyes. "The two of you, team up. Somehow, you have to get that hat off his head. Just need to hit them with all your might, right on the crown of the head." Varus asked. "The crown of the head? You're the one who specializes in aiming for the crown to seal superpowers, aren't you?" Hassan, with one hand on his hip, replied. "That's right." Varus spoke again. "How much is the bounty on the regional hero? I remember it was quite generous. I've always wanted to ask you something. In this case, what about this? I have 2 cowlicks." With that, he took off the hat he always wore on his head. Hassan looked at him and asked, "2 cowlicks? 2 cowlicks?" "That's right," Varus replied, putting his hat back on with his other hand. Hassan asked again, "So what does that have to do with my ability?" Varus said what he was thinking. "Doesn't a person with 2 cowlicks have 2 crowns? Meaning you have to hit 2 spots." Hassan found that ridiculous. "What are you talking about? People only have 1 crown." Varus replied with a very stupid question. "Is that so? Don't bald people have no crown?" This time, Hassan lost his patience with his ridiculous words. "Nonsense. Who doesn't have a crown? On the contrary, I love hitting bald people the most, because their crowns are so clearly visible." Varus placed his hands on his hips. The brim of his hat obscured his eyes as he continued. "I see. New information." Hassan advised Varus, "But before you go around provoking bald people, you should also go for a checkup. 2 cowlicks are a sign of early-stage hair loss." Varus froze after hearing Hassan's advice. It took him a while before he could get out a single word. "You." Varus's face began to tighten. His eyes stared straight at Hassan. His tone was a declaration. "I will kill you in the most painful way." Hassan opened his eyes wide in surprise. "Why?" Varus lowered his hands, seemingly preparing to attack. "You told me something I didn't want to know, which made me feel humiliated." Hassan had also used his power, ready to fight at any moment. "Get ready, doll." The doll took a step back, and replied, "Yes, sir." A green vein popped on her face. Her face showed her anger. Hassan and Varys both looked at her and grimaced. Oh my, that's scary. The doll had transformed into the shape of a beast person. She was in a fighting stance. Completely different from her voice earlier, she looked straight ahead, her deep, hoarse voice ringing out. Ready. Varys, with a cigarette in his mouth, smirked. A physical enhancement type, huh? This will be an interesting fight, Kingston explained. The physical enhancement type, unlike the special or summoning types, which often control ki outside the body, most people with physical enhancement abilities only control the ki inside their bodies. That's why many in this system believe that the power of a superpower is predetermined at birth, leading to laziness or even giving up on training. Opposite him was Kangju, who was listening attentively. Kingston continued, but in reality, it's just that their containers are too small. When the container is small, the ki will overflow, and once the ki exceeds their control, it becomes useless. But if you know how, you can hone and expand this container. Through training, you will hone your container with me, and at the same time, learn to control your ki. One more thing, when you reach a certain level, in controlling your ki, back to reality. Varys placed his hand on his hip, as if preparing to draw a weapon. In front, Hassan and Pocket watched intently, ready to defend against an attack. Suddenly, Varys drew a flare gun. He leaned back slightly and pulled the trigger. A powerful flare shot out from the gun. Hassan and Pocket watched the bullet fly towards them. They both dodged to the sides. The bullet flew past them and into the abandoned building behind them. The bullet made contact with the building, causing a huge explosion. The tall building instantly crumbled. Under the power of the bullet, both Hassan and Pocket glanced behind them. Observing the situation, Varys reloaded, preparing for a second attack. Kingston's face appeared again. One can also infuse ki into objects. In front of him was the barrel of Varys's gun. He held a rope high, spinning it above his head. He threw the rope towards Hassan and Pocket. The rope flew and tied them up tightly. Varys, holding the rope that bound the other two, reminded them in a low voice, "Now you can't move anymore, because I've infused ki into the rope. It's harder than steel now. And now, I'm going to skin your head." A familiar voice rang out. Shockwave. Kangju charged forward, punching Varys hard in the stomach, sending him flying backward. Varys's face contorted in pain. Hassan and Pocket sat on the ground, also surprised by what had just happened. Kangju's expression was completely calm. Kangju's punch sent Varys flying several meters. The old hands appeared, accompanied by a voice. Chastisement. You're growing quite fast. Keep feeling the ki in your body, and move in that way. It was Kingston, his face full of smiles. He put a hand to his forehead to get a better look. Let's see. This guy is the perfect opponent for a warm-up. This isn't too bad. Now, try mixing your special system into your attacks, just like we practiced. If you kill him in one blow, you fail. But you have to use at least 3 moves. Kangju, standing in front, glanced at Kingston, and replied softly, "Understood." Varys stood up, adjusting his hat with one hand. "Treating me like a punching bag, are you?" "That's right." Kingston knelt down, getting ready to sit. "All right, I'll be here watching. Go on, my disciple." The Hero Bounty Hunting Site. Tragedy. When the Hero Association implemented a ranking system, naturally, from Tier 5 to Tier 1, the bounty was determined by the level of danger. Varys's highest earnings, the top of the industry, came from hunting Khans, a candidate for the title of equality. After completing that mission, Varys enjoyed a leisurely retirement, only monitoring the bounty site without participating anymore. Varys lay on his couch, watching the news. So many new faces have appeared, but then one day, a name on the website caught his attention. It was Seo Kangju. Despite being at the equality level, Seo Kangju had no bounty listed for him. Out of curiosity, Varys contacted Tragedy to ask why, but on the phone, a faint voice came through. "It's truly immeasurable. Seo Kangju has never been in a battle, so there is no information about him." Or, "Varys, why don't you try fighting him? Once to determine his value? We'll pay you a handsome sum." Varys impatiently refused. Back to reality. He seemed to be sharing his own story. "At that time, I thought he was nothing special, so I was just a little curious and then forgot about it. But when I heard you defeated Huang Sung Huan, I decided I had to see it for myself." Seo Kangju. He placed a hand on his hip, preparing to draw his gun. "Just how much are you worth?" Varys, without hesitation, raised his gun and fired immediately. Kangju bowed his head. He stood still. The bullets were flying towards him one by one. Kangju raised his hand and waved it a few times. He summoned his power, Dark Light Crushing Strike. Kangju, along with his power, shot like lightning towards Varys, catching him off guard. Varys roared in pain. That punch severely damaged his internal organs. Kangju continued with another technique, Dark Soul Shockwave. Varus was lifted high into the air by Kang Ju's power. The veins on Kang Ju's hands bulged. He then used another technique, Seven Souls Chaotic Strike. Kang Ju's power shot towards Venus continuously. He didn't even have a chance to counterattack. A thought appeared in Venus's mind. I see. Why his bounty isn't clearly listed. A beam of Kang Ju's power suddenly flashed. He was flying down from above, his powerful punch still extended forward, preparing for the next attack. His eyes were filled with coldness. Kang Ju unleashed his special move, Dark Knight Frenzy Strike. Varus lay on the ground, looking up at Kang Ju. He spoke, "Say, O Kang Ju, your bounty value is truly immeasurable." Kang Ju's power struck like a powerful lightning bolt. Varus was completely overwhelmed. Outside, Hassan and Popcat were watching, their mouths agape. They both had their own thoughts. Someone who can deal with a fourth-floor level, like a child playing with a toy. I heard he was secretly training, but I didn't expect him to learn from Kingston. Hassan and Popcat were tied up on the ground. He turned his head towards him and shouted, "Kingston, take me as your disciple too. I want to." Kingston didn't understand what Hassan was saying. "What? Get lost," he sighed. "Medius, I'm sorry for doubting you. So this is why you left him alone." Next to him, Puppet turned and stammered, I thought I was dead." Suddenly, Hassan shouted, "Our president is the best." Kingston was deep in thought, as if burdened by many concerns. Medius, Kingston. Kingston had evaluated Medius's abilities, as no less than authorities. He had once looked into Medius's background, and had his own opinions of her. It seems she has the ability to experience the future, and then return to the past. With this, she can guide the future as she pleases. He looked up at the sky, snorting softly. Kingston sighed. "In that case, it's not fun anymore. Should I just go and take care of her?" A pair of blue pupils glanced around thoughtfully for a few seconds. Bezek was looking up at Kingston. "Kingston, I have decided to entrust Seo Kang Ju to you. But if something unfortunate happens, I will no longer be able to entrust him to you. I hope you understand." Kingston sat arrogantly on a rock. He laughed and replied, "You dare threaten me?" Bezos lowered his head, not daring to argue with him. "This is not a threat, but a plea." Kingston slowly asked, Dang, the leader of the world, bowing and begging another? Aren't you ashamed?" Bezos maintained his bowed posture. "If it is for the safety of the people, I am willing to do anything." Kingston put one hand on his thigh for leverage to stand up. Commendable. He stood straight, his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes followed Bez. "All right. I will think positively about this. I'll watch a little longer. If I get bored, I'll go and deal with him." Kingston postponed his decision, remembering his promise to Bez. But when Medius reversed time by a total of several months, Kingston decided to kill her. After Bezet left, Kingston looked up at the sky. His distant gaze held many thoughts. In the sky, fluffy clouds drifted by. The sun cast warm rays, bringing a sense of peace. Kingston seemed to have discovered something. He seemed to be talking to himself. So that's how it is. Behind him, Kang Ju sat cross-legged, practicing magic. He asked Kingston, "What's wrong?" Kingston glanced at Kang Ju. He thought to himself, he still hasn't reached the level where he can feel this. "Huh?" He said to Kang Ju, "It's nothing. Focus on your training." Kingston turned back to look at the sky. Is this really all there is? Returning to the present, Kingston praised Kang Ju. "Not bad. Your technique has become more refined." "That's right. There's nothing like real combat to improve your skills." Kingston thought to himself again, but he's still a long way off, because he still can't feel this. Perhaps he needs more real battles, to heighten his senses. Looks like this will be more interesting than I expected. He turned around, his hands clasped behind his back. Kingston walked and said to Kang Ju, "Let's go. Find the next opponent." In the meeting room, Medius's voice rang out. "Hassan contacted me and reported that Seo Kang Ju has finished eliminating Varus." In the meeting room, Medius was speaking. Proof found it a little hard to believe. The fourth floor. Dealt with so quickly? Mute stood opposite Medius, her arms crossed in front of her chest. "That's Seo Kang Ju for you," Medius replied thoughtfully. "Yeah." Idopia turned and asked, "If we continue like this, can we really save all the heroes?" Medius was still thinking about something. "Let's continue to turn back time, step by step, like putting together the pieces of a puzzle." The news of Seo Kang Ju's participation in the war spread to the heroes. Authority stood in the desolate neighborhood. He was looking at his watch. Authority replied to the person opposite him. "Is that so? Just need to catch that kid, Huang, Sung Huan, and it's over." Opposite him, a graceful voice chimed in, "Oh my, that makes me a little sad to hear. It's as if you're treating us like we're not even here." Maledict spread her arms and continued the story. Suddenly, she gave a cold smile. Long time no see, former president. Authority was silent, not responding. Maledict added. Or should I say, president-in-law. The equality group was moving smoothly, when a voice echoed in Myungji's ear. Long time no see, Myungji. Hero waved and greeted. Myungji, we meet again. Behind Hero was Hun. He clasped his hands behind his back and smiled. Hun looked at Myungji and said, let me send you to be with your master. She answered him, that's fine too, but not yet. The scene changes to Lupus's location. She was holding out her hands, summoning her power. This time, I will definitely catch you, Atlas. She challenged. Go ahead and try, little rabbit. Behind her was Pekinil. She clasped her hands together, her eyes welling with tears. Just don't kill me, please. Lupus looked at Atlas and Pekinil and replied, don't worry, I won't kill anyone. The scene changes to an abandoned construction site. In front of him, Antorio was slowly walking towards the opposite side, asking, is it you? Vidi, holding a notebook, said to Asura, number 4, the one therapist mentioned. She replied, exactly the same. Vidi and Asura stared at his face. Antorio gritted his teeth in anger. He growled, my name is not number 4, I am Antorio. The scene changes to another dilapidated building. Tatsujin's hair flew in the wind. Opposite her stood Kafega. In his hand was a long, sharp sword. She spoke first. Amir, I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. He spoke coldly about our relationship. We can probably skip the pleasantries, right? Tatsujin and Kavaga charged in, out for blood, and started throwing hands. Powerful opponents facing off against each other. Kingston was standing behind Kangju. He looked at the opponent and spoke up. Not bad. You still have some brains left, huh? Did you guys take off the collars beforehand? Kingston reached out to stop Kato and Canis. Hold up a sec. I need to talk to CO Kangju. Kato looked at him and retorted. Who gave you permission? Kingston growled, terrifying Kato and Canis. His eyes showed pure cruelty. He repeated himself once more. Wait. Kato and Canis could only stare wide-eyed, not daring to say another word. Kingston turned to speak to Kangju. Hey, let those guys fight for a while longer. This is the perfect workout. He answered him. I listen to you, but how long do I have to hold back my power? Can't I just kill them quick and be done with it? Kingston spoke softly. Absolutely not. You can feel it too, can't you? You've gotten a lot stronger than before, but it's still not enough. Listen closely. In this place, except for me, no one here can step to you. Only in this specific place. Kangju stared at him silently, seemingly confused. He asked Kingston, what are you talking about? Kingston clasped his hands behind his back, looking at him. Look. You still don't feel it? You need to get better at using your chi. Kangju asked him, feel what? Kingston looked up at the sky and spoke slowly. Well, you'll figure it out soon enough. Alright, you can move now. But Kingston used his power to dash towards Canis, grabbing him by the neck. He smirked and said, let's make this a 1v1. Kato watched Canis get slammed aside by Kingston. She screamed, Canis! Pinned underneath. He tried to answer. I can't move. Kingston looked over at Kato and continued, don't worry, I don't plan on hurting you guys. But if you came here just to save this guy, and not to fight Seo Kangju, then I'll kill him right now. If you beat Seo Kangju, I'll let him go. Confused, Kato asked him, what do you want, anyway? Kingston simply replied, I just want to see it before I die. A battle between humans who have reached the peak. Consider it an old man's final entertainment. He curled his lips slightly. Alright, fight, So Kangju. Use as many skills as you can. Don't kill her immediately, Kangju. Radiating murderous intent, he replied. Got it. On the side, after instructing him, Kingston thought to himself, only then can you achieve victory. On top of a high-rise building, Sinka was glancing down, watching the city. Behind her was Seong-hoon. He asked Sinka, has Seo Kangju arrived? Sinka replied nonchalantly. Seems like it. Seong-hoon smiled with satisfaction. It's been a long time. Probably the same for the others. Ahura glanced at the person opposite. Seong-hoon was smiling, a smile full of death. Meanwhile, Kangju, with a stone-cold face, prepared to attack. Back in Sinka's room, she solemnly declared, this war, at the same time, Medius, on the other side, was asserting the same thing. Both held the belief that victory will be ours.